The Reaper gave Ghost's offer a deep thought. But, since he was losing the connection with Arch-energy rapidly, the Reaper had to make a choice quickly before he fell to death. Give me the cure first. The Reaper tried his luck only to get no response from Ghost. Fine. Here, this is the map to the guild where I picked up the assassination contract with your name on it. The Reaper quickly accessed his space ring and threw a parchment to Michael, who caught the map. Michael opened the parchment to see the map of the Aura continent, which was divided into 3 elven kingdoms, 2 dwarven kingdoms, 1 large beastmen kingdom, 1 orc kingdom, and finally 1 kingdom ruled by a human king. Even after being divided into 8 kingdoms, a vast piece of land was occupied by a barren snowy mountain chain to the north. Michael searched for Nagaland on the map of Aura but found it very far from the continent. Nagaland wasn't a part of the mainland. Instead, it was a large island almost a quarter the size of Aura. The Grim Reaper's guild was located between Sil Allery and Thera in the forest. It was marked with a red cross. Now give me the cure. The Reaper's voice became weak as Michael predicted. I did give you my word. Michael slowly hovered towards the Reaper with the cure in his hand. How do I know it's the cure and not poison? Asked the Reaper. You don't. Michael simply smirked as he reached an arm's distance from the Reaper. Then, Michael handed over the cure to the Reaper, who looked at the potion for a few moments before ultimately deciding to drink it. It was not like the Reaper had a choice to. Poch. The Reaper's hand froze in time, a few inches away from his mouth. A second later, the Reaper coughed up blood and looked down to see Michael's hand going through his chest. You fucking bastard. The Reaper snarled at Michael with his last few dying breaths. Death will get to you. Death can't have me until I want to greet it, Michael whispered into the Reaper's ear, holding the Reaper's heart in his hand. The heart was still beating in Michael's hand until he crushed it into a bloody paste. Mission failed, Reaper. Michael devilishly grinned, looking at the Reaper free-falling down. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a fusion stage level 8 cultivator. The reward is 750,000 experience points and 10,000 badass points. Hey system, what's the deal? I get the same amount of experience points for killing both level 8 and level 2 cultivators? Yes. After the fusion stage, every higher stage will get a fixed number of experience points regardless of levels. But why? Michael frowned. Because the system needs to change the host's body from the molecular level. Anything more or less than a fixed number of experience points will be harmful to the host and prevent the host from reaching immortality. Michael's frown got replaced by a grin when he heard the word immortality. Reaching immortality was Michael's initial desire when he came to this world. If it wasn't for all the Dark Lord business, immortality would have been his only sole purpose in this world. Now, it was a weapon and a shield for him to face his enemies. Speaking of immortality, the system urges the host to upgrade the system to the next level. You cannot reach the half-immortal stage with the current level. After hearing the system's words, Michael willed the system to show his status window. Host. Michael Cultivation level. Fusion stage level 4 experience points. 750, 000/1000000 badass points. 320, 000 skills and spells. Wind Blast LVL 6 visit. For the best no___NG experience responsive shield LVL 8 environment scanning LVL 6 ignitia, LVL 8 lightning dash, LVL 6 energy devour, LVL 2 soul eater, LVL 1 death range, LVL 3 eyes of darkness, normal. Can sense the cultivation level of others' eyes of darkness, Lucifer. Can sense the cultivation level of others, can see through illusions cloud of darkness, Lucifer. Weak-willed enemies will lose their courage completely and surrender. Death range will be 50% more powerful, and if activated in darkness, the host's cultivation level will be boosted 4 levels up regardless of the stage barrier. Wordless spellcaster, Lucifer. In full Lucifer form, the host just has to think of the spell to cast it. Techniques. Swords of Destiny 98% Mastery Ring of Fire, 94% Mastery Serpent Maga, 98% Mastery Occupation. Core Disciple of Sunrise Sect, the Guardian of Sunrise Sect, Lord Lucifer of the Abyssal, the Dark Lord, King of Bradford status. Healthy goals. Control the world, rebuild the Order of Death, utility function. Banker LVL 5, ratio, 1000 gold coins, 40 badass points, runic teleportation X-ray vision, also integrated with Eyes of Darkness. Wealth, 25 million gold special trait, 5-star alchemist. The latest _IP_SODIs are on _the website. 5-star inventor subordinates. Gaia Warrior, loyalty level 100%, Raylene 5-star chef, loyalty level 99%, Arya, Assassin, loyalty level 87%, Heinberg Warrior, loyalty level 48%, Maxine Warrior, loyalty level 98%, Tiberius, Warrior, loyalty level 55%, Sadie, loyalty level 50%, Ricky, loyalty level 98%, Titus, loyalty level 60%, Optimus, loyalty level 60%, the Silent Reaper Crew Pirates, loyalty level 92%, Base of Operation, Sunrise Sect, the Abyssal, the Crypt Kingdom of Bradford Familiars, Nightmare, Forest Dragon, Vidora, Three-Headed Hydra, Elemental Manipulation, Wind 10% Mastery, Fire 10% Mastery, Lightning 15% Mastery, Darkness 25%. Michael could turn his gold coins into badass points, but the upcoming auction prevented him from doing so. According to Valric from Grandspire Bank, 20 million gold coins was just a measly amount to have when attending the auction. She also said he could buy some ordinary items with his coins if he had luck. But, for the time being, Michael wanted to hold on to his gold coins. "You also used to give me gifts every time I reach a new stage," Michael complained to the system. It had been quite some time since the system gifted him like it used to. With everything going on, Michael wanted to get his hands on some legendary gift boxes of the system. "Stop asking for freebies and focus on upgrading the system." The system sounded kinda irritated by Michael's question. Michael didn't have time to argue with the system. Besides, he knew there was no point arguing with the system. Hence, Michael closed the system interface and flew in the direction of the Voldegard compound. While flying, Michael tried to contact Gaia through the earpiece. "Where are you?" Michael sighed in relief when he heard Gaia's voice. "On my way to the Voldegard compound. Is everything alright? Did you have any trouble?" "No," answered Gaia. "Things are pretty normal here. But they are preparing a lavish feast for you. Hope you're hungry." "As a matter of fact, I am. All the fighting and killing made me hungry." Michael cracked his neck, producing a cracking sound in his neck. The latest _IP_SODIs are on the website. I'm not surprised. The Reapers are becoming a headache. Have you managed to get the location of their guild? Gaia had the same thought about getting their location as Michael. "I did, so let's pay them a visit then, but not as Ghost and Elia." Michael sensed a tinge of evilness and killing intent in her voice. It was apparent she wanted to destroy the Grim Reapers as Dark Lord and the Dark Queen. "Well, talk more when I get there," Michael said before cutting the communication between them. Afterward, Michael just flew towards the castle without using the lightning dash. He enjoyed the dark clouds above him, drizzling, and the wind against his face. It provided him with a captivating experience. Even after almost 2 years, Michael still had goosebumps every time he flew in the sky. After almost 30 minutes of flying under drizzling weather, Michael finally reached the Voldegard castle. But unlike when he first came to the place, it looked buzzing with soldiers and clean of any blood or dead bodies. The Voldegard foot soldiers were busy fixing the broken statues and the fountains. At the same time, the female servants swept the front lawn by casting wind spells. "Look, Master Ghost is back. Inform Lady Eve." "Master Ghost." The soldiers quickly stopped what they were doing and bowed slightly toward Michael. Not a single one failed to smile at Michael with gratitude for saving their lives. However, deep within their eyes they feared Michael. "Master Ghost." Azazel walked out of the castle gracefully and greeted Michael with a bow. "How is everything, Sebastian?" Michael asked Azazel after gesturing at the servants to continue their work. "Please, let me take care of this." Azazel waved his hand as a warm wave of energy brushed past Michael, drying all the wetness off his clothes. "Cool." Michael gave Azazel a nod of appreciation before making his way into the castle. The servants and Azazel managed to light the corridor and return the castle to its former glory in a short amount of time. However, Michael wasn't in the mood for admiring the castle's beauty. Instead, his mind was occupied by something he should have done as soon as he returned from the Shadow Realm. "Did Eve give me a room to stay in?" "Of course, Master Ghost." Azazel addressed Michael as Master Ghost instead of Lord Lucifer or My Lord due to Michael's order. Azazel was to call Michael Master and Gaia and Nightmare to call Azazel Sebastian. "Follow me." Azazel led the way to Michael's room in the castle. Eve gave Michael the second largest room next to Jennifer's room. Among all the 56 rooms in the castle. "Where are the Voldegards?" Michael asked Azazel while following him behind to his room. "In the throne hall, Master Ghost." "As expected," Michael said. Surviving the plague was easy, but the real battle would begin when the Voldegards tried to rebuild their house. Luckily they had Michael to help them. However, Michael preferred Eve to be the house lord instead of Julian. Not that Michael hated or disliked Julian, but Eve was a better candidate for leading the Voldegards in this dire time. In Michael's view, Julian was a little bit soft. What the Voldegards wanted was a ruthless leader who would be willing to do anything for the betterment of their family. As far as Michael could tell, that person was Eve. Finally, Michael arrived before his room and opened it to see a spacious room big enough to be called a hall. "You're here," Gaia welcomed Michael, sitting on the queen-sized white bed. Nightmare curled into a ball on a comfy sofa facing the fireplace and enjoying the warmth coming from the fireplace. Nightmare was sleeping peacefully, so he wasn't aware of Michael entering the room. That was also the reason why Gaia didn't raise her voice. "Sebastian, go for a walk around the castle and let me know if you see anything or anyone suspicious. If you face any trouble, do not hesitate to teleport back to the dark forest." "As you wish, Master Ghost." Azazel bowed toward Michael and Gaia before leaving the room. Afterward, Michael took out a vial of blood from his system storage and placed it on the table in front of the open window overlooking the city. "What's this? Rather, whose blood is this?" Gaia asked Michael. "Sabrina's blood," Michael nonchalantly answered Michael. "And why do you have this?" "Visit. For the best no_vil_underscore experience, I am going to check whether or not she is my sister." "What the fuck?" Gaia snapped as soon as she heard Michael. Just the thought of Sabrina being Michael's little sister boggled Gaia's mind. Her heartbeat rose rapidly to the point Gaia could hear her heart. "But why suddenly? And what makes you think she might be your little sister?" Gaia came closer to Michael, where he was setting up apparatuses and other necessary devices to do a DNA test. Typically, one would need sophisticated rituals to find out whether they were related by blood or not. But fortunately, Michael was a 5-star alchemist and an inventor with the system. So, using his knowledge at his disposal, Michael invented a device to conduct a DNA test. Gaia stared at the U-shaped contraption made of glass. The glass was split in the bottom by a metal ring, and an orb was hanging down from it. "I don't know truly. Just a nagging feeling deep down that she might be my family," Michael said to Gaia while pouring Sabrina's blood into the contraption from one opening. The blood drizzled into it and stopped by the metal right. For a few moments, Gaia stood speechless, uttering no words. "If she is by some chance, do you know what that means for us?" Gaia's voice slightly trembled. Instead of answering her question, Michael unsheathed his sword, cut his palm, and held his hand above the contraption to fill the other half with his blood. To avoid confusion, Michael carved a small M on the half with his blood. Afterward, Michael took out a bright blue potion. The potion sparkled, almost lighting the table with its radiance. When Michael opened the vial, Gaia smelled the fragrance of lavender. Michael was still silent as he gently poured the potion into both ends and waited for the blue potion to mix with both of their blood. "Now if she is my sister, a green light will be lit in the orb. Otherwise, red. Answer my question, human. What are you planning to do after if she is your sister?" Gaia asked with her brows creased together. His answer, however, completely caught Gaia off guard. "To be honest, I have no plans." Michael sighed and waited for the blue potion to turn violet. "What the fuck? I never heard these words from you before. First time for everything, huh?" Despite the seriousness of the matter, Michael remained calm. It was true that Michael had no plans if Sabrina proved to be his sister. This would mean Noah his brother, Rowena his big sister, and Diana and Ethan were his parents. He may be cold and ruthless to his enemies, but if Noah was his brother, it wouldn't be as easy as facing Noah as an enemy like any other. After all, fighting a brother was very different than fighting an enemy. "Visit. For the best experience, how long will it take for the orb to light up?" Gaia couldn't wait to see the result. Red or green, she wanted to know whether or not Sabrina was his little sister. That would change everything from her perspective. Couple of minutes, Michael took a deep breath and waited for the orb to light up. Although it would only take a couple of minutes, each second felt like an eternity. While waiting for the orb to light up, Michael and Gaia didn't speak to each other. Instead, they waited silently until the contraption trembled slightly. "Is this supposed to happen?" Gaia questioned. Michael was supposed to say yes when the orb lit up in red light. As soon as Gaia saw the red light, she sighed in relief. But Michael couldn't even tell what he was feeling. His mind was boggled with mixed feelings. Michael's contraption checked the 2 blood samples' shared bond of siblings. The orb would have lit in green only if the Sky Hall hadn't put a rune on everyone in Diana's family to cut all their ties to the Dark Lord. Simply put, there were no typical means to prove Michael was related to Diana or anyone in her family. Qingjiu made sure the Dark Lord wouldn't find out about his real family in this world. Qingjiu believed a person's greatest power was his or her family. Thus, she wanted to cut the Dark Lord's ties to his family. No matter what, she didn't want the Dark Lord to be united with his family. It was why Qingjiu left notes that ultimately led Eladir to create a forbidden ritual that required Diana to cut all her ties with Michael when he was a baby. If it wasn't for Wulfric, Diana's teacher and the headmaster of Emazaroth, the Sky Hall would have passed a judgment to eliminate Diana and her family as a precaution. However, convincing the Sky Hall to spare Diana and her family cost Wulfric to put them through a ritual that removed any and all biological connection between them and Michael. So unless Michael could devise a way to reverse the ritual, the contraption to test the blood wouldn't light up as green as it should be. Nonetheless, Michael was led to believe Sabrina wasn't his little sister. With this effort, Michael let go of his little desire to find his real family in this world. "Look, Michael, you have a family and they are in this room," Gaia spoke to him in a gentle voice and took a step forward. "I remember my mother used to say it's not that blood makes you family but love. I love you more than anything in this world." Gaia cupped Michael's face in her hand and stepped closer to the point her forehead touched his. "Your mother is a wise woman, whom you haven't helped me find out." Gaia gestured to lighten up the mood a bit. "You know Eladir is working on the way to find your mother. We must first find out why she is in hiding before finding her location." After giving up on finding his own family, Michael wanted to reunite Gaia with her mother more. At least one of them would have a mother. Michael and Gaia were still standing with their forehead touching. "I am kinda relieved Sabrina wasn't your sister. It's not easy to fight against your family on a battlefield," Gaia spoke in a low-pitched voice. Visit. For a better user experience, do you mean Noah and probably Rowena? If they were your family, raising your sword against them would be hard. "Trust me, I know," Gaia sighed, thinking about Zanali. True that Gaia wanted to strike Zanali down for stealing the throne that rightfully belonged to her. If she wished, Michael would definitely help her kill Zanali, except she didn't feel the fire to kill Zanali as she used to before she met Michael. Of course, that didn't mean Gaia would give the throne of Nagaland to Zanali. It's just that Gaia didn't want to kill Zanali anymore. After they take over Nagaland, Gaia would simply exile Zanali from Nagaland. If she tried to cause any trouble, she would put Zanali in the same prison Zanali put her in. At least I'm relieved now. Besides, I am giving up on finding the people who gave birth to me. So there is no point. Michael sighed with a heavy heart. "I know it's hard, but it's for the better, Michael. They gave you up willingly. As far as I am concerned, they don't deserve you." Knock, knock, knock. Their conversation was abruptly cut short when someone suddenly knocked on the door. "Ghost?" Michael recognized the voice immediately. "Come in." As Michael expected, Eve opened the door to step in. To Michael's surprise, Eve looked a bit flustered. "Is everything all right?" Michael asked as he and Gaia walked toward Eve to meet her in a midway. However, Eve avoided looking into his eyes, which was very unusual. With a long breath of sigh, Eve walked to the window and stared at the distant horizon. Despite the city in her sight looking gloomy with the grayish mist, the drizzling weather, and the ominous thunderclaps resonating in the distance, the city calmed her mind and soothed her soul. Visit. For the best no_vel_undersand experience, however, she wasn't here to talk about the city. Rather, she wanted to talk about something personal. "My father." Eve turned her gaze away from the city to Michael and Gaia. "He told you about Filvander and my predicament to stay in the core strengthening stage until I die, didn't he?" By looking at the stern look in her eyes, Michael knew there was no point in covering it up. Thus, Michael nodded before walking toward her and leaning on the wall. "He did. And he also told me to stay away from you." Unlike Gaia, who was surprised, Eve just let out an exhausted smile as though Eve was tired of her father. "What did you tell him?" Eve asked. "I told him, Eve, and I can be friends without being romantically involved. No offense to your father, Eve. But what the fuck is wrong with your father? He should show him some gratitude," Gaia growled in rage. "You have all the right to be mad at my father. He's been trying to protect me. But he fails to understand that I don't need protection." Eve sighed as Michael patted her on the shoulder. "We don't need to talk about that, Eve. Unless you want me to stay away from you, I'm not going anywhere." Michael didn't want to bring back hurtful memories by talking about Eve's love life. Rather, he wanted to talk about their future. "I don't want you to go anywhere. Promise me you two will be my friends forever." Gaia didn't expect her to make such a request at all until she heard what Eve had said next. Visits. For a better user experience, "Father and my family only know that I won't be able to break through to the next stage. But the full truth is that I am sick and don't have much longer to live. Maybe a couple of years? Eve's voice stuttered. Let me guess, the elves told you this. Although the news Eve had just revealed, Michael remained calm and had a smirk on his face. System, scan Eve and tell me if something is amiss. Michael ordered the system and paid 20,000 badass points as the price. After Michael paid 20,000 badass points, the system scanned Eve's body with invisible rays that Michael's eyes could only see. Eve slightly felt a warm sensation running throughout her body. The system scan is complete. The system has found several curses in Eve's body. The current system version cannot find the origins of the curses. What's the nature of these curses? Michael wasn't surprised, as he expected the elves to put some curses on Eve's body. What Julian said about Fylvander's parents agreeing to marry their son to a human girl was too good to be true. Michael hadn't met a single elf who could be branded as good. Even Eladir had an ulterior motive to help Michael. Many novels Michael read back on Earth portrayed their elves as oppressed, weak, and enslaved by the other races. However, in this world, elves were anything but oppressed, weak, and enslaved. On the contrary, the elves were racists, powerful, and extremely power-vicious, especially the elves who were born and grew up in noble families. The curses prevent her from breaking through to the soul-refining stage, causing her to hallucinate and slowly corroding her from the molecular level. As a result, she only has a year to live if the curses aren't lifted. The current system version cannot lift the curse. The system needs to be at level 9 to lift curses. However, the system can locate an artifact that could break the curses for a price. How much? No matter how many badass points the system asks, Michael will pay it. Eve was not only his friend but also a valuable asset to have. Besides, lifting curses could always come in handy when the elves tend to curse people so much. 250,000 badass points. The system can absorb the item and turn it into a skill that would enable the host to lift even the powerful curses. As soon as Michael heard the system, his lips curved upwards. I might sound like a teenager, but this shit is dope, Michael smirked devilishly. With this skill he could cure Christopher, Claire's grandfather. Thinking about Christopher, Michael remembered to gather information about Claire's mother and her family. According to Gaia, Claire's mother belonged to a powerful noble family in Gondolin, the capital kingdom of Ar, where the Empress resides. Gondolin was also the most powerful and prosperous kingdom in the entire Ar. Even the Dwarven kingdom couldn't hold a torch to Gondolin in terms of beauty and prosperity. Why does the host show no interest in saving Claire's mother? Surprisingly, the system questioned Michael while he was thinking about Claire's mother. Visit. For a better user experience, first, there is no rush. Second, it's the most powerful kingdom in the whole world. I need more time and resources at my disposal before visiting them. Michael answered the system and checked his status to see 320,000 badass points at his disposal. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see any downside to locating the curse-lifting artifact and turning it into a skill. Hence, Michael agreed to let the system take 250,000 and give him the item's location. The item is hidden deep within the domain of the treacherous ocean. The coincidence surprised Michael. Since Michael had 2 more weeks before returning to Mazeroth, Michael planned to go to the treacherous ocean to harvest its resources. He never thought there was an item that could give him a legendary skill. Now that the system revealed its location to be the treacherous ocean, traveling to the treacherous ocean took priority. It settled then, Michael took a deep breath and exited the system to see Eve and Gaia staring at him. Eve, Michael smiled as he ruffled Eve's head, which caught Eve off guard. What are you doing? Eve miserably smiled. You still don't get it, do you? Eve looked bewildered, hearing Michael. As he moved closer, Michael put his hand around Eve's neck. Surprisingly, she didn't move away or swat his arms off. Michael then looked at the kingdom before them together. I can do whatever I want, Eve. You saw when I came up with a cure for the plague when the most genius minds in Ar couldn't. As a matter of fact, I challenged your father. Eve turned her gaze towards Michael as he continued. I challenged him that I will make you break through to the soul-refining stage and lead House Voldegard into a golden age. Eve was speechless, and Michael didn't give her any time to react. Instead, Michael revealed a shocking truth to her. Do you know why you can't break through to the soul-refining stage? You're cursed by the elves, Eve. Huh? Wait, what are you talking about? Eve's heartbeat began to increase as she shuddered. On the other hand, Gaia just rolled her eyes and joined them in sightseeing the gloomy city through the open window. The latest _IP_SODIes are on the website. I'm not surprised at all. Cursing people is one of the many things those evil sons of bitches are capable of. That's why everyone hates them, and don't even get me started on the dark elves. No, I don't believe it. Eve's eyes watered as the memories of Fylvander started to flood her mind. However, Michael did not stop. Instead, Michael let Eve know about the wickedness of the elves. Things like this would undoubtedly make a person strong, and Michael wanted Eve to be stronger than ever. Only then could she become ruthless enough to lead the Voldegards and probably fight beside himself against his enemies. They cursed you because they didn't want a human girl to marry their son Eve. They planned everything and cursed you with several curses. That's the only reason you couldn't break through to the soul refining stage and hallucinate. Eve was utterly taken aback by the shock and surprise. On the one hand, the memories made her eyes water. On the other, she had no idea how Ghost knew about her hallucinations when she hadn't told a soul. I don't know the full story, but if he's telling you you're cursed, then you are cursed. And you're freaking lucky to have met him, Gaia declared sternly. It's shocking, I know. Take your time to process everything. But be cool. I have a way to break those curses. You will ultimately believe me when I do that and make you break through to the soul refining stage. Michael kept patting Eve on the back to calm her down. At that time, tears had already started to gush out of her eyes. To be honest, she couldn't believe Fylvander would do that to her. However, her brain told her otherwise. As Eve was staring at the distant horizon, Michael quickly bought a potion from the system, instead of brewing it himself. Here, Gaia saw a glistening white pill in Michael's hand. The pill itself radiated a sweet fragrance like no other. Take this tonight. It will stop the hallucinations and give you a good night's sleep. If anything, you need good rest. Michael lifted Eve's hand and placed the pill on her palm. Why go to all this trouble to help me? Eve couldn't help asking Michael. Although she felt like Michael was her best friend and could trust him with her life, Eve wanted to know why he was helping her. After all, Eve didn't have a clue that they were best friends once, and she died protecting the Dark Lord. No matter how many times you ask this question to me, my answer will be the same. You're my friend. To be honest, I feel like you are special, like my guts telling me you are my best friend. I always trusted my guts and it never betrayed me, said Michael. For a while, the place was haunted by silence as no one uttered a word. But the silence between Michael and Eve revealed a lot more than words to Gaia. Master Ghost, Miss Elia, suddenly a gentle voice called out for them from outside. Visit. For the best no_undershinji experience, the feast is ready. Everyone's waiting for you in the great hall. The female maid softly spoke these words. Why don't we go out there and enjoy a nice meal? We deserve it, Eve, Michael said to Eve as Gaia also placed her hand on Eve's other shoulder. He wanted to take Eve's mind off of Fylvander and the curses. She had a year to live, and Michael was optimistic he could go and come out of the treacherous ocean within a year. This time he wasn't going there as a core formation cultivator but as a fusion stage cultivator with the system online, unlike the last time. Stop sulking, Eve. Let's go eat. I'm fucking hungry. You two can get me up to speed later. Since Gaia was hungry to the point her stomach started to grow, she couldn't care less about Eve's tantrum. Instead, she wanted to drag the both of them to the feast. We'll be there in a minute, Michael told the maid waiting outside and pulled Eve by her hand on the way to the door. Does Fylvander know about the curses? Eve stammered, failing to believe Fylvander had betrayed her. Of course she shouldn't believe Ghost, but Eve's heart trusted Ghost more than Fylvander. I don't know, but if I have to guess, I'd say yes. Michael didn't sugarcoat but told Eve what he felt. For him, it was too hard to believe a guy who truly loves a girl left her just like that because she can't break through to the next level. If he had truly loved her, he would have tried to find a way or at least spend time with her until her time came. At least that's what he would have done. Where is he now? Gaia asked Eve while opening the door. Lord Julian said he was in Mazeroth? Michael raised his one brow. Is it Eve? Asked Gaia as Eve took a few minutes of time before slowly nodding. It was evident to Michael and Gaia that Eve was deep in thought. How can she not after Michael had revealed the truth to her? As far as Michael was concerned, Eve handled the news pretty well. I heard the Fylvander somewhere in Mazeroth. Anyways, until I break the curses I won't break his bones. What are you talking about? Eve creased her brows, wiping off the tears from her face. Okay, I won't do anything to him, Michael shrugged, but Eve didn't believe him, not even for a second. Master Ghost, Miss Elia, Lady Eve, maid standing a few meters away in the corridor greeted them. Then, the maids led the three to the great hall where Lord Julian and Ingrid had prepared a lavish feast for Michael and Gaia. Visit. For a better user experience. Michael followed the maids to the feast hall. The metallic lock rattled against the door when the maids opened the dark wooden doors. He couldn't help but grin when he saw the feast just for him. The hall had several long oak tables filled with food, mainly meat and freshly baked loaves of bread. In this world, most of the grand halls had the same arrangements. Long tables with a space leading to stairs to reach the elevated platforms where the prominent figure dined in behind engraved oak tables set facing the grand hall. As soon as Michael entered the hall, the chit-chattering silenced a bit while Michael gestured at them to continue. Usually there would be barrels of ale for everyone to treat themselves, but the ale storage was destroyed in the battle against the Rotguards. Due to that they only had fruit juice and water. Good thing they didn't have any dwarves among them. Otherwise the short-beard bastards would have caused a riot just because there was no ale. The servants and guards in the hall were grateful to eat at all. They almost died and now had the chance to eat. Somehow the near-death experience caused them to appreciate the little things in life, even eating a loaf of bread. The cultivators in R didn't give much importance to eating. Instead, they revitalized their bodies with arch energy which was abundant in the atmosphere, unlike on any other continent. When Michael climbed a couple of wooden stairs leading to the oak tables, Lord Julian and Lady Ingrid welcomed him with a warm grin. Lord Julian, Lady Ingrid, Michael and Gaia nodded as Lord Julian looked a little bit uneasy seeing Michael with Eve. After greeting the Lord and the Lady, Michael took the seat beside Lord Julian as Eve took the seat between Ingrid and Jennifer. Aside from the core Voldegard family, the three soul refiners sat on the far left side of the long table. But, of course, Michael didn't fail to greet them with a friendly smile. Mariana, Lady Ingrid clapped once, calling the blonde-haired girl with bunny ears and a bushy fox tail. The girl's silver hair shone under the glistening chandelier and the golden light emanating from the candles. Seeing the girl coming to him with a jade bottle, Michael paused her. "I'll take any fruit juice you have." "Yes, Master Ghost," the girl meekly spoke before running back to the kitchen through the door at the end of the long table. Meanwhile, Michael picked up a honey-glazed turkey leg, a vegetable salad dressed with white yogurt, and mashed tapioca using the wooden spoons and forks. Self-serving was still a new thing in this world, so when a prominent figure like Michael served himself without waiting for a maid raised a few eyebrows, including Ingrid's. The few eyebrows became many eyebrows when he served Gaia himself. The latest _IP_SODs are on the website. "So, Miss Jennifer, how's Lord Hendricks doing?" Michael asked Jennifer, who was still in shock at everything that had happened. Although the cure healed her body, the plague did have some effects on the mind. "The last time I heard, he went to Namladar," Jennifer replied in a small voice only loud enough for them to hear. "It's the Dwarven Kingdom," Gaia whispered into his ear. Unfortunately, Lord Information's book only contained rumors and information about Elon and Azair. So when it comes to R, Michael had no idea about the kingdoms, noble families in the power play or places of interest. Dwarven King, huh? I wonder what Lord Hendrix's business with the dwarves? Michael asked while cutting the perfectly cooked flesh of the turkey. Maybe something to do with the winter, Lord Julian said to ease the tension between him, Eve, and Ghost. Now that Michael heard Lord Julius, he remembered currently they are in the autumn and winter was just around the corner. He was too busy killing vampires and traveling to other universes to notice the season change. Despite the arch energy and cultivation, the seasons still had their effects on the world. For instance, farmlands couldn't be cultivated during the winter, and it resulted in a huge dive in restaurant businesses. It was a huge setback to Michael when he thought of opening another Hades branch in R. Surprisingly, with the exception of the southern continent, the rest shared the same seasonal cycle. Thus, if R had winter, Azair and Elon would too. What's the plan for winter, Lord Julian? Michael asked Lord Julian. Gaia avoided eye contact with Lord Julian because she still felt furious about what Lord Julian tried to ask Michael. From her point of view, after everything they had done, Lord Julian had the audacity to ask Michael to leave Eve after everything they had done. Visit. For the best no_vel_ed_ng experience, however, Michael didn't hold a grudge against Lord Julian. In fact, Michael understood Lord Julian and sympathized with him. If Lord Julian bore any ill against him and felt no gratitude, he would have run as soon as the fusion stage Reaper showed up. Instead of leaving Ghost behind, Lord Julian stepped in to fight with him. Michael couldn't hold any grudge against a man like him. Seeing the light smile on Ghost's face calmed Lord Julian. A few months ago, Michael wouldn't have dared to challenge a fusion stage cultivator. However, at that moment he sat beside one, and the one who feared Michael was another fusion stage cultivator. Meeting the allies and cutting off our losers, Lord Julian sighed. Honestly speaking, Lord Julian didn't have a tiny bit of appetite. All he could ever think was Eve and how he would survive in Thera with no fusion stage protectors. Lady Ingrid wanted to talk about producing more cures but ultimately chose not to speak a word. After all, the cure solely belonged to Master Ghost, and they had no right to ask him for cures for all the citizens of Ysirius. Their first priority should be survival before taking care of Ysirius. Michael and Gaia may have taken out Rotgard, but there were still 2 families in Ysirius. Among the 2, one was an ally, and the other remained neutral with House Voldegard. But the dynamics were sure to change as soon as the news that Voldegards have no fusion stage protectors got out. Everyone at the table had their own thoughts running in their minds. Still, they all managed to put up a smiling face for the sake of the servants and the soldiers. If they showed any weakness, the rest would surely lose morale, and it would only lead them to either deserting House Voldegard to join another or simply leave them. At this point they couldn't afford to lose more people. I have no right to tell you how to run your house, but getting the king's protection won't be a bad idea, Michael stated, chewing the tender flesh of the turkey in his mouth. Oh please, Master Ghost, you literally saved us. So I grant you all the rights to speak your mind, Lord Julian replied. Just as Julian was about to continue, the girl who went to the kitchen returned with another glass bottle filled with orange juice. She poured the juice into Michael and Gaia's glass with utmost caution. Thank you, that be enough. Michael raised his hand, telling her to stop. The girl swallowed the lump in her throat and joined the group of beastmen maids on the corner. Visit. For a better user experience, Eve, you alright? Lady Ingrid's motherly instincts kicked in as she placed her hand on Eve's shoulder. Eve was not as talkative as Jennifer, but seeing Eve hasn't spoken a word since she came to the table was not at all like Eve. Ingrid could see the fright in Eve's eyes as clear as day. Nothing. Just feeling a bit tired. Ingrid saw Eve's left eye twitching a bit. It was apparent to Ingrid Eve was lying because every time Eve lied, her left eye would twitch. Ingrid chose not to question Eve more in a place surrounded by people. Master Ghost. To Michael's surprise, Jennifer called Michael, leaning forward to see Michael more clearly. He turned his gaze towards Jennifer. The cures, is there any chance you will teach me how to brew it? Not only Michael but everyone at the table was bewildered by her question. As an alchemist, she simply shouldn't have asked another alchemist to share the recipe with her. Looking at everyone's gaze falling on her, Jennifer hunched her shoulder to make her smaller a bit. Before answering Jennifer, Michael took a small sip of orange juice and smiled. Correct me if I am wrong, but you have an intention to give the cure to everyone in Thera, right? For free. Jennifer didn't answer Msiahel immediately, but her silence spoke a volume and answered Michael's question. Visit. For a better user experience, I am good but not a saint, Miss Jennifer. I did what I did only for Eve, Michael calmly spoke, showing no anger in his voice. If Jennifer had asked Gabriel or any other alchemist to reveal their recipe, they would have thrown her out. However, one couldn't blame Jennifer entirely, as she recently met a young man who taught her how to revive dead crops without asking for a single coin. Jennifer insisted the young man take something from her space ring, but he simply refused. The potion recipe the young man gave her would have fetched him millions if he sold it in a market. Every year, the farmers in Thera lost half of the crops or sometimes all the crops to a blight called Black Mist. Even the Dark Elves, who were masters of nature, couldn't do anything to avoid losing their crops to the Black Mist. As the name suggested, the Black Mist appeared in the form of a dark, gloomy mist, especially above the ripped crops waiting to be harvested. Even if the farmers were considerably richer than the farms on the other continents, they were still farmers who relied on crops. So losing half or full harvest was devastating to them. Jennifer, a disciple of Abraxia, one of the best academics for alchemists, wanted to find a solution to the Black Mist. In fact, she chose to find a solution to the Black Mist as her project despite her professors advising her against it. This was the reason for Jennifer's visit to Nagaland, where she met the young man who miraculously showed her how to get rid of the Black Mist. Although Jennifer had no ill feelings towards Ghost, that young man was undoubtedly more benevolent and kind than Ghost. Death of a subordinate. I am not taking a dig at privileged kids, but life wasn't easy for everyone. Michael took another sip and said casually. Some of us had to claw our way up, Miss Jennifer. So after reaching the top, we want to have the same kindness and compassion as you. We simply lose those feelings and put a price on everything. After all, we haven't experienced any kindness or compassion, Michael said, smiling. However, Michael took a long sip and placed the empty cup on the table again. I am not a monster either. I already made a deal with Aqua Palace. I am to distribute the cures through them starting from next week, said Michael. Next week? Jennifer creased her brows but chose not to say anything. Upon finishing the feast, the servants left the grand hall after bowing to them. They were fortunate to work for the Voldegard family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have received extra cures for their family members. After everyone left the grand hall, Michael went directly to his room and began to brew the cures in silence. On the other hand, Gaia and Nightmare sat on the bed with their eyes closed to cultivate. After all, they had to take advantage of the thick arch energy in the atmosphere. Michael placed his table facing the open window. He stared at the evening sky brewing the cure. A few hours passed in utter silence when Michael finished brewing almost 3 large crates of cures. Since there was a possibility of a Reaper coming to assassinate him, Michael remained vigilant. Before starting again to brew potions, Michael removed the broken APD and fixed it quickly. The vampire made a number to the APD while in the Shadow Realm. If he hadn't repaired the APD now, problems might arise later. Thus, Michael fixed it under the light of candles. Although they had chandeliers, Michael enjoyed the darkness. His next goal was to brew enough potions to cure 500 people. It was indeed a small number, but brewing more would take time. Fortunately, Michael had nothing to do for a week. At least that was what he thought until his vision completely turned red with the system's notifications. Warning. Subordinate Heinberg is dead. The host has lost 50,000 badass points. The latest ____ are on _. Michael clenched his fist when his vision was blocked by pulsating crimson-red warning boxes in front of his eyes. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. The system did not only reduce 50,000 badass points but gave him a massive headache like someone's been hitting his head with a sledgehammer. But neither the headache nor the badass points disturbed Michael. Rather, it was the notification. What the fuck? Michael furrowed his brows as he tried to contact Maxine. My lord, where is H? Michael asked, gazing at the gloomy city under the night sky. He went to the peace talk with General Quintus. Tiberius went with them. Is something wrong, my lord? Maxina's voice turned grave. Where? Instead of giving Maxine a direct answer, Michael asked where they went to hold the peace talks. If anything, the system couldn't be wrong, and if it said Heinberg had died, then it must be true. The question was how and who killed Heinberg. But after hearing Maxine, Michael could answer his own question. In the abandoned castle in the hissing wood, Michael ignored the rhythmic clicking sounds produced by the undead harvesting the arch energy crystals with pickaxes. Where are you at? Michael asked Maxine as Gaia's eyes twitched. In the Stormville Mountain, my lord. I'll be there in a minute. Get ready to move out. Michael cut the connection without saying anything further. Afterward, Michael quickly closed the windows as well as the curtains. The room lost all the light and the darkness took hold of the room. With a simple wave of his hand, Michael snuffed out the light from the candles and chandeliers. When the room fell pitch black, Michael's eyes glistened like rubies. Stay here, Michael told Gaia a second before he vanished from the room. Visit. For the best no____ experience, Maxine dropped the pickaxe in her hand. Feeling uncomfortable because of the graveness in the Dark Lord's voice, Maxine flicked her wrist. In the next second, a skull mask and black robes materialized in her hand. She quickly placed the mask on her face and put on the dark robes above the dusty brown tunics. A cold breeze brushed past her back as Maxine felt a terrifying yet familiar presence. Maxine didn't need to turn around to tell that the man standing behind her was the Dark Lord. But unusually, the glistening blue crystals flickered, and the dark caves became darker. There was also a coldness in the air that sent shivers through her spine. She had never felt such a presence from the Dark Lord before. Coupled with the Dark Lord's questions about Heinberg and where he went, Maxine had a sickening feeling in her gut. No time for pleasantries. Lead me to Heinberg now, Michael said. Before Maxine could reply, Michael grabbed Maxine by her shoulder, casting the lightning dash. Michael only wanted Maxine to show him the way. He had no need for a backup, especially when one of his subordinates had died a few moments ago. This was the first time Michael lost a subordinate. Though he remained calm, Michael wanted to rip whoever killed Heinberg into shreds. It took so much effort to make each and every subordinate loyal to him. The last time Michael checked, Heinberg was on his way to becoming completely loyal to Michael. Every single subordinate was the cream of the crop, handpicked by Michael and Gaia. So losing one of them really stung Michael. Considering Michael pushed himself to the limit, his speed was to the point everything looked blurry. I shouldn't have taken Azazel away from the surveillance room. Michael blamed himself for making such an amateur mistake. Though all his subordinates had spiders that functioned as neck cameras, they were useless without Azazel to monitor them and inform Michael that something went wrong. Since Michael took Azazel with him to R, there was no one to watch the feed. He would have put Vidora on the job if they didn't go into seclusion to cultivate. Such a bad time to go into seclusion. Still, Michael had no way of foreseeing the future. He knew there was no way he could have predicted Heinberg's death. After 30 minutes of flying at a speed closer to the speed of sound, Maxine stopped him. She pointed at a worn-out castle tower protruding out of the thick canopy. Michael's eyes quickly adjusted themselves to the darkness. Upon flying closer to the castle, he activated his thermal vision to see if there were any life signs inside the castle. Except for veins and roots coiling around the ruined tower, nothing occupied the castle. System, teleport Maxine back to the Stormville Mountain. The runic teleportation immediately teleported Maxine back to Stormville Mountain. Afterward, Michael slowly flew towards the broken castle. Only the tower was visible to Michael. The rest was covered entirely by the canopy. He entered the castle through the opening where a huge bell used to be. Azazel. Michael contacted Azazel while descending towards the throne hall. "My lord," answered Azazel. "Visit. For the best no-understanding experience, return to the dark forest and tell me where Tiberius is." "As you wish, my lord." Upon landing on the once lavish throne hall, Michael saw the large roots and veins running chaotically throughout the hall. However, there was a stone table in the center that was spared by nature. With a wave of his hand, Michael conjured the alchemy flames, vanquishing the darkness with the jade light. As he got closer to the square stone table, fresh blood glistened under the jade light. Michael furrowed his brows, looking at the puddle of blood on the other side of the stone table. He squatted down beside the blood and touched it with his hand. Still warm, Michael felt the slight warmth from the blood. However, he couldn't be optimistic. The ground had absorbed most of the blood, but still there were at least 3 liters of blood in the puddle. No way a person could survive after losing that much blood. The question in Michael's mind was whether the blood belonged to Tiberius or Heinberg. Michael stood up to investigate the scene until Azazel contacted him again. While floating around the table, Michael noticed 2 sets of footsteps on either side of the table. He closed his eyes, picturizing the scene. In his mind, he could see Tiberius and Heinberg sitting on one side of the table and 5 people on the other. According to the footsteps' depth, Michael could tell whoever it was, they all wore heavy armor. "Quintus, were you here?" Michael asked himself, slowly opening his eyes. "Why did those idiots come here alone?" Michael muttered under his breath. Apparently, the peace talk was just a facade to kill Heinberg and Tiberius. If General Quintus had Heinberg killed, he didn't want anyone to find Heinberg's body. Besides, he may have taken Tiberius too because no footsteps were leading to any of the broken windows or collapsed walls. Knowing Tiberius and his skills, it would be challenging for Quintus' men to take Tiberius alive without a fight. How did they ambush them? Michael saw no signs of footsteps in the blood puddle. So Michael looked upwards and flew towards the ceiling. To his surprise, Michael saw claw marks on the ceiling straight above the table. He looked deep to see if he could see more claw marks, but he only found 4. The pattern and distance between each claw mark told Michael that a person wearing sharp claws was sticking to the ceiling like a gecko. Michael looked down. When the time came, he dropped to the ground and probably cut Heinberg's throat. The sudden turn of events must have caught Tiberius off guard, Michael concluded. To learn how Tiberius went down, he needed more evidence, but luckily his investigation came to an end when Azazel contacted him through the earpiece. "Visit. For a better user experience, my lord. I found Lord Tiberius. He's been tortured by someone in a dark room as we speak." Meanwhile, in a dark room dimly lit with torches, Tiberius was hanging from the ceiling with his hands and legs bound by metal chains. His entire body was riddled with cuts and bruises. Heinberg's body lay on the ground beside Tiberius. His throat was slit from one end to another. Whoever killed him made sure Heinberg had no chance of healing at all. The cut's deepness was to the point they almost cleaved his head off. "Arg!" Tiberius growled as blood oozed out of the cut on his left cheek. Despite the torture, the fire of anger burned bright in Tiberius' eyes. In addition to the anger, he grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth. "You have no idea who you're dealing with here," Tiberius said, looking at the darkness. After Tiberius growled and spat the blood in his mouth, 3 figures walked out of the darkness. The man who walked forward with a devilish grin on his face was General Quintus. The armor itself consisted of broad ferrous strips fastened to internal leather straps. The strips were arranged horizontally on the body, overlapping downwards. They surrounded the torso in 2 halves, being attached at the front and back by means of brass hooks, which were joined by leather laces. Tiberius saw Quintus grin before handing over the golden Spartan helmet with dark blue plumes. He had golden hair styled to resemble the Caesar cut on earth. The 2 soldiers behind Quintus stood almost 7 feet, wearing heavy armor from head to toe. The armor exposed not a single place in their body. After handing over the helmet to the heavily armored soldier to his right, Quintus unsheathed the bloody dagger he used to cut Tiberius. Are you talking about the pirate captain who could use magic or the black one who controls the Senate of Maven and Giselle from the shadows? Both are the same, you moron, Tiberius snickered. He didn't show a single sign of fear to Quintus or the dagger, no matter how many times Quintus cut him up. Upon hearing Tiberius, Quintus didn't look surprised. As a matter of fact, Quintus knew the Black One and the pirate captain who could use magic were the same. After the Black killed pirate Lord Vance, the news about the Black One spread throughout the continent like wildfire. At this point, there was not a single person who didn't know about the Black One. Even the three kings of the southern continent had formed a secret alliance to fight the Black One in case he tried to invade them. The alliance extended its arms to Kingdom Myril. They believed Myril might be the last Senate-ruled kingdom that was not under the control of the Black One. Normally, the three kings wouldn't meddle with the Senate-ruled kingdoms. However, after the Black One annexed the pirates, they put aside their differences to join forces. They believed their kingdoms weren't far away from being invaded by the Black One. So Myril declared war on Prerid to lure the Black One out of the shadows. Simply put, the most powerful kingdoms in the southern continent joined forces to fight the Black One. The peace talks were just a facade to take out the Black One's subordinates so the alliance could learn more about the Black One. It's a bad move to kill him, Tiberius spat yet again as Quintus moved closer to Tiberius. Why was that? Asked Quintus. He knows him more than me. He would have told you more about him. Arg, Tiberius growled as Quintus slowly ran the dagger across Tiberius' ribcage. General Quintus enjoyed inflicting pain. Seeing people suffer and cry in agony gave him a sense of pleasure that even the most beautiful women at night couldn't. To be honest, General Quintus wasn't as patriotic to Myril as everyone thought. He simply enjoyed the pain and suffering war brought on people. Visit. For the best no_vel_ed_ng experience, how many of you are working for this Black One? Quintus calmly asked and slowly licked the blood from the dagger. 6 or 7, Tiberius said, gritting his teeth to fight the pain. Names? Quintus asked. We don't use names, just numbers. Tiberius just lied instead of revealing the names. He wanted to buy time until the Dark Lord or the Dark Queens found him. Before Quintus and his men hung him on the chains, they ripped off his shirt and pendant and threw them into the room's dark corner. That's when Tiberius saw the pendant glimmer twice. He remembered Maxine giving Tiberius the silver pendant and telling him it might save his life someday. Tiberius believed that day might be today. Until someone comes to his rescue, Tiberius wants to stall Quintus. However, something told Tiberius that Quintus wasn't too interested in extracting information from him. Instead, Quintus focused on torturing Tiberius. Then let me enlighten you. Maxine, Corey, Gibson, Shorty, and Senator Caius. Quintus surprised Tiberius. Your employer shouldn't trust the pirates. A couple of girls and a mug of ale, those filthy pirates started to sing everything they knew about the Black One, said Quintus, ridiculing the pirates in the process. Not everything, Tiberius snickered. He's not called the Black One. That's just how he dresses. As he talked, Tiberius saw a glimmer behind Quintus once again. Seeing the glimmer, Tiberius sighed in relief. The two armored guards and Quintus might be deadly warriors, but they were nothing in front of the Dark Lord and the Dark Queen. Either of them could kill Quintus and his guards with a single spell. Tiberius started to roll his eyes around as though he was searching for the assassin who jumped on them at the abandoned castle. Despite Tiberius and Henneber being highly trained warriors, the assassin slit Heinberg's throat and knocked out Tiberius in a blink of an eye. Visit. For a better user experience, then what do you call him? Quintus asked somewhat, looking amused by Tiberius' answers. The Dark Lord, Tiberius snarled and waited for Quintus to cut him again. However, Quintus surprised Tiberius by turning around and leaving the room. After Quintus left the room, the two heavily armored soldiers gawked at Tiberius. Growling. HRG. The two soldiers growled at Michael like they were some kind of beasts. Tiberius even saw a puff of smoke coming through the two holes in their helmets. Tiberius yanked the chain, seeing the two slowly stepping towards him. This is a good time for you to show up, Dark Lord. Tiberius kept tanking the chains as the two monstrous soldiers approached him. The torches flickered just as they were about to grab Tiberius' head. The soldiers halted their steps to look around the torches flickering. Suddenly, the dim light radiated by the torches got completely snuffed out. As a result, the room completely fell into darkness. Growling. One soldier roared as Tiberius heard the sound of metal clanking. A few moments later, the soldier lit a matchstick to see what was happening around them. But as soon as he lit the matchstick, Tiberius saw the Dark Lord standing behind the two soldiers. Grrr. The matchstick quickly lost its flame as the room became dark once again. Poch. Visit. For a better user experience, Tiberius couldn't see anything but heard muffled ground followed by heavy thuds as though something heavy fell onto the ground. Afterward, Tiberius didn't hear a single sound. He yanked his chains in the darkness. A few moments later, the torches slowly started to burn again, lighting the room with dim orange light. As expected, Tiberius saw the Dark Lord standing before him between the two dead bodies. The two monstrous soldiers' legs were still twitching. Still, there was no way they could survive because Tiberius saw no heads attached to their shoulders. Heinberg. Before cutting Tiberius down, Michael turned his gaze to Heinberg's body. When Michael first wanted to turn Heinberg into his subordinate, the system didn't let him. The system said Michael couldn't force someone to be his subordinate. Still, Michael made Heinberg work for him using fear. It almost took Michael 4 months to raise Henneber's loyalty to the point the system accepted him as a subordinate. But all those efforts and future plans for Henneber went into the drain. Michael squatted beside Heinberg, conjuring an orb of jade flames to see Heinberg's face. His eyes were still open and contained a tinge of shock. Rest in peace. Michael closed his eyes before looking at the long cut across his throat. Unlike a loyal subordinate, he could earn 50,000 badass points in a snap. So whoever killed Heinberg just signed their death warrant. Looking at Heinberg's body, he could only sigh. Even the system had no power to bring death back to life at its current level. Dark Lord. Tiberius yanked the chains again as Michael stood up. With a single flick of his wrist, Michael sent a wind blade to cut through the chain. Thud. Tiberius fell to the ground and growled in pain. Upon seeing the cuts and wounds on Tiberius' body, Michael then threw a healing potion toward him. He could tell General Quintus took his sweet time gutting Tiberius like a pig. So Michael wondered how Knuts would feel to be at Tiberius' place for a change. Take his body and follow me, Michael ordered Tiberius, who quickly emptied the healing potion into his mouth. The healing potion closed all the cuts in Tiberius' body. Tiberius immediately felt refreshed and revitalized. So he slowly stood up and walked to Heinberg's body. Michael was about to reach the door when he halted his steps. He then turned around to see Tiberius following him, carrying Heinberg's body in his arms. Visit. For a better user experience, was it General Quintus? Michael asked in his demonic voice, which sounded colder than usual. He tortured me, but he didn't kill Heinberg. It was someone else. At this point, Michael accessed the feed recorded by Tiberius Necklace Spider and watched everything. The assassin who killed Tiberius possessed inhuman speed. He was either a highly trained assassin to even match Michael's skills or enhanced by some means. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Heinberg and knocked out Tiberius in a blink of an eye. He was simply too fast. Wait for me, Michael said before willing the system to teleport Tiberius to the dark forest. Afterward, Michael opened the door to see where they were. If he had any luck, he might meet General Quintus. But it was doubtful since Michael sensed no one around him. Couple of hours earlier, Mutrad, who Tenulia met at Peyton's funeral, descended onto a front lawn of a lavish manor in Kingdom Marin's border. The manor was a single property built on 10 acres of grass field and vineyard. No one in the area as far as one could see. Despite Mutrad's status in House Howrid, he arrived at the manor alone with no guards whatsoever. The Guardians offered Mutrad the manor as a base of operation where Howrid would take on the task of finding the Dark Lord. From the outside, the manor looked lavish. It had been built with gray stones and had mahogany wooden decorations. Tall, rounded windows let in plenty of light and added to the house in a very asymmetric way. The building itself was square-shaped with half surrounded by cloth sunscreens. The second floor was the same size as the first, but part of it hung over the edge of the floor below, creating an overhang on one side and a balcony on the other. This floor had roughly the same style as the floor below. The roof was high, rounded, and covered with wood shingles. 2 small chimneys sit at the side of the house. A few large windows let in just enough light to the rooms below the roof. Mutrad finally landed on the modest front lawn, covered mostly in grass, a few flower patches and a small pond. He looked at the clouds-filled sky and the snowflakes showering down upon him. He dusted off the snowflakes off of his dark brown robes and his sky-blue hair before making his way to the front door. No one was there to welcome Mutrad when he opened the door except a lone pathway to the hall. Mutrad closed the door behind him and walked to the hall where Mutrad saw 3 white-robed youngsters waiting for him. The chandelier above let out bright white light to illuminate the empty halls as well as the whiteboard. The youngsters stood up from the sofas to greet Mutrad. Lord Mutrad, Lord Mutrad, Lord Mutrad. The three of them greeted Mutrad, but Mutrad just nodded without showing any signs of friendliness. Remove your hoods and introduce yourselves, Mutrad said. He then turned around and waved his hand as a whiteboard familiar to the trio materialized before their eyes. They took a moment to see the contents on the whiteboard, but soon, they removed their hoods to reveal their faces. Among the three, one was a golden-haired young woman and the other two were young men. I was told there are 4 people in Operation New Dawn. The youngsters were surprised that Mutrad knew about a secret operation led by Peyton. But again, they were told Mutrad would take over the task to find the Dark Lord from the Guardians after their spectacular failure, which cost the Guardians one of their powerful warships and headquarters in Elon. Moreover, the Guardians were still trying to navigate away from the storm created by the Dark Lord by exposing the Guardians' connection with the vampires. Many noble families as well as royal families expressed their discontent. The commoners blamed the Guardians for not letting the world know about the vampires. Not that anyone could stop the vampires, but they all hated to be the blind side. Visit. For a better user experience due to these reasons, the higher-ups in the Guardian Guild chose to hand over handling the Dark Lord to House Howrid, not that the Guardians had any choice in the matter. Unless they wanted a full-on war with the Sea Folks, they had to give up the case to Mutrad. Go on, Mutrad said while looking at the paper clippings and the pictures on the whiteboard. He didn't bother to turn around because as far as Mutrad was concerned, the Guardians were lazy, corrupted morons who couldn't do their job correctly. Tell me your names, cultivation level, and the target assigned to you by Peyton. Mutrad stood there with his hands folded. I am Cassandra Perito. I recently reached core formation level 6, and my targets were Marco and Filippo. Both are rogue cultivators, said the blonde. Following the blonde, the red-haired young man began to introduce himself to Mutrad. I am Tomas Bell, core formation level 9. I got Hudson, Lucas, and Calypso as my targets. Hudson is a disciple of Golden Valley, Lucas and Calypso are rogue cultivators. Mutrad rubbed his chin as the last one stepped forward. Name is Leto Sikanava. Core formation level 8. Rogue cultivators Vladimir and Petro were my targets. After the three introduced themselves, Mutrad turned around. For a moment, Mutrad stared curiously at the three of them. Do any of you know where Connors is? Asked Mutrad, although he knew the answer to his question. No answer. Mutrad asked, looking at the three staring at each other, expecting the other to say something. Do you know who his target was? Mutrad asked, tilting his head. Considering the three of them were told to give their full cooperation to Mutrad whether they liked it or not, the girl didn't hide what she knew. She and Connors used to date at the time when Peyton put together a team for the Operation New Dawn. Although she and Connors broke up due to some differences, he revealed his targets to her. The latest _IP_SODIs are on the website. Ghost. To their surprise, Mutrad grinned upon hearing Cassandra. He slowly walked towards the trio and looked them in their eyes. Connors is dead, said Mutrad nonchalantly. Cassandra looked at the smiling Mutrad. When she locked eyes with him, she averted her gaze. She was afraid her relationship with Connors might be a hurdle to her rise in the Guardian Guild. Connors' death didn't affect her as much as the thought of being stuck at the bottom without any promotions. The eyes of the three were on Mutrad to see what he was about to tell next. Instead, Mutrad turned around. Ghost? Mutrad placed Michael's picture beside Gaia's. Afterward, Mutrad snapped his finger, taking a quill from his space ring. He started to put a cross on every one of their targets except Michael and Gaia. The trio had questions about why Mutrad crossed off the others but chose not to until he turned around again. When he did, Cassandra was the first one to raise a question. Lord Mutrad, why did you cross them off the board? Asked Cassandra. They are dead, Mutrad simply said like it was a simple thing. Some of the targets were soul refiners. Still, Mutrad said they are dead. The trio wondered what could have killed them. However, soon they received a shocking answer from Mutrad. Someone put a bounty on their heads. As a result, they were hunted down. Except these two, Mutrad pointed at Gaia and Ghost. I have another suspect who could be the Dark Lord or related to him. Mutrad stunned everyone by sticking Noah's picture on the board. Noah Winston? The trio was stunned. Noah was the rising star of the Guardian Guild. Not only that, but he was also the youngest to sit on the Guardian Captain's chair. Saying Noah was an assailant to the Dark Lord or worse, saying he was the Dark Lord, was nothing short of blasphemy. Mutrad had no right to accuse Noah of such a heinous crime. What do you know about Ghost before he comes to the river town? Nothing. He just appeared one day, right? Mutrad asked as his gaze swept across them. Visit. For a better user experience, the Dark Lord appears exactly 5 months after he arrived, Mutrad said. A month later, Jane Totonk had a quarrel with him, and 2 weeks later she was killed and hanged from her own home. At the same time there were also several victims, but they all died within Elon. Especially within a day of flying distance from Rivertown. According to my sources, he went from a body refining stage cultivator to a fusion stage cultivator in just 19 months. Not even humankind's best of the best have such monstrous cultivation speed. That's just the fact one. Mutrad began to walk left and right with his hands behind his back. Second fact. Connors went missing when he was tasked to deal with a senator in the southern continent. At the same time, a pirate captain dressed in black who could wield magic inside the void line appeared. Connor was last seen when he visited Senator Vibius. Coincidentally, Senator Vibius left the kingdom at the same time Connors went missing. The three of them heard rumors about someone who could use arch-energy within the void line. At first they thought it was just a ruse, but after hearing from Mutrad they didn't think it was. Nonetheless, the piece of news startled them. Mutrad had all the resources of House of Howrid at his disposal, along with the Guardian's records. Using both, it wasn't tough to find everything about Connor. Although Peyton was on the right track to find the Dark Lord, she didn't have the resources or authority like Mutrad to filter the suspect list effectively. After all, it cost Mutrad 80 million to put a bounty on all the suspects, including Michael. So, just to be safe, Mutrad requested the Grim Reapers to send fusion stage Reapers after the targets. To Mutrad's surprise, only one survived, Ghost. Connor's soul suffered in agony in the last moments of his life. He was tortured brutally. Assumed the magic wielder is the Dark Lord, and he was the one who kidnapped Connors. Why did he torture Connors? The Dark Lord took his time with Connors. What? Mutrad directed his gaze to the three of them. Instead of asking Mutrad how did he know for sure that not only Connors is dead, but also he was tortured, the trio picked their brains to answer Mutrad. Deep down they wanted to impress Mutrad so they could get a shot at a promotion. After all, they were handpicked by Peyton because they were power-hungry and eager to impress their higher-ups. He must have done something to piss off the Dark Lord, said Tomas. Can it be because Connors killed someone the Dark Lord cherished? Asked Mutrad with an amused smile. It can be, answered Cassandra. Jack Nerian, a disciple of the Sunrise sect who murdered by a mysterious bandit group near their sect. This is funny because there was no bandit camp near their sect at that time. Connors killed Jack, and as a result he was tortured to death by the Dark Lord. All things being equal, the simplest is often the right one. The Dark Lord arrived after Ghost. Jane Totonk had a quarrel with Ghost and died. Connors, who killed Jack, disappeared and was tortured to death. The common thing between all these is Ghost. The latest _episodes are on website. But Lord Mutrad, Ghost was in the Nether Realm when Jane was killed? He even took the truth pill and proved his innocence. Leto raised his thought. He didn't kill doesn't mean he was innocent. In the southern continent, the Black One is seen with a woman. And guess what? Ghost also has a fiancée who didn't go to the Nether Realm. She must have sneaked into Totonk Manor and killed her, Mutrad explained. So you're saying Ghost is the Dark Lord? Cassandra asked. Yes, said Mutrad. Then what about Noah? Asked Tomas. There is a little chance Noah might be the Dark Lord. However, I am certain this guy has some sort of connection with the Dark Lord, Mutrad said. Although Mutrad didn't have enough facts to connect Noah to the Dark Lord, his gut feeling said Noah was somehow related to the Dark Lord. Now all he needed was to follow Ghost and prove him guilty. But he wasn't going to chase down the Dark Lord as Tenulia did. The Dark Lord might be the trinkets criminal Mutrad had chased because all Mutrad had was theories, not evidence. Without solid evidence, he wouldn't be able to deploy all the resources at his disposal. A small mistake could result in a calamity for the Arctic Hall. Unlike the Guardians, the higher-ups of the House of Howrid warned everyone about the Dark Lord and the threat he posed to the entire world. As a result, Mutrad was strictly ordered to investigate with utmost caution. I chose to share everything because of the same reason why Peyton chose you in the first. You three are the most power-hungry humans in the guild. You want to prove you're worth something. From now on, you three will work directly for me. As your reward for working for me, you will be placed directly under the Alpha Guardian of your choice, surpassing the position of Guardian Captain. The offer was beyond their expectation. Their eyes glistened, sparkling with excitement. Each of them would have done anything if Mutrad offered them a position of Guardian Captain, let alone a position under the Alpha Guardian of their choice. Being placed directly under an Alpha Guardian meant one thing: they could become the next Alpha Guardian one day. "My sword is yours, Lord Mutrad." Cassandra was the first one to kneel down with her hands on her chest. Currently, Cassandra was tasked to monitor the nobles in Azair, which she considered a waste of time. She spent most of her time following nobles, watching them drink, harass people, and commit all sorts of heinous crimes. Guardian Captain Gerard gave her some of the worst tasks in the guild instead of tasks that could solidify her chance to become a Guardian Captain. Since Cassandra wasn't from a prominent noble family, she had to put up with Guardian Captain with the hope that someday her luck would turn. After hearing Mutrad, she had a feeling this was her way to get to the top of the hierarchy. Moreover, this wasn't an off-the-books operation. Therefore, each of them must be given some sort of reward. And a man like Mutrad didn't have a need to give them a fake promise. "It'll be an honor to work for you, Lord Mutrad." Leto dropped to one knee and lowered his head like a loyal soldier. If someone made a list of the most racist people in the Guardian Guild, Leto would be in the top 10. He literally killed countless beastmen just because they weren't humans. His family was one of the biggest slave traders in Azair. Yet his racism went out of the window before a golden opportunity presented by Mutrad. He bent his knee to Mutrad, a sea folk, without a second of hesitation. The latest _IP_SODIs are on the website. Unlike Cassandra, Leto didn't hate the task given to him by Gerard. On the contrary, he loved his task of destroying goblin nests throughout Elon. Since his family was in the slavery business, he captured all the goblins along with any other non-human races and sold them to nobles for a hefty price. The weak goblins were the perfect replacement for dummies to test spells and attacks. In fact, many nobles preferred live targets such as goblins and weak beast men over dummies. His family supplied thousands of goblins and beast men every year. Of course, the Guardians knew about this but didn't care less about the goblins or the beast men. If Leto could become the next Alpha Guardian or even a Guardian Captain, he could use the connection and authority to send several teams just to capture non-humans. In other words, he could treat the Guardians like adventurers. The only difference was Leto wouldn't have to pay the Guardians. "I am yours to command, Lord Mutrad." Finally, Tomas knelt down with his hand on his chest like Cassandra. If Leto's family profited by trading in slaves, Tomas' family was in the business of mining and real estate. Even as a low-level Guardian, Tomas used his status to force hundreds of commoners out of their lands. If a commoner decided to file a complaint against him or his family, they would simply disappear. Toman's family owned at least one mine in every kingdom in Azair. Suppose Toman became a Guardian Captain, his family would own almost all the mines. They would be also able to expand their business to Elon at that time. Finally, putting the three of them to catch the Dark Lord was ironic. The three of them committed more crimes than the Dark Lord ever did. Good, Mutrad nodded. He knew the history of every single of them. To be honest, he couldn't care less who they were and what they did. Instead, all he cared about was catching the Dark Lord and killing him once and for all. "Rise," Mutrad said. He then turned around to look at the ghost's portrait on the whiteboard. The Guardians should have given Peyton more resources and protection. She almost cracked the case. Mutrad admired Peyton. He almost felt pity for Peyton. Given more time, resources, and protection, Mutrad had no doubt she would have proved Ghost as the Dark Lord. If she weren't getting close to the Dark Lord, he would have let the Guardians continue their goose chase. But instead he went to such lengths and took risks to kill Peyton and destroy Tenulia's warship, calmly said Mutrad. Just to be safe and create a controlled environment for his investigation, Mutrad hired Reapers to kill everyone on the suspect list. The Reapers killed everyone except one, Ghost. Now that Mutrad picked Ghost as his target, he would dissect everything about Ghost. Several moments later, Mutrad turned around and issued his first orders to each of them. Visit. For the best no_vil_underscored_ng experience, Cassandra, the Sunrise sect is hiring teachers. Get the job. Mutrad handed over a golden parchment to Cassandra. He then turned his gaze to Leto. Get your family to become one of Ghost's biggest customers of Majestic. When the time comes, represent your family and meet him. As you wish, my lord, Leto bowed. Tomas, Mutrad looked at Tomas. You're to leave for the southern continent and establish yourself as a pirate under Pirate Lord Corey. Take this. With a flick of his wrist, Mutrad took out another golden parchment from his space ring before handing it over to Tomans. The latter opened it to see the map of Giselle and a cross. You will meet my contact there. He will give you all the necessary tools to survive. After issuing orders to them, Mutrad gazed at them. If you have any issue, you can back out now. As Mutrad expected, none of them dared to open their mouths. Visit. For a better user experience, remember, under no circumstances you're to approach Ghost or the Black One in the southern continent. The last time Guardians underestimated him, he played you for a fool, destroyed your headquarters and killed one of your best. Unlike Tenulia, Mutrad didn't dare to underestimate Ghost. Until Mutrad was sure Ghost had no way to escape, he wouldn't make a move against him. There were still too many things he didn't know about Ghost. In fact, none of the Guardians had any idea what he was capable of. Without knowing every aspect of his power, he wouldn't be able to catch the Dark Lord. Moreover, if a single word of what I said went out, I will wipe you and your family out of this world. Trust me when I say this, I don't make threats. I make promises. Mutrad's voice became colder to the point the three of them felt shivers running through their spines. His eyes glimmered as they could see the murderous intent in Mutrad's eyes. Because Elon and Azair were still affected by Hydra's cry, no one was able to see Mutrad's cultivation level. They would be startled by his fusion stage level 10 cultivation if they could. We wouldn't dare, Lord Mutrad, Cassandra sternly said. Now leave. Make sure no one follows you, Mutrad said and waved his hand as the whiteboard disappeared from the hall. Afterward, Mutrad left the manor before the three. He wanted to meet his elders and get their blessings in the Crystal Ocean before officially starting his case. Do you really think Ghost is the Dark Lord? After Mutrad left the manor, Leto asked the other two. What he said made sense to me. But I didn't get why he feel Noah had something to do with the Dark Lord, Tomas answered. Whatever it is, I am pretty sure we will figure it out soon. I heard the Seal folks are smarter than us. Now I know it's true, Cassandra admired Mutrad. He has more resources and authority than Peyton or we ever had. Do you think Guardian Captain Gerard would let us do anything without a pile of paperwork and shit like that? Leto complained. Speaking of Guardian Captain Gerard, rumor is that he stopped cultivating and starting to drink too much ever since Peyton died? What's the story with that, huh? Cassandra asked. The latest _IP_SODIs are on the website. Don't you know? He was in love with Peyton. One of my servants saw both of them together in Ruby Cuisine one day in Thusia, said Tomas. Oh shit. So he was in love with her. Now I know why he agreed to Peyton to start the off-the-book operation in the first place. She was his sweetheart, chuckled Cassandra. That's not all. After her death, he was drinking and blaming Noah for her death at Nightshade one day. I don't know the full story, but we can expect Gerard to go against Noah soon. Chapter 607. A celestial being back in the Shadow Realm, the dark sky split open suddenly. A vortex appeared out of nowhere and swirled rapidly in the sky. This wasn't anywhere close to where Michael was earlier. Instead, the vortex appeared on the other end of the dungeon, where the vampires and the skinless creatures emerged from the Queen's homeworld. The walls had countless holes from where the skinless creatures crawled out to see the vortex in the sky. H.I.S. The skinless creatures hissed at the vortex while the vampires materialized out of thin air. Unlike the vampires Michael fought, these were monstrous creatures. Each of them stood 7 to 8 feet tall, with shark-like teeth, and covered themselves with robes made of solidified blood. As soon as the skinless creatures noticed the vampires, they stopped hissing to kneel down. Although the vampires had their faces covered, one could see a tinge of fear in their red eyes. For some reason, the vampires shuddered to look at the vortex. They could all feel a tremendous power coming through the vortex. He is coming. Suddenly, the demonic voice of the Queen resonated in the area. Her furious shout made the vampires drop to their knees. Afterward, a silhouette of a woman gradually formed near the vortex. The Queen. Our goddess. The vampires raised their hands and prayed in their own language at the silhouette. The black smoke was almost finished forming the silhouette when a shock wave appeared from the vortex and blasted away the silhouette. After the silhouette faded into thin air, a loud bark echoed through the dungeon walls. As soon as the vampires heard the bark, they trembled. The bark contained enough force to melt down a few skinless creatures like wax statues. The skinless creatures hissed violently as the vampires bore their teeth, revealing their long bloody fangs. They were all poised to attack whatever comes out of the vortex. The amount of pressure coming out of the vortex nearly crushed the skinless creatures and the vampires. So I am back to this hellhole? Following the bark, a calm voice resonated from the vortex. The vampires and the skinless creatures took a step back, sensing the pulsing energy in the air. They even shivered. As they backed away, a figure dressed in black stepped out of the vortex. As a result, the vortex gradually faded away. The figure who walked out of the vortex gazed at the skinless creatures and the vampires on the ground. Just like Michael, he was also dressed in full black. However, the man's armor had several metal plates around the shoulder and chest, giving him extra protection as well as adding elegance to the dark armor. In addition, he also wore a cape and a hood to cover his head. The skinless creatures roared, jumping up and down vigorously in anger. On the other hand, the vampires began to float. This chapter upload first at novel.bin.net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit novel.next.com to experience faster update speed. Looking at the vampires approaching him, he slowly removed the dark hood covering his face. If Michael were here, he would be surprised or even startled to see him. He was none other than Michael's fellow Earthling, Hunter Blade. He was dealing with a group of traitors when the Shadow Realm sucked him from his castle. Considering Hunter had visited the Shadow Realm couple of times, the Shadow Realm didn't shock him much. Everything looked familiar to Hunter, even the vampires. Upon seeing the vampires, Hunter grinned. He had no fear whatsoever of the vampires. In fact, he looked amused to see the vampires approaching him, knowing nothing about the extent of his powers. This version of the Hunter visited the Shadow Realm once, so he was familiar with the setting and everything. The only question Hunter had was where he would go from the Shadow Realm this time. The last time he visited the Shadow Realm to harvest experience points, Don's universe sucked him in, and he almost wiped out Don's enemies for him. True vampires? Hunter devilishly grinned at the vampires. In his universe, he came across the vampires a couple of times. In his world, he called these vampires true vampires because they were pure breeds. They were born and grew up in the Queen's world before coming to the Shadow Realm. Is that Queen bitch still around? Hunter asked, folding his arms. He pretended to search for the Queen. Grrrrhhhh. The vampires roared after they heard Hunter. Although they lacked the ability to communicate in the Shadow Realm, they could understand any language. Hence, they knew what Hunter had just said. Hearing him disrespect their queen made their blood boil. They didn't even try to gauge Hunter's power in their anger. Instead, they blindly dashed at him in the air. Stupid as always, Hunter snickered. Then, while the three true vampires were dashing at him, Hunter calmly flicked his wrist as a whip made of pure red energy materialized in his hand. Whoosh! Hunter just waved the whip in a circular shape, cleaving all their heads in a blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 85 Sentinel Stage True Vampire. The reward is 750,000 experience points and 10,000 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 86 Sentinel Stage True Vampire. The reward is 800,000 experience points and 20,000 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 87 Sentinel Stage True Vampire. The reward is 850,000 experience points and 40,000 badass points. So weak, Hunter disappointedly shook his head. The number of experience points he received was so underwhelming. But again, Hunter didn't expect too much from the weaklings. To be honest, he almost wished he appeared in the darkest corners of the Shadow Realm where the most powerful beings under the Queen's command reside. If they were all in Michael's world, the true vampires would be at half-immortal stage, and Hunter would be at celestial stage. The celestial stage was the highest stage one could have in the mortal world. After reaching the celestial stage, they would ascend to the upper realms. So suppose Hunter went to Michael's world, there would be no one to stop him except the Sky Hall. Even the Council of Immortals would be as weak as ants in front of Hunter at the moment. After cleaving 3 heads, the energy whip radiated a low-pitched whistling sound. It craved more blood. For now, Hunter chose to ignore his weapon. System, why am I here? Find me a way out, Hunter ordered his system. The system requires 3 million badass points to complete the task. This chapter upload first at novel.bin.net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit novel.next.com to experience faster update speed. Take it, Hunter said, like 3 million points were nothing to him. In fact, he was at the point he could earn 3 million badass points in a day. His criminal empire rewarded him with passive income enough for him to literally do anything. But even then, Hunter craved more power and more points. After all, Hunter still had powerful enemies to deal with in his universe. Therefore, coming to the Shadow Realm was like a nice vacation for him. Grrrrhhh! Seeing the headless bodies hitting the ground, the 6 remaining true vampires roared. Where is that bitch anyways? Hunter antagonized the true vampires once again to rile them up. Otherwise, they might use their brains and form a strategy to fight him. This way they would be furious and jump straight into battle without any plans in their minds. As far as his experience with the true vampires went, they were not mindless idiots. Before he came up with a way to destroy them, the true vampires were one of the most formidable opponents in his world. Hunter may be powerful, but he never underestimated his enemies. That was how he survived to this date. Jurr. The true vampire stomped the ground and shot towards Hunter at the speed of a lightning flash. However, in Hunter's perspective, they moved as slow as a sloth. This time, he flicked the whip's hilt as the energy whip transformed into a scythe. The blade glimmered in crimson red as though it was forged with ruby, and the hilt looked metal black. With the scythe in his hand, Hunter resembled a reaper. Whoosh! Hunter just swung the scythe, cutting the vampires in halves from their hips. The blood gushed out as 6 halves slowly fell to the ground. The vampires didn't even realize how they died. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 85 Sentinel Stage True Vampire. The reward is 750,000 experience points and 10,000 badass points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 86 Sentinel Stage True Vampire. The reward is 800,000 experience points and 20,000 badass points. Hunter ignored the system notifications ringing in his head. Instead, he looked down on the army of skinless creatures crawling out of their holes. Let's have some fun, Hunter smirked as the scythe disappeared from his hand. Upon seeing the skinless creatures roaring and growling at him, Hunter simply snapped. Although it was a simple snap, the entire dungeon trembled violently. Afterward, a bright light appeared in the sky directly above them. The skinless creatures closed their eyes due to its brightness, but soon, what started as an orb of light grew big enough to make Hunter look puny near it. In a blink of an eye, Hunter created a meteor to drop it on the skinless creatures. At this point, I just feel pity for them, Hunter devilishly grinned, contrary to his words. The next moment, he snapped again as the meteor soared through the air and landed in the middle, creating a massive mushroom cloud. The impact could be compared to a mini nuclear bomb. The system has completed its task. When the host is ready, the system can teleport the host out of the Shadow Realm. I am ready. Hunter didn't even bother to stay in the Shadow Realm to see the skinless creatures burnt to ashes. Instead, he wanted to get out of here to see where he would go next. It would be nice to see Ghost again, Hunter smirked as a bright light enveloped him. Chapter 608. Hunter and Ghost meet again after the meteor hit the dungeon. Everything within a 15-meter radius burnt to the crisp. Even the walls that stood the test against time for thousands of years crumbled down in a few moments. Seeing the huge crater on the ground, Hunter smiled with satisfaction. The light shrouded him for a couple of moments before fading away from the Shadow Realm along with Hunter. When the bright light covering his vision disappeared, Hunter was hovering in the sky above a forest stretched far to the horizon. The storm clouds grew darker by the second, indicating the approaching storm. The ominous sound of thunderclaps and the howling wind pushed Hunter to find shelter before the storm. Hunter looked around to locate any villages or cities, yet there was nothing but green forest as far as he could see. Warning! Warning! One of the Queen's generals has woken up by your presence. Utmost caution required. Hunter creased his brows. The last time Hunter fought a general, they destroyed an entire pocket dimension. He also entered a coma state because the general damaged his soul and body a little bit too much. He would have died that day if it wasn't for the system. Although he killed the general at the end of the day, Hunter didn't want to go through a battle such as that again in a different universe where the energy rules may differ from his. Can you sense how powerful this general is? Hunter asked. You have a 50% chance to defeat if you use all your powers, the system said. Unlike Michael's system, which still had a tinge of mechanical sound, Hunter's system sounded completely like a serious woman. That means I have a 50% chance to die. Fuck that. It's a problem for the people who live here, Hunter said. He was a man who wouldn't do anything unless he could get something in return. He was building a criminal empire based on the soul principle. Fighting a general would not only give him nothing but also endanger his life. Besides, Hunter knew if he started a fight with a general, most probably every single powerhouse in this universe would arrive at the scene. At that time, his secret of being another worlder might be exposed. So you're going to ignore the badass points and experience you would get by slaying the general? The system asked, almost sounding mad at Hunter for being overly cautious. Yes, Hunter simply said. He valued his life more than the badass and experience points. After all, no amount of points would save him if the general killed him. Afterward, Hunter picked a random direction and flew in that direction. Hunter was flying in peace when his body trembled due to the sudden thunderous roar that resonated in the area. Even though he was in the air, his body shivered as though the roar had shaken the sky itself. Jrrr. Fuck, Hunter cursed. Since he had fought a general before, he instantly recognized the roar. We have to find out why we are here as soon as possible, Hunter creased his brows. Every time the Shadow Realm sucked him out of his universe and spat him into another, he had to complete certain tasks. Even the system had no control over traversing throughout universes. Therefore, he knew that until he found out the reason why he was in this universe, he wouldn't be able to return to his world. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Calm to experience faster update speed, he closed his eyes for a second as two majestic wings spread out from his back. The wings were enveloped in crimson-red flames, almost making them look like they were made of fire. With a single flap of his wings, he flew forward at speed closer to the speed of sound, leaving a fiery trail behind him in the sky. After flying for a couple of minutes, Hunter noticed a bolt of lightning shooting towards the sky from the ground. Hunter rubbed his chin before flapping his wings once again. Instead of flying away from Hunter, he noticed the golden lightning bolt approaching him. In a few blinks of an eye, Hunter and the lightning bolt met in midair. Hunter. Hunter heard a familiar voice calling by his name. Soon the lightning bolt turned into a black-robed youngster. Ghost? Hunter grinned, looking at his fellow Earthling. Gradually, the flaming wings faded away out of existence. What the hell are you doing here? Michael asked Hunter. After exiting the ruined castle, Michael stepped into the forest when he suddenly felt a strong surge of power in the distance. To his surprise, the system urged Michael to locate the power source. He was about to leave the castle when Michael heard the thunderous roar that made the castle completely collapse. He followed the roar's direction but never expected to find Hunter Blade in the middle of the sky in a million years. However, due to Michael's recent visit to Hunter's universe, he could tell this time Hunter was the one who must have traveled to another universe. You tell me? The Shadow Realm sucked me from an important meeting and spat me here. And that shout I heard a moment ago, it's fucking General of the Queen, damn it, Hunter saw Ghost rubbing his temples. Hunter quickly tried to peek at how powerful Ghost was in his own universe, but surprisingly Hunter was unable to see Ghost's power level. So, as his next resort, he tried to summon the system, only to realize the system had entered into an offline state for some reason. You've gone offline now? Fuck you, system, Hunter cursed inside. Why do I have this feeling your appearance is somehow connected to the Hydra waking up? Michael asked Hunter. It probably is. If you're lucky, you guys might have a day or two before the general leaves its tomb, said Hunter. For a few moments, Michael remained silent, thinking of a way to deal with the Hydra. He might be at the fusion stage, but according to the system, he had no chance against it until he reached the half-immortal stage. Luckily, with the skill Michael bought in the Shadow Realm to convert the cultivation stages to match the cultivation stage in his world, he was able to tell Hunter was stronger than a half-immortal. If I could use Hunter to deal with the Hydra, I might survive this without destroying this world, Michael thought to himself. Ghost? Suddenly Michael heard the voice of Cain. The last time Michael heard from Azazel, he said Vidora was in seclusion. It seemed like they had to come out because of the Hydra's shout. Give me a sec, Michael said to Hunter and flew a couple of meters away from Hunter. The Hydra. It's calling us? What do you mean calling you? Michael furrowed his brows. He wants us to meet him. Otherwise he's saying he will destroy this world. We have 6 hours to meet him in the Stormville Mountain, said Cain. What do we do? I asked Michael. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Calm to experience faster update speed, we have no choice, said Michael. If the Hydra comes out of Stormville Mountain, it would definitely destroy the world Michael has been trying to control. He had put so much effort just to let a Hydra destroy it. Although he could just stand by and watch the Hydra destroy everything, including his enemies, there wouldn't be much left of the world after it was done. Besides, it would most certainly enslave him or just kill him. Therefore, Michael chose to go meet the Hydra instead of waiting for it to kill him. He wouldn't have come to this conclusion so quickly if it wasn't for Hunter. They'll be there in a few minutes. Get ready to meet the Hydra, Michael said. Then he turned around to see Hunter. I assume you have a plan to stop the general, asked Hunter. Might be. Seeing Ghost dragging his words, Hunter knew his plan must have something to do with him. But you need my help. Am I right? Hunter sighed. It was Michael's bad luck that he had to ask for Hunter's help. But again, it was no one's fault that the Shadow Realm teleported Hunter to his universe, which caused the Hydra to wake up. If Michael had to blame someone, he should blame the Queen for creating such an abomination and putting it in his universe. Remember, you can't leave this universe until you complete the task given to you by the Shadow Realm. Hunter's system chose to come out of its offline status for a moment to instruct Hunter. Also, if the general wanted you dead, it would have started a battle as soon as you entered this universe. So quit being a pussy and be a badass, says the one who went offline. Hunter ridiculed the system but received no response from it. Since the system itself urged him to face the general, Hunter decided to trust Ghost's plan. After all, he was the #1 assassin back on Earth. So Hunter was positive Ghost could come up with a plan that would include not dying. So what's the plan? Hunter asked Michael. Well, since we are both familiar with traveling to another universe, we know you can't get out of here until you get your task done. No shit, said Hunter. It's safe to say the Hydra has something to do with your task. So, why don't we go meet it in person? But as soon as Hunter heard Michael, he was taken aback by surprise. He furrowed his brows. You want to go meet the general? That's your plan? Michael nodded as Hunter let out a heavy sigh. Tell me you have a backup plan, asked Hunter. Michael looked at Hunter and smiled. Although Hunter looked like he was following Michael's plan, he had a plan of his own in case Michael's plan failed. After all, Hunter built a powerful criminal empire from scratch on his own. He was not stupid to follow Michael into the Hydra's den just because Michael was from Earth. On the other hand, Michael also knew Hunter must have another plan of his own. Simply put, they were using each other to finish their own tasks. Chapter 609. Meeting the Terrifying Hydra. Meeting the Terrifying Hydra. Hunter and Michael flew towards the Stormville mountain in silence. When they saw the mountain on the horizon, Michael halted his flying. Wait a moment, Michael said. Hunter just nodded as Michael disappeared from his sight. Teleportation, Hunter muttered. While he was waiting for Ghost to return, he stared at the ominous mountain on the horizon. The mountain reminded Hunter of Mount Doom in Lord of the Rings movies. The storm clouds and flashes of lightning decorated the mountain. Stormville Mountain. A fitting name, Hunter nodded. Although he was floating far away from the mountain, he could feel the terrifying energy coming from within the mountain. He didn't like the mountain or the general residing within at all. However, Hunter had no choice. He had to deal with the general if he wanted to return to his world. Hopefully, Ghost's plan would work and avoid any calamities. Several moments later, Hunter sensed the space around him distort again. Out of the blue, Ghost appeared before him again. This time, he appeared with a 3-headed Hydra in his hand. To Hunter's surprise, he felt the same energy as the general from the little Hydra. Fuck. Ayag's eyes went wide when she saw Hunter. Compared to Ghost, the new guy's energy radiations were on another level. They could tell he was most certainly stronger than any fusion stage cultivation. Nonetheless, they had no idea Hunter was at the celestial stage, above half-immortal and immortal stage. Kane, Sarba, Ayag, meet Hunter. Michael introduced Hunter to Vidora. Why do I sense a different kind of energy coming from you? Sarba asked. Let's deal with the Hydra first. Then we can get acquainted, Michael interjected Vidora before they could nag Hunter. Hunter grinned at the 3 heads before following behind Ghost. The closer he got to the mountain, the denser the energy in the air became. Of course, he would be lying if he said he wasn't terrified of the general. And he was positive Ghost was also feeling the same. But for now, Hunter shoved any fear he had to the back of his mind and landed on the cave's mouth, leading to the mountain's center. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed. After telling Hunter to wait, Michael didn't directly go to the dark forest to pick up Vidora. Instead, he teleported to Stormville Mountain so he could clear all the undead mining the mountain. Since Maxine was preparing for Heinberg's funeral, no one was in Stormville Mountain except them. Following Ghost, Hunter entered the dark cave. On his way to the center, Hunter noticed several mining tools, footsteps as well as a few glowing crystals glowing from the walls. He could sense weird energy pulsating from the crystals, but he couldn't identify them. Of course, Hunter would have paid the system to learn about the crystals' origins if the system hadn't gone offline. For now, Hunter guessed these energy crystals may have contained the energy of this world. Luckily for them, the glowing blue crystals lit their path. After walking for several minutes, Hunter stepped into a spacious hall where he saw a huge red cross on a wall at the hall's end. Additionally, the words "Do not come near" were engraved onto the stone wall. He knows we are here, Hunter saw the gray head in the middle declare. You could talk to a general? Hunter asked in surprise. Not to any general but a Hydra, Michael answered instead of Vidora. So you named them after King Ghidorah, huh? Hunter smirked. As a fellow Earthling, the name Vidora sounded familiar to Hunter. I heard you named your dog Dogzilla, Michael chuckled just to lighten the mood a bit while walking towards the cross. Hunter was about to ask Michael something when Michael placed his hand on the wall before them. Afterward, he plunged his head into the wall, slowly sliding the wall open to reveal a crack behind. As soon as Hunter saw the crack, he felt a hot gush of air, forcing him to take a few steps back. Moreover, Hunter heard a loud breathing sound. This is it, Michael took a deep breath. For a few moments his mind went black. He wondered what might be the reason for the Hydra to summon them here. Besides, Michael hated the connection between Vidora and the Hydra. If the Hydra could communicate with Vidora anytime, it might mess up with Vidora one day. After all, Vidora was still little and weak compared to the Hydra. Hunter, on the other hand, focused more on his well-being rather than on anyone else's. As far as he was concerned, all he wanted was to get out here alive and return to his world. As Ghost squeezed through the crack, Hunter thought about destroying the Shadow Realm once and for all. No Shadow Realm, no sucking him into another universe. Hunter heard a rhythmic growling coming from the other side. They all felt like they had entered into a storm. But after they stepped out of the crack, everything became dead silent. Hunter and Michael walked to the edge and stared into the abyss below. Without their control, their heartbeat rapidly increased. As far as they could see, there was nothing but darkness below. Suddenly they saw 4 pairs of crimson-red glow in the darkness. Michael and Hunter almost jumped back in shock. They tried to take a step back from the edge. Except when they were about to, an invisible force pushed them into the abyss from behind. Fuck. Ayag screamed as loud as she could. They continued to fall deeper and deeper. Shockingly, both Michael and Hunter lost their cultivation power. This chapter upload first at novel.bin.net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit novel.next.com to experience faster update speed system. Hunter screamed at the system in his mind just as Michael did. Yet, both of their badass systems went offline instead of providing them with support. We are still falling, said Michael. Hunter, are you there? Michael asked to make sure Hunter was with him. Yeah. I better not die here, Ghost, Hunter growled. He was starting to enjoy his life as a crime lord back in his world. He would hate to die just when his life was getting better and better. Usually, Hunter liked the thrill of hunting a stronger predator. Whereas the Hydra wasn't a mere predator they could hunt. Rather, the Hydra was a world-ending calamity. We want, Michael said, although he was losing confidence. Without cultivation power they stood no chance before the Hydra. After falling continuously for another 5 minutes, they finally hit the ground. Fortunately, something soft cushioned their fall, saving their bones, and Michael's chest cushioned Vidora's fall. Arg, Michael growled as he slowly stood up. The pitch-black darkness around him prevented him from seeing anything. He heard another growl, probably belonging to Hunter. For a few moments, the eerie silence sent chills through their shivers. Michael listened to the surroundings closer, expecting the Hydra to show up any second. Otherworldlers, all of a sudden, a thunderous voice resonated around them. The ground literally began to tremble as a dim crimson-red light lit the abyss. In the red glow they saw a massive object that looked like a metal tower. It took Michael a few seconds to realize that it wasn't a metal tower but a nail. While in utter shock, Michael saw Hunter slowly making his way to his side and joined him, looking upwards. Their necks began to hurt, but they simply couldn't see the Hydra's head. Instead they could only see giant scales. If Michael had to guess, he would say the Hydra stood at least 250 meters tall with a wingspan of 150 meters. In the dim crimson light radiated by the Hydra's eyes, they saw the metallic black scales and red wings. This Hydra made King Ghidorah look like a puppy in Michael's eyes. It's huge. Hunter's jaw dropped several inches, his eyes widened, and several beads of sweat formed on his forehead upon seeing a small glimpse of the Hydra. You have something that belongs to me, the Hydra's voice sounded louder than a thunderclap. Unfortunately, it was difficult for both Michael and Hunter to decode the words as the words coming out of the Hydra's mouth were simply too horrifying. Initially, Michael imagined he might meet the Hydra face to face. Although he knew it was huge, he had never expected the Hydra to exceed his imagination by several folds. The size of the Hydra itself scared the hell out of Michael. Still, he hadn't seen the full form of the Hydra, but what he saw was enough to make his legs tremble. On the other hand, Vidora was speechless just like Hunter. The Hydra was beyond any cultivation stages. To be honest, Hunter didn't think they could take on the Hydra even with their cultivation power. If the Hydra wanted, it could crush them with its toe. Now Michael realized how a single Hydra could make an entire continent void of any arch energy. Without any spell or energy attack, the Hydra could destroy cities just by walking through them. Swallowing the fear in his heart, Michael tried to gauge Hydra's cultivation stage. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't. How could he sense the Hydra's power when the Hydra was beyond any cultivation stages in Michael's universe? It took a moment for him to realize the Hydra didn't belong to this world or his universe. What? Michael tried to talk, but no words came out of his mouth. So he cleared his throat before speaking again. For the first time in his life, a lump formed in his throat due to overwhelming fear. "My lord, what do you want with us?" Michael addressed the Hydra as my lord. He didn't dare to show any signs of disrespect towards something that could end his life within a snap of time. "I am called Mugashiku, one of the great generals of the Queen of All." As the Hydra said, Michael and Hunter saw countless thick red lightning bolts crackling around the Hydra, lightening the abyss for a moment. The lightning bolts were bright to the point Hunter and Michael had to close their eyes. As a result, they failed to see the complete form of the Hydra. Chapter 610, A Deal with the Devil. Your kind has persisted so much. Famine, wars, and even the test of time, the Hydra calmly spoke in its growling voice. However, this voice seemed slightly different than the voice before. Since Michael knew Vidora and how each head had its own voice and personality, Michael could tell the voice changed because of the different heads. There were 8 crimson-red eyes, which meant unlike Vidora, who had 3 heads, Mugashiku had 4 heads. "Do you know why human?" Mugashiku asked Michael and Hunter. They both felt like the Hydra's been looking at them. "No," Hunter doubtfully said. "Because your kind adapts. You know where to bow your heads and where to raise your hand." Another slightly soft voice compared to the first 2 voices. "What do you want?" Ayag raised her voice despite standing in front of a being like Mugashiku. Unlike the rest, Ayag wasn't afraid of the Hydra. But as soon as she raised her voice, Michael and Hunter wanted to grab her and shut her mouth close. Haha. To their surprise, the Hydra burst into laughter, which gave Michael and Hunter a heart attack. They dropped to the ground, curled into a ball, and twitched. Hunter and Michael desperately called out their systems to teleport away or a way to escape the abyss. "Stop!" Ayag suddenly shouted, destroying the laugh's power completely. Finally, Hunter and Michael were able to breathe. Breathing heavily, Michael and Hunter picked themselves to their feet. "This is the reason my kind was wiped out from our universe. We are not adaptive. We raise our claws at the wrong being," Mugashiku said to Vidora. "Wiped out?" Ayag's heart skipped a beat. Although she had never said a word, Ayag missed being with her own king. Not that Ayag didn't like the life she had with Nightmare, Gaia, and Ghost, but she wanted to meet other Hydras and visit her homeworld at least once. However, after hearing the painful voice of Mugashiku, her hope trembled. "You and I are the last ones of our kind. And if your human doesn't do what I ask him to do, I will be the last one of my kind." Mugashiku's voice completely took a dark turn. The threatening voice of the Hydra literally made their bodies tense. Following the sinister words, a hot stream of breath brushed past Michael and Hunter. "What do you want?" Ayag asked yet again. But instead of answering her question, the Hydra slightly moved its claw as a bright light shot out from above and landed on Vidora. As soon as Michael saw the light, he tried to move away, yet he failed because the light was too fast. When the bright white light disappeared, Michael and Hunter noticed a glowing rune on each head. "What did you do?" So many questions. Another hot air brushed past Michael and Hunter, almost burning their clothes. Thankfully, Hunter's robes were made of a special metal that protected his skin, so it could protect Hunter from a certain level of radiation and heat. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed. "Well, do anything you ask of us," Hunter quickly said to Mugashiku before the Hydra decides to dispose of them. "You have something I want, human." Michael saw a dim red spotlight falling on Michael. The light came from one of the Hydra's eyes. Since they couldn't look at the Hydra's head because it was too tall, Michael could only guess. Hunter felt his body being lifted up into the air. Suddenly, a strong force sucked out a silver ring on Hunter's finger. But after the ring left Hunter's finger, he hit the ground with a small thud. While Hunter was standing up, Michael noticed the silver ring radiating a bright silver light. The next moment, a ball of dark energy emerged from the silver ring. "What the hell is that?" Hunter's eyes went wide as he felt a tremendous amount of energy from the ball of energy. There are 30 energy orbs in this universe. And this tricky thing managed to squeeze into another universe? Mugashiku sounded amused. Hunter got the ring by killing a mage and ripping off his finger. He expected the mage to have some powerful spells, but all he had was this ball of energy inside. Unfortunately, his system's level was too low to find the energy ball's origin. "I found 12 including this one. It's up to you to find the rest. If you don't bring me at least one of these every year from now on, he'll come out of my slumber and destroy this world," Mugishiku said. After hearing the Hydra, Hunter sighed in relief. Finding the energy balls had become Ghost's task now. The only thing he worried about at the moment was to get out of the abyss alive. The strange power in you will help you find them. Hunter furrowed his brows, looking at the dim red light falling on Ghost. He wondered what might be this strange power within Ghost. After all, Ghost and Hunter both were oblivious to the fact they each possess a badass system. Although the two systems function similarly, they were not the same, and Hunter's ring was the only thing that connected Hunter to Ghost's universe. Now that he lost the ring, the Shadow Realm wouldn't be able to summon Hunter to Ghost's universe anymore. I will find you these, Lord Mugishiku. Michael bowed his head. We know you will. After all, you each love the world you are in right now. It'd be a shame for you to lose them. The Queen's generals are everywhere humans. We reside in every universe there is, Mugishiku said. Then the red light falls yet again on Hunter. Even if you had killed one, there is always another one. Hunter felt a chill after hearing Mugishiku. He couldn't help to wonder if there was another general in his world. Even if that was the case, Hunter would hunt it down just like before. After all, he could always get stronger with the system. One day he might return to this world and rip the Hydra's heads off one by one just because he felt like it. But for now, Hunter remained silent without provoking the Hydra, just like Michael. Tell us about our homeworld? Sarba mustered his courage to question the Hydra. Leave. Instead of an answer, all they got was a thunderous roar from the Hydra. This voice sounded more demonic, evil, and terrifying than all the voices before. The fourth head, Michael muttered. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed. As the roar reverberated in the abyss, they were sucked upwards by an invisible force. Michael held onto Vidora tight, flinging higher and higher. When they reached the top, they regained their cultivation power. Phew, that's terrifying. Hunter let out a heavy breath of a sigh. In his whole life, he had never seen such terrifying creature, and he had seen a whole lot of scary creatures and killed most of them back on his world. Now that it took my ring, I think the Shadow Realm will suck me out of here soon, Hunter said, almost sounding a bit disappointed. To be honest, Hunter would have liked to stay in this whole new world for a few more days. He wanted to see if he could get something valuable from this world and bring it to his. Before you leave, can you do me a favor, Hunter? Michael asked. A few moments ago when Mugishiku took Hunter's ring, Michael had thought. Since Hunter belonged to a whole new universe and the chances of him returning to this universe were pretty slim, Michael wanted to do something that could help him against the sea folks who were apparently hunting him now with the Guardians. To this moment, Michael had no idea that Mutrad marked him as the Dark Lord and started to hunt him in the shadows. However, if Michael's plan with Hunter worked, not only it would ensure his safety, but it would also prevent anyone from suspecting him of being the Dark Lord. What's in it for me? Hunter asked. Although Ghost and he was from the same place, it wasn't Hunter's style to do something for free. After all, if Michael's universe was bad, Hunter's was the worst. How about this? With a flick of his wrist, Michael took out the black metal card with a golden lion head engraved on it that Hunter gave him when he traveled to Hunter's universe first. According to the Hunter Michael met, the card would enable Hunter to visit Michael's world if a general of the Queen broke out to destroy their world and vice versa. My calling card? Hunter remembered he gave this card to Ghost a couple of years ago. What about it? Hunter asked, looking at his calling card. I will find the Hydra asked of me, so I am not in an imminent threat. But you are. So if you do me this favor, I will travel to your world and help you kill that son of a bitch instead of breaking this card right now. Hunter gave it a thought for a couple of moments before finally agreeing to help Ghost. It wasn't because of what Ghost said, rather, it was because Hunter felt curious to see what Ghost need his help with. As a criminal empire's head, Hunter followed his guts and curiosity to strengthen himself. He felt this might be such an opportunity. What do you need? Asked Hunter while walking towards the crack in the wall. As much as he liked to hear what Ghost has to say, he didn't want to stay near the Hydra. So he quickly squeezed through the crack to leave the abyss. Michael followed Hunter behind till they reached outside. Even then, Michael waited until they were far away from the crack. Now that he had made a deal with the Hydra, Michael somewhat felt relieved. He had to find at least one energy ball a year, so he had a maximum of 18 years of time. Instead of finding them as soon as possible, Michael would do the opposite. He would use that time to get strong enough to kill the Hydra once and for all. But for now, he needed Hunter's help to deal with the Guardians and Sea Folks. They walked out of the Stormville Mountain as Vidora stayed silent the whole way. After hearing what the Hydra said about them being the last of their kind, Michael understood their concern. Whoosh, whoosh. Michael and Hunter shot out to the sky as fast as they could. Only after the Stormville mountain disappeared from their sight did they stop to talk. In the mid-air, Michael looked at Hunter. "I need you to kill me," said Michael. Chapter 6:11. Overpowered Hunter. Hearing Ghost, Hunter was shocked. He didn't get the full meaning of Ghost's words. Fortunately, Michael explained his plan in detail. A while later, Michael and Hunter reached the outskirts of Royal Land using a teleportation scroll Michael bought from the system store. Since Hunter could disappear at any moment, Michael didn't dare to waste any time. "This armor feels weird," Hunter said, wearing Michael's Lucifer armor. Although Michael asked Hunter to wear his armor, the latter chose not to ask any questions. Instead, Hunter just hovered in the air, looking at the golden church on the horizon. Michael stared at Hunter for a few moments. The armor looked menacing and terrifying. If any weak-willed men saw the armor suddenly, there was a high possibility of them getting heart attacks. Looking at the armor's design, Hunter quickly got some ideas to enhance his own armor back in his world. "Whatever you want me to do, we must do it quickly. I can feel the Shadow Realm's pull getting stronger." Hunter's voice was grave. "Hit me with enough force to send me crashing onto the church." Michael cracked his neck, preparing to get hit by Hunter. With the energy radiation Michael felt from Hunter, he knew the latter was stronger than him. However, Michael didn't compare himself with Hunter. Time flew differently in each universe. The Hunter before him might have spent more time in his world, getting stronger than him. With enough time, Michael had no doubt he would become the strongest being in the universe. To do that, he needed to push away his current enemies. "Just don't die," Hunter grinned. Soon, a golden light coiled around Hunter's wrist, forming the silhouettes of fire-breathing dragons. Boom. In a blink of an eye, Michael felt like he had been hit by a train. Before the brain could process everything and let him feel the pain, his body went crashing into the Holy Chich's roof. Hunter looked at the tower, crumbling down, shaking his fist. His fist went numb after hitting Ghost. It was like he hit a metal wall. Hunter wondered what kind of cultivation Ghost was doing to be that strong. Ding, ding, ding. The holy guards who saw the tower collapsing quickly rang the bell to alert everyone. As a result, the soldiers adorned in white radiant armor rushed out of the church. They all shot to the sky from the ground like arrows to fight Hunter, who was in the Dark Lord's armor. The moment the holy guards saw Hunter, their eyes went wide behind their helmets. It wouldn't be an understatement to tell they trembled at the sight of the Dark Lord. In just a few moments, 50 holy guards surrounded Hunter. "This is fun," Hunter chuckled. Abomination. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next.com to experience faster update speed. Unholy evil. We will bring you to justice. Hunter furrowed his crease as he had never heard such cliché lines before. He wasn't hiding his energy radiation, but still, the soldiers remained without budging. The reality was the soldiers simply couldn't see Hunter's energy radiation as Michael did. Moreover, Hunter was oblivious to the fact that the Hydra's shout has robbed the cultivators of their ability to see others' cultivation levels. Hunter threw a glance at the reluctant soldiers before looking at the sky above him from the corner of his eye. He sensed sudden energy appearing above him. "Interesting," said Hunter. Ghost had informed Hunter about this. He briefly explained how someone or something might appear to spy on them. To his surprise, Ghost said he wanted them to see the battle. As per Ghost's request, Hunter didn't destroy the spy even though he could have done it with a simple flick of his wrist. When Hunter returned his gaze back to the holy guards, a guard slowly moved forward with his spear pointing at Hunter. Despite being surrounded by countless soldiers, Hunter remained calm. It was a pity that the system went offline. Otherwise, Hunter would have received quite a sum of experience and badass points. Hunter calmly raised his hand, drawing a skull in the air. The skull glimmered with bright white light. Phoo! Hunter sent a blow of wind to the skull as it began to grow from palm size to a skull 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. The skull suddenly came to life, opening its jaw. Seeing the terrifying white skull, the soldier's body went rigid. Arg! The soldier screamed as he tried to stab the skull. However, the spear went through the skull. Before the soldier could pull the spear back, the skull swallowed the soldier. As soon as the skull touched the soldier, the poor one instantly turned into a puff of smoke. Even the armor wasn't spared by the skull. That was only a low-level spell. Hunter was surprised to see how weak the soldier was. Though the reality was the soldier wasn't weak, Hunter was too strong. The power gap between Hunter and the soldier to that of the earth to the sky. After all, in this world's cultivation stage, Hunter was at the celestial stage while the soldier was only at the soul refining stage. Even if hundreds of soldiers attacked Hunter at the same time, they still wouldn't be able to harm Hunter, not even a bit. Following their fellow soldiers' sudden death, the rest trembled. The soldiers swallowed their shock and tried to attack Hunter again. They wanted to kill Hunter before he could cast another spell. Attacking Hunter before casting another spell would have worked if Hunter wasn't too damn stronger than them. Simply put, Hunter didn't even need to cast spells. Instead, he could just crush them with sheer physical strength alone. Hunter tilted his head with an amused smile on his face. He was pondering what spell he could use to kill them or just simply crush them to death as he would do to the traitors in his criminal empire. One after another, the soldiers standing behind the soldiers with spears started to cast the spells. In a few blinks of an eye, Hunter saw all kinds of shapes and symbols glowing in the clear sky. "Quiet the fireworks," Hunter said amusedly. Snap. Hunter just snapped his finger as a powerful sonic wave destroyed everyone around him, including the spellcasters. From the Holy Church's front lawn, Michael saw the bloody mist in the sky. He asked Hunter to put on a show but never expected Hunter to slay the holy guards with a single snap. "Your Holiness," Michael turned around to see His Holiness chanting something under his breath. It didn't sound like a spell but an actual prayer to his gods. Yet Michael doubted any prayer could save His Holiness if Hunter decided to take him out. As far as Michael had witnessed, Hunter could destroy the church in a few mere moments. "Your Holiness, get to safety. His target is me. You go somewhere safe." "It's too dangerous here," Michael said gravely, pretending he cares more about His Holiness than his own life. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next.com to experience faster update speed. Ghost, accept your sentence. Hunter's thunderous roar shook the church like an earthquake. It was a signal both Michael and Hunter agreed upon. Suppose Hunter felt he was going to disappear soon, Michael asked him to threaten him as loud as he could. "I will buy you some time, Your Holiness." The old man was still praying with his eyes closed. The holy guards around the old man wanted to take him away from the church to the secret bunker. However, the old man didn't budge an inch. Instead, he tried to strike down evil with his prayer. Sling. Michael unsheathed his two swords before launching himself toward Hunter. As though nature itself had terrified, the clear sky turned dark and covered by storm clouds in a few moments. Michael and Hunter met mid-air, preparing to put on a show. Hunter flicked his wrist as a metal rod engraved with coiling snakes appeared in Hunter's. When Hunter clasped the metal rod tight, the hilt lit up, turning itself into an energy whip. The radiant red energy pulsated energy along with a low-pitched whistling sound. At this time, Mutrad and several prominent figures in the Guardian Guild appeared near the Holy Church using teleportation. As soon as Mutrad saw Ghost fighting the Dark Lord, he creased his brows. Just yesterday Mutrad theorized that Ghost and the Dark Lord were the same people. He couldn't believe he was proven wrong. "I won't give you a quick death. Instead, I will make you suffer," Hunter gnarled. Hunter then swung the energy whip. Since Ghost asked him to put up a real show, Hunter didn't hold back. He swung the energy whip vigorously. Unlike swords, defending himself from a whip took a great effort for Michael. With swords or any other metal weapons, Michael could predict its trajectory. But with an energy whip, he was unable to, especially with Hunter's speed. Nonetheless, Michael moved his swords with speed and finesse, blocking the energy whip. Unfortunately, every time Michael blocked the energy whip with his swords, the energy whip chipped a piece away. At this point, the Guardian captains flew straight to Hunter with the sole intent to bring him down. While deflecting the energy whip, Michael looked around to see several people flying toward Hunter. He wondered where Noah was. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on Michael's side as Noah was nowhere to be found. Instead, Michael saw several men and women dashing at Hunter. Annoying flies, Hunter just waved his hand, shooting a powerful sonic wave from the tip of his fingers. Just like before, the Guardian captains along with several Guardians exploded to death. "You won't get a painless death like that, Ghost," Hunter growled, increasing the speed of his swings. One of the wings finally brushed past Michael's hand. The energy whip burnt Michael's arm, completely scorching his skin. Just as Mutrad was about to join the battle when a vortex appeared in the sky. Upon seeing the vortex in the sky, Hunter stopped swinging the energy whip. "I've been summoned," Hunter said, loud enough for everyone around them to hear him. "But before I go, I have a gift for the Holy Church." Hunter raised both his hands towards the sky as Michael felt the clouds turning darker and darker. The howling sound followed by the dark clouds was nothing but ominous. Everyone was stunned to see the sky turning darker despite the time of the day. All the clouds gathered around the vortex to create an ominous storm. The next moment, a meteor slowly emerged from the storm clouds, enveloped in fire. Looking at the gargantuan meteor above his head, Michael felt the urge to move aside from its path. "No more churches in my domain," Hunter growled. Chapter 6:12. Ghost is not the Dark Lord. The meteor appeared, bringing down thunderclaps and several flashes of lightning. Those who witnessed the Dark Lord casually creating a meteor trembled. Even the Guardian captains halted their steps. Hunter lowered his arms without uttering a word, letting the meteor loose towards the Holy Church. Despite the church being protected by several arrays and countless runes, they were unable to stop the meteor. According to Michael's world sense, the spell Hunter cast belonged to the legendary class. Even in Hunter's world, the meteor spell was a top-tier spell. Not every image had the mana to cast such a powerful spell. "Your Holiness." The holy guards quickly surrounded the old man, forming a human chain around him. They all promptly grabbed each other's arms as their armor began to radiate bright warm energy. In a few blinks of an eye, a light beam shot out from the sky to envelop the holy guards and the old man. Meanwhile, the meteor approached the Holy Church, creating ear-piercing thunderclaps and countless lightning cracks in the sky. The energy distortion in the atmosphere petrified everyone. Because of the spell's power, the space around them was distorted, preventing the teleportation from working. That was why the Alpha Guardians who tried to teleport to the Holy Church failed to do so. Fortunately, it worked in Michael's favor. Too many Alpha Guardians and powerful people might result in more suspicion. Boom. The meteor crashed onto the Holy Church as Michael saw the golden dome around the church flicker vigorously before finally fading away. Under the burning meteor, the church crumbled into pieces. Regardless of the pain in his arm, Michael smiled at the Holy Church's destruction. Everything within a kilometer radius was crumbled to nothing but ashes. Michael asked Hunter to put on a show but never expected Hunter to bring such destruction upon the royal land. At least, the Guardians evacuated the nobles and the people on time. Still, the meteor took many lives. The shock wave even destroyed some of the walls around King Kramer's castle. Everyone coughed and closed their eyes due to the mushroom cloud produced by the crash. The rest were tossed into the air like kites without anchors except for Michael and a few others. Michael quickly rubbed his eyes, trying to locate Hunter. Eventually, Michael was able to open his eyes to see Hunter hovering in the air. Unfortunately, due to the dust storm and the fire particles in the air, Michael could barely see Hunter. Hunter grinned, admiring the destruction he caused. A while later, he slowly turned his gaze. "Get your schedule free. I will meet you next week. It's going to be a hell of a ride," Michael smirked before flying into the vortex above him. "He took my armor," Michael growled, but after thinking about how much Hunter helped him, he couldn't help smiling inside. It's time for a new armor anyways. Michael really felt lighthearted and relieved. Not because he destroyed the Holy Church, although it was part of a reason for his delight, but because everyone witnessed Ghost fighting the Dark Lord. It would be hard to connect him to the Dark Lord now. Even though Michael had no idea that Mutrad connected Ghost to the Dark Lord, his plan completely messed up Mutrad's theory. In the battle between wits, Michael scored 1 against Mutrad. After several hours, the Guardians erupted white tents in the wasteland, which was previously the Holy Church surrounded by an alluring maple forest. Michael sat on a chair inside of the tents, waiting for someone from the Guardians to appear. A couple of holy guards and guardians, both were at the soul refining stage, stood guard on each core of the square tent, protecting Michael. Everyone believed Ghost was the Dark Lord's target, and he destroyed the Holy Church because they allied themselves with Ghost. While waiting, Michael drummed the table with his fingers. Eventually, Michael saw a blue-haired young man with a tiny fish tattoo on the center of his forehead entering the tent. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed. Although the youngster looked human, something about the young man made him stand out. To Michael's surprise, the young man was at the fusion stage, almost as strong as his ghost persona. Nevertheless, the Dark Lord could still crush the youngster in a few moments unless the young man possessed some sick legendary spells. "How are you feeling?" the young man asked Michael with neither a friendly nor hostile voice. "Good, I guess," Michael sighed. "Before we go further, let me introduce myself properly. I am Mutrad Halrid. I am here to investigate and catch the Dark Lord before he does more damage than he already has," Mutrad said gravely. Michael was surprised by Mutrad. He thought he would meet someone from the Sea Folk but never expected their meeting would happen this soon. Regardless, Michael didn't show his surprise on his face. "I hope you succeed, Lord Mutrad." Michael nodded as though he really gave his blessing to Mutrad. In reality, Michael was imagining crushing Mutrad to a bloody pulp. In a few seconds, Michael killed Mutrad in multiple ways. "Now tell me what happened before you appeared in the royal land," Mutrad asked. "Well, I was in Thera. I went there to attend the aqua auction." Michael began to recount everything truthfully except the part where he went to catch Heinberg's killer and the part where he met Mugishiku. "I don't know where he came from. One moment I was in my room and the next I was in the sky near the holy church." "Did he say anything about why he chose you as his next target?" Mutrad asked. "He was saying some bullshit about me using my talents to profit instead of helping the needy," Michael said. He knew how Noah felt about him, as the latter always disliked Michael selling his potions for high prices to the nobles instead of helping the poor. So Michael decided to connect Noah with the Dark Lord as much as possible. "Where were you in Thera exactly? You serious? There is a plague going on there, and guess who found the cure?" Michael smirked. "I was brewing the cures when that evil bastard teleported me here. Now I have to find another portal to get to Thera again." Michael sounded genuinely mad. In fact, he was mad at Hunter. By destroying the holy church, he destroyed the teleportation portal. He could use the runic teleportation to get to Thera. First, however, Michael needed to go through a teleportation portal to avoid raising any suspicions. "Did you hear the Dark Lord saying he has been summoned?" Michael questioned Mutrad for a second. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed. Mutrad nodded. "Is there any chance there is another one above the Dark Lord?" Michael asked Mutrad, putting Mutrad in deep thought. No matter how hard he thought about the facts, Mutrad couldn't connect Ghost to the Dark Lord anymore. The facts simply didn't sit right with his theory of Ghost being the Dark Lord anymore. So, as a member of an advanced civilization, Mutrad infused himself with the ability to see through someone's cultivation level in Elon and Azair. Because of that, Mutrad was able to see Michael's fusion stage cultivation, and the Dark Lord was at the celestial stage. After seeing the celestial stage cultivation level, Mutrad's theories such as Ghost using puppets, slaves, and illusions to duplicate himself went out the window. No way anyone could create a celestial stage duplicate. Even among sea folks, only one celestial being existed. At least that's what Mutrad learned from his elders. Mutrad couldn't explain or connect Ghost to the Dark Lord anymore. He was so sure about that, but now his theory crumbled to pieces. Thus, the best thing Mutrad could do was get as much information about the Dark Lord from Ghost. If Ghost was really the Dark Lord's target, he needed their help as much as they needed his. "Maybe or maybe not," Mutrad answered nonchalantly. "Do you have any idea why he wanted to kill you in front of the Holy Church? You saw the spell he cast. If he wanted to kill you, you would have been dead." "Yeah, no shit." Michael rolled his eyes. "Didn't you hear him screaming how he wanted to torture me instead of giving me a painless death? He must have really liked to put on a show. Man, I can't wait to get back to Mazeroth. That might be the only place he'll be safe." As far as Mutrad could tell, Ghost wasn't lying. There were no signs of him lying on his face. Even the micro-reactions, his eye movement and voice modulation were perfect, almost too perfect. Everything Mutrad saw led him to believe Ghost was not the Dark Lord. In fact, he might be the Dark Lord's target, and every fact he had previously might just be a coincidence. Unknowing to Mutrad, the confusion and chaos in his mind were visible to Michael. He had to thank Hunter for coming to his word when he did. If it wasn't for him and the overpowered spell he cast, Michael couldn't have convinced and terrified everyone at the same time. He doubted anyone would voluntarily agree to chase the Dark Lord anymore. But Michael's plan wasn't over yet. Instead, he had one last piece, a crucial piece. He entrusted his beloved Gaia to the last part of his plan. Suppose everything went according to his plan, even the Sky Hall would think twice before messing with the Dark Lord. "Can I go now, Lord Mutrad? I am exhausted. If I am going to die, I want to enjoy the last moments of my life with my fiancée instead of sitting in this tent." "No offense, none taken," Mutrad said, heaving a sigh of relief. Michael finally stood up. "I really hope you catch that bastard, Lord Mutrad. May the gods are with you on your hunt." Michael smiled at Mutrad before walking out of the tent. Now that Hunter had destroyed the portal, he had to visit Aragoth to use their portal. Fortunately, he knew Olivia. So using their portal wouldn't be a hassle. From now on, Michael could entirely focus on building his business empire as Ghost and Order of Death in the Shadows as the Dark Lord. Chapter 613. Plan to subdue the Grim Reapers. Thanks to Olivia's connection, Aragoth Academy permitted Michael to use the portal for no charge. But unlike the Holy Chich's portal, Michael was teleported to the Sil Alaris border. From there, Michael used the runic teleportation to reach Eve's castle. When Michael reached his room in Eve's castle, he saw Gaia on the bed covered in a golden light. She was breaking through to the soul refining stage level 3. Without making any sound, Michael sat beside her on the bed as Nightmare slowly crawled onto his lap. Michael shushed Nightmare when he was about to ask about the wound on his arm. Michael slowly removed his dark robes, letting Nightmare see the deep scar on his upper right arm. The APD healed the wound, yet it couldn't remedy the scar. Hunter's energy whip was powerful enough to leave a deep scar despite Michael's APD. Although Michael could remove the scar with some special potions, he chose not to. He considered the scars as lessons and markers of his past. While Gaia was absorbing the energy in the atmosphere, Michael put his robes on the hanger and made his way to the table. Nightmare jumped onto the oak table. She was about to leave the castle when she suddenly entered the breaking through phase. Nightmare said in a low-pitched voice, only loud enough for Michael to hear. "What just happened? Where is Vidora?" Nightmare asked. After seeing the scar on his arm, it was evident to Nightmare Michael went through a battle. "They are in the dark forest." Nightmare noticed the slight graveness in Michael's voice. He was concerned. "What happened?" Nightmare asked Michael again. Michael took a deep breath, looking at the gloomy city before him. Considering there was no point in hiding what had happened from Nightmare, Michael decided to tell Nightmare everything. But just when he was about to open his mouth, sudden energy pulsated in the room. Michael and Nightmare quickly turned their heads in Gaia's direction because they sensed the energy pulse coming from her. The golden light enveloping Gaia glowed brighter and brighter to the point Nightmare and Michael closed their eyes for a moment. Moreover, they both heard a low-pitched whistling sound resonating in the room. After that, the golden light glowed brighter for another 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, Michael and Nightmare peeked through the gap in their hands at Gaia. Eventually the golden light slowly lost its radiance, letting Michael and Nightmare open their eyes. When they saw Gaia, she slowly opened her eyes with a grin on her face. Finally, level 3. Not bad at all," she cracked her neck, which she picked from Michael. Her grin froze when Gaia saw the deep scar on his arm. She realized the scar might be connected to what he asked her to do. Before entering the breakthrough phase, Michael asked her to spread a rumor throughout Elon and Azair. Thus, she was about to leave for the Adventurers Guild in each continent. To spread rumors, the Adventurers Guild was the best place. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed. What the hell is that? Gaia jumped from the bed and made her way to him. Without even asking a question, she took out a healing potion and began to pour it onto the scar, hoping it would heal the scar. "You know the Hydra in the Stormville Mountain. What of it?" Nightmare asked. "I had a brief terrifying meeting with him." As soon as Michael uttered these words, Gaia's body went rigid and Nightmare opened his eyes as wide as he could in utter shock. For a few moments, neither of them couldn't ask Michael anything. They were completely flabbergasted. Taking a deep breath, Michael began to recount everything that happened from the moment he went to the abandoned castle to meeting Mutrad without leaving a detail. Nightmare and Gaia listened to Michael in silence because they were too shocked to ask any question. Hearing Michael's description of the Hydra alone sent shivers running through their spines. After Michael finished telling them what had happened, Gaia couldn't know whether to be shocked or furious. On the one hand, General Quintus killed one of their subordinates. But, on the other hand, Michael met the Hydra with another worlder and was given a task to find some mysterious energy balls. "I will let Vidora handle Quintus. After everything that happened, they need something to take their minds off," Michael said. "Yes." Gaia sympathized with Vidora, especially Iag, who bragged about meeting her own kind and exploring her homeworld. However, after hearing that Vidora and Mugashiku were the last of their kind, Gaia couldn't help but pity Iag. "I don't know what to say, human. At least I feel relieved that you put the blame on the Otherworlder. Now no one will think you might be the Dark Lord. It would give us the breathing room we desperately need." Gaia paused for a moment and went on. "I heard very little about the Sea Folk. But one thing I can tell you for sure, we must be cautious of them. They are the most powerful race in this world for a reason," Gaia said with a grave voice. "It's better we stay as far as possible from them," Michael nodded. According to what he heard from Layla, Sea Folks had never entered into any great wars like the other races living on the land, which they Sea Folks named Upsiders. As a result, the Sea Folks had never lost powerful cultivators like the Upsiders. Layla told him several half-immortals and immortals still living among the Sea Folks. Michael wondered whether they were in the Council of Immortals or not. "The Otherworlder, where is he now?" Nightmare asked about Hunter. Return to his world. I don't think he could ever come back to our world for quite some time. This is great because when we started a fake battle I sensed something watching us. Did you sense his cultivation level? If he was able to kill soul refiners with a snap of his fingers, I don't think he was just a fusion stage cultivator. He must be stronger, Gaia creased her brows. Do you mean he was a half immortal? Asked Nightmare. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed. Maybe he was an immortal. Gaia couldn't believe what she was saying. The humans had never seen an immortal in 1,000 years. As per the history books Nagaland had on humans, humans had the lowest chance to reach immortality due to their lifestyles and shorter lifespans. For instance, a human at the core formation stage would live for 200 years while the other races had a typical lifespan of 400 years. Moreover, the humans' cultivation was often interrupted by bottlenecks, unlike the other races. Since the Council of Immortals rarely appeared in public, only a handful of people knew about them. Something told Michael that Hunter was stronger than even an immortal. Unfortunately, Hunter's power had been suppressed after he reached this universe. Hunter's system had to turn the celestial energy into astral energy, which Hunter used to cultivate. Due to the energy conversion, Hunter was operating with a limited amount of power. Even with limited power, when Hunter cast his first spell, it created a massive ripple in the atmosphere, which freaked out the entire Council of Immortals. As Michael was speaking to Gaia, the Council of Immortals was preparing to meet the Sky Hall Elders. What if the Sky Hall sent half immortals and immortals to chase down the Dark Lord? Nightmare asked a question that's been in Michael and Gaia's minds. They might. That's why we need to be extra cautious from now on. If we don't leave any trail they won't be able to find us, said Michael. So what do we do next? Asked Gaia. We build our own teleporter. Michael cracked his neck. A few months ago building a teleporter was an impossible task for him. However, with a 6-star runemaster like Elidar he could build his own teleportation array. Although he had the runic teleportation skill, it wouldn't work when he was in a battle. So if Michael had met a stronger enemy and wanted to teleport away to escape, the runic teleportation wouldn't be of any help. However, if he had built a teleportation array and connected the array to the system, Michael knew he could teleport whenever he wanted, despite the situation. I know you're thinking of letting Elidar create the arrays, but he won't be able to build one without special materials. Where do you think we should buy them? As you said, we cannot leave any trails that could lead our enemies to us, Gaia said. I will buy them and teleport here as someone else, Michael said. Buying the materials from the system store might cost him millions of badass points but a face mask not. So, he could simply transform into someone else, buy the needed materials from Aqua Palace or somewhere else and teleport back to the Dark Forest using runic teleportation. Gaia thought about Michael's plan for a moment before nodding. Then she finally put her focus on Heinberg's death. Just the thought that Quintus had killed Heinberg made Gaia's blood boil. She wanted to pay him a visit and rip him apart piece by piece. I don't want to rush Vidora, but I need Quintus dead within a week. We cannot let someone who killed our subordinate live for long. It makes us look weak, Gaia growled. Why don't we go somewhere else and let our pent-up anger out? Michael asked with a devilish grin. Are you thinking what I am thinking? Gaia too grinned like a devil after hearing Michael, which confused Nightmare. What are you two talking about? With a flick of his wrist, Michael took out the golden parchment he got from the Reaper before killing the Reaper. The Grim Reaper headquarters in R, Michael said. It was time Michael had paid them a visit and made them pay for putting his life in danger on several occasions. If Michael left the Grim Reapers left alone, someone with enough coins would always put a bounty on his head. Therefore, Michael decided to either wipe them out or make them join the Order of Death. Chapter 6:14. Visiting the Reapers Guild. When the night blanketed the forest between Sil Allery and Thera, Michael and Gaia descended through the canopy to the thicket. They navigated through the woods. They step on dried twigs and leaves, making creaking noises. Michael focused on the environmental map to see if any Reapers were around them. But to Michael's surprise he hadn't found a soul. Michael thought it must be because the Reapers wanted to maintain secrecy. After all, having several men patrolling could expose their location. Gaia followed the map and eventually they reached the hills adjacent to the forest. As far as one could see, there was nothing but stone before them. It should be here somewhere. Gaia furrowed her crease, running her hand through the rough surface. Michael stood a couple of meters away from the hill under the shade of ancient banyan trees. He looked around the place to locate if there were any illusion runes near them. Yet he found nothing, which meant there was no illusion. So after a while Michael summoned the system. System, scan the place to see if there are any hidden entrances. Since it was just a simple scam, the system only asked for 5,000 badass points. Afterward, a pale blue light shot out from Michael, visible only to him, searching for hidden entrances in the hill. Off Kraus, Michael knew there was a possibility the Reaper had given him the wrong location. But he looked the Reaper in the eyes when he received the parchment. So unless the Reaper was a peerless liar, this place must be their hideout. Are you sure this map is legit? Gaia asked Michael. He stayed silent until the blue light in his sight turned jade green, spotlighting an area. The system has found an entrance protected by secret arrays and runes. Does the host wish to break them? It would cost the host 15,000 badass points. Yes, Michael said nonchalantly. The jade green light intensified as the hill spotlighted by the system trembled. Soon it split open with a slow creak. How'd you? Never mind, Gaia was startled, but she was with him long enough not to get surprised by things like this. Before taking a step into the cave, Gaia conjured a ball of light in her hand, tossing it into the cave to not only light the cave but also detect if there were any hidden traps. Afterward, the both of them cautiously walked through the cave, expecting trouble any second. Is this place supposed to be empty? Gaia questioned after noticing the empty caves. She could understand why there were no Reapers outside, but she wondered why there were no guards inside either. I don't think so, Michael said in a husky voice. They continued to walk without triggering any traps or meeting Reapers until they reached a spacious hall lit by a crimson-red chandelier hanging from the cave top. Surprisingly, the hall seemed to have been tossed by someone else. All the tables were either broken or upside down, the quest boards were destroyed, and what could have been the counter was burnt to ashes. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed. This is not what I was expecting, Gaia said. She looked around instead of moving forward. At this point, Michael realized why there were no guards on the way or any life signs detected on the environmental scanning map. Michael slowly hovered to the burnt counter. He thought the Reaper's Guild would be bigger than a simple hall. He was disappointed. What happened here? Did someone kill them all? So where are the bodies? Gaia questioned Michael while looking around the hall. When Michael reached the pile of ash, he found nothing. Still, he bent down to pick up a handful of ashes. Michael took out a portion from the system storage before pouring the silver liquid into the ash. Since Michael was a 5-star alchemist, he brewed many potions in his free time. This potion was one of them. He used it previously to find Jack's blood trail in the forest. If someone had burnt the Reapers, the potion would turn the ash red after absorbing the silver liquid. As Michael expected, the ash became red. So someone killed them all? But why and who? This place must have had a fusion stage Reaper. Every Reaper guild has one. Gaia furrowed her crease. On top of a fusion stage cultivator, she knew the guild would have had several soul refining stage cultivators along with powerful defense arrays and runes. If this place only had one fusion stage cultivator, he must have been the one who tried to kill me back on the floating mountain. Michael tossed the ash to the ground and dusted his hands. I killed him, leaving this place with no fusion stage Reaper. Michael hovered around to see if there were clues to figure out what had happened here. But he found none. Whoever killed them did a thorough job of erasing the evidence. We need to figure out whether this is connected to someone sending a Reaper after you or not, Gaia said. Michael nodded. If we could get our hands on some Reapers in Elon or Azair, we might get some ideas. We cannot deny the possibility this might have happened because of some internal dispute. Gaia was right. Yet Michael didn't think it was the case. He needed more concrete evidence before coming to a conclusion. But one thing was for sure, he wouldn't be bothered by the Reapers for some time. Let's go. Michael threw some spiders around the place before flying out of the cave. Suppose the killer or the killers returned to the cave, the spiders would catch them. After leaving the cave, Michael and Gaia flew higher and higher until they flew past the clouds. Then they stopped to enjoy the starry sky. Lord Information. He might know something about this, Michael said. That elf made his living by selling information. So if someone knew about the Reaper's Guild destruction, it was him. Why waste time? Let's go there now. You can teleport us there, right? If someone asked, we could say we used some teleportation scrolls we got from some ruin. Michael agreed with Gaia. Although the scenery was too alluring, he was not in the mood to enjoy it. Instead, Michael willed the system to unequip his old Lucifer armor. Thanks to Hunter, who disappeared wearing his dark suit too, his latest armor, Michael had to wear his old one. Because of that, Michael had to forge new armor again. But this time, Michael decided to take his time and forge the armor from the materials bought from the system. To do that, Michael had to upgrade the system first, which he would do as soon as the auction was over. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed. When Michael appeared behind a tavern in Sarton, it was already midnight. The streets were empty, blanketed with a tiny layer of whiteness. The snowflakes rained down upon them, making the night colder and prettier too. Since Michael and Gaia visited Lord Information a couple of times, they knew the way to Mary's Flower, where Lord Information resides. The streets were void of any light except fireflies which illuminated the road and the falling snow specks. Michael and Gaia walked the paved streets under the embrace of darkness until they saw the brightly lit Mary's Flower shop. Even at this hour, the shop was brightened by 2 street lamps and a glowing blue rub atop the roses. Clang. Michael pushed open the door, ringing a bell attached to the door. "Welcome to Mary's Flowers," the same brown-haired girl from before greeted Michael and Gaia with a bright smile. "Can we meet Lord Information?" "It's kind of an urgent matter," Michael said. "Send them in." Michael heard Lord Information's voice resonate in the room. They both followed the girl to one of the glass racks filled with rose bouquets. Sliding the glass door, the girl pulled the bouquet in the center just like before. After entering the room, Michael saw Lord Information sitting behind the oak table with a tall stack of parchments. He had enough parchments to bury a grown man underneath. The candlelight illuminated the elf's fatigued face. "You traveled very fast from Royal Land to Thera and Thera to here," Lord Information surprised Michael and Gaia. To be honest, even Michael was freaked out by Lord Information's extent of reach. Michael thought he only operated in Elon and Azair. Now he realized Aura wasn't out of his reach either. After Michael and Gaia took their seats before Lord Information, he closed the parchment he was reading and turned his gaze towards them. "So how may I help you?" asked Lord Information. "Someone has put a bounty on my head again, Lord Information. I need to know who, and as usual, am willing to pay any price for that information," said Michael, leaning back on his chair. "We also need the Reaper's Guild locations," asked Gaia. Lord Information had never been concerned about what his clients would do with the information provided by him. His clients valued privacy. So Gaia knew whatever she asked would strictly stay between them. "I have 2 kinds of information to provide you. First one you will get for 100,000 coins. The second one will not cost you coins, but I require something else. But, of course, the second one is very valuable and might give you some answers," Lord Information said to Michael as though he was expecting Ghost to inquire about the Reaper's Guild. "It's a long day, Lord Information. So hit me straight with what you require," Michael said, deeply exhaling. With a nod, Lord Information flicked his wrist as several alchemy ingredients materialized on the table along with an old worn-out parchment. "Let me guess, you want me to refine a pill or a potion for you using these?" Michael asked, looking at all the alchemy ingredients on the table. Although it seemed like a simple task, both Michael and Gaia knew Lord Information wouldn't have asked for this instead of coins if it was an easy task. However, Michael could refine any pill or potion within a 5-star alchemist's domain. The pill requires to be concocted within 3 minutes, Master Ghost. 3 minutes? Gaia furrowed her brows. By looking at the ingredients and the parchment, Gaia was sure it was some ancient recipe that required ultimate skills. Not that she doubted Michael, but 3 minutes seemed too little. Chapter 6:15. Plan to start an assassin's guild? You wouldn't have given me this if you didn't think I'm the right man for this task. So let me give it a shot, Michael said, confidence oozing in his tone. Ever since he became an alchemist, he had refined thousands of pills and potions. Refining pills and potions had become his second nature, as easy as breathing. When Michael was inspecting the parchment, Lord Information took a few inches tall hourglass and placed it on the table. "You ready?" Lord Information asked. Michael nodded, conjuring the emerald green flames to dance above his palm. "Your time starts now." Lord Information put the hourglass upside down, letting the sand from one side slowly rain down. Regardless of the short time he had to finish, Michael remained calm. Because the calmer he was, the more focus he could put on the task at hand. He focused like a hawk, throwing one ingredient after another into the flame. Sitting beside Michael with one leg atop another, Gaia heard the ingredients crackle in the flame. The gentle warmth from the flames blankets her like a motherly hug, protecting her from the chillness in the air. Every time she exhaled, she could see her breath. It was that cold inside the room due to the coming winter. Little by little, the sand grew taller inside the hourglass. Finally, Almost half the sand had fallen down from the top when 12 dark purple beads hovered above the jade-green flames. Lord Information had seen several top alchemists in R try and fail at what Michael had just done. Bluntly speaking, the elf was terrified of Michael's ability. Even among the orcs who had a natural talent for alchemy, there was no one like the human before him. Lord Information knew with time, Ghost would become the top dog in the alchemy world. Gaia and Lord Information remained without speaking a word, fearing if they did, it might break his focus. After the beads had formed above the flames, Michael willed the flames to disappear before pulling his arms together. As though the beads were connected to his hands, they slowly pulled towards each other. The beads then gradually merged together, forming a hand-sized ball, and then condensed into a sparkling purple pill in the air. Finished in roughly 2 minutes, Michael said with a smirk. Lord Information stared at the pill while inhaling the sweet aroma coming from the pill. It turned the musty paper-smelling air aromatic. As you wanted, 90% pure pill. Now it's time to fulfill your part of the bargain, Lord Information. Lord Information examined the pill until he placed it in a wooden box cushioned with red cloth inside. After that, Lord Information opened up a drawer on the table. Michael and Gaia heard some ruffling as though the elf was rummaging through some parchments. Then he eventually took out a parchment made of red paper. However, the elf didn't hand it over to Michael. Instead, he opened it up to read it himself. The Grim Reapers are no more, Lord Information said nonchalantly. What? Gaia furrowed her crease. She could swear she had just heard the elf say the Grim Reapers are no more. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed, that's right. They were all wiped out last night. If you go to their headquarters, you will find nothing but ruins, Lord Information stated. Lord Information looked up from the parchment to see Ghost's reaction. As expected, Ghost had dark lines on his forehead. It's definitely connected. Whoever sent a Reaper after me killed the others to wipe out the evidence. But who and why? Michael questioned himself. At least you won't have to worry about the Reapers anymore. After all, no guild, no contracts. Michael's train of thought got interrupted by Lord Information. After hearing Lord Information, Michael had no intention to go to their guild locations because he knew he wouldn't find anything. Whoever wiped them out was nothing but thorough. It would be a waste of time to go check the ruins. Lord Information hadn't built his empire by giving false or unverified information to his clients. Besides, Michael had to brew more cures for the plague instead of wasting his time. Thank you, Lord Information. Michael stood up since he had nothing more to ask of the elf. Here's a piece of free information, Master Ghost. R isn't all rainbows and butterflies, Lord Information said as Michael nodded before leaving the elf to his works. What the hell was that? Gaia exclaimed as soon as they walked out of Mary's flower shop. The Grim Reapers are no more? I don't think it's a coincidence someone sent a fusion stage Reaper after you and the Reapers Guild suddenly got wiped out from existence. Gaia's voice was grave. It's not, said Michael calmly. I'm telling you, human. I have a bad feeling about this. It's like someone is stalking us. Gaia took a deep breath. Michael, on the other hand, stayed calm as always. Just making everyone think Hunter was the Dark Lord took tremendous pressure off his shoulder. Without this pressure, Michael was able to plan and see things more clearly. Whoever wiped out the Reapers did us a favor. As the elf said, now no one can put a bounty on our heads. It's a pity we couldn't swallow the Grim Reapers into our organization. But it paves the way to something greater, something I'm best at, Michael grinned. Looking at the bright grin on his face, Gaia was taken aback by surprise. His smile was like that of a kid who received a brand new toy he had wanted for a long time. The smile wiped away the worries in Gaia's heart as it always did. Okay. You're clearly planning something. Tell me what it is? Gaia asked. Isn't it obvious, my dear Snakey? Michael pinched her cheek hard enough to turn her cheeks red. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed, we are going to start our own assassin guild, Michael smirked. After finding out about the Sea Folk's arrival, Michael knew he needed to further strengthen the might of his army. He knew the nature of these cultivators. Sooner or later they would try to control the Upsiders so they could be more powerful. As far as he was concerned, they just used the Dark Lord as an excuse to step into their world. He couldn't care less about the Sea Folk for now. However, since they were set on finding the Dark Lord, he would fight back. That was his resolve. To his glee, he received a new opportunity to increase his power. At the moment, General Quintus was walking through a dark cave. He used an oil torch to light the path in front of him. There was something odd about the cave. Quintus couldn't describe the feeling, but it was there. If he had to, he would describe the cave as a nest of evil. Even a war veteran like Quintus shivered, taking steps forward. Eventually, after walking for almost 15 minutes without any guards or weapons, Quintus reached a stone door. He took a deep breath before knocking on the stone door 3 times. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a dark room lit with red orbs on the walls. Quintus twitched his nose, trying to prevent the putrid smell in the air from entering his nostrils. He looked around to locate the master of this place. Instead, he only found steel tables with bloody knives, blood stains on the walls, and a few pieces of flesh. The place reminded Quintus of some butcher shops. Only they butchered humans instead of cattle. Quintus made a fortune sending slaves and orphans to this place. Quintus feared nothing, no war or no famine could make him shudder except his employer. Just the thought of meeting his employer gave him chills. Quintus, his body went rigid when he heard a whisper resonate in the room. "Did you finish your task?" the voice whispered again. It sounded neither of a man nor a woman. Rather, this voice was beastly. "Yes," Quintus said. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he shivered. He tried to turn his head, but his brain refused to obey his commands. "Good, good, good," the whisper sounded close to his ear. He could feel his neck hair stand up straight. True to his words, Quintus finished his task. "It's time you receive the gift, my dear Quintus." A cold chill ran through his spine. He hardly had time to wonder when he felt a strong force pushing him onto one of the steel tables stained with blood. Arg! Quintus wiggled violently to fight the invisible force. However, the force lifted him off the ground, putting him on the table. His hands and legs went rigid as Quintus couldn't feel them anymore. In fact, he only had feelings in his eyes. Sooner, Quintus noticed red orbs flicker. "You will thank me later," the voice said. It wasn't too long before Quintus saw his mysterious employer. He didn't know the employer was a he or a she. In fact, he even doubted it was even a human. The figure that appeared in his sight had a humanoid shape, approximately 3 meters tall, and was covered in dark hooded cloaks, making them closely resemble spirits. The face was barely visible due to the cloak. Whatever Quintus saw was grayed and decayed, looking like a decomposing corpse. Its breath smelled putrid like blood and poison. HRRMMMM. Quintus tried to move his body only to fail. Except for his eyes, he couldn't move an inch of his body. "You rattled the death's cage," the creature whispered, gliding in the air around Quintus. This meeting was supposed to be an exchange. He was supposed to show the bloody blade that took Heinberg's life and receive the said gold coins in exchange. But not in a million years Quintus thought he would end up on this torture table. "Only the gift can save you now," the figure touched Quintus with its slimy-looking grayish hand. He felt a bone-chilling coldness throughout his body when it touched his skin. Eek! Quintus gasped for air as his eyes suddenly turned as white as pure snowflakes. The creature slowly glided over Quintus' head, running its cold nails through his neck. Then suddenly, it lunged his teeth at Quintus' neck. Blood sprayed out of his neck as the creature sunk its teeth deep into his neck. His entire body started to shake. Little by little, veins popped out from Quintus' skin. In just a few moments, Quintus opened his mouth, revealing his canine tooth slowly, taking the shape of vampire fangs. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 616. Aqua Auction begins. The Aqua Palace was nearly 3,000 miles away from Ysirius, where the Voldegard Castle was located. Normally it would take 3 to 4 days for a cultivator to reach the Aqua Palace. Since Eve was accompanying Michael with the 4 soul refining stage protectors, Michael, Gaia, and Nightmare flew to the Aqua Palace instead of simply teleporting. During these 3 days, Michael had a very peaceful life. He talked to Eve about the elves, how they operated, and the power dynamic in R. Michael brewed the cures to stockpile them whenever they stopped flying and erupted camps to rest. In order to avoid raising the Empress' attention, the rival families simply chose to ignore the Voldegards until the auction ends. Eventually, when the clouds covered the morning sun, hardly letting pass any sun rays, Michael and the rest arrived at the Aqua Palace. The people on the island gradually increased as more and more people arrived at the island by luxurious ships, airships, and simply flying like Michael. At the island, dozens of soldiers clad in metal armor along with cultivators wearing simple mage robes stood vigilantly to maintain order. Anyone who entered the city had to hand over 10,000 coins as the entry fee. Only in this way could they enter the Aqua Palace without being thrown out by the guards. The Aqua Palace didn't offer VIP cards to many but only to prestigious and powerful people. Every time an auction begins, the soldiers were informed about the VIP card holders so they could provide the utmost respect and excellent service. Because of that, the soldiers instantly recognized Eve and allowed them to fly directly to the entrance instead of walking like the rest. Although the nobles who witnessed the special treatment felt annoyed, they didn't dare to question the guards, which was equivalent to questioning the Aqua Palace itself. It wasn't an understatement to say that Aqua Palace ran the auction with an iron fist. Any hiccups to the auction would directly result in the guards' termination. Sometimes they would lose jobs and sometimes they would lose their lives. Hence, the guards watched everyone like hawks. After entering the palace, they saw glowing arrows in the air, leading the VIP guests towards their allocated rooms. A few people threw shocked glances at Eve, but she ignored everyone. Michael noticed there wasn't a single one who greeted Eve with a friendly smile. In fact, they didn't even bother to glance at Nightmare or Michael. Since Michael and the group arrived at the palace early, they didn't meet other VIP guests on their way to the second floor. Because of Eve and her connection, the auction token he received from the Alchemy Guild became a waste. Instead of using his token, he could now use Eve's VIP card to bid on the items. After taking their seats on the comfy sofas, Michael stared at the stadium outside. It reminded him of the football stadiums on the Earth. Only this was several times bigger and grander than them. They all witnessed the stadium getting filled with people rapidly in silence. Michael was actually shocked to see the thousands of nobles in one place. He knew the Aqua Palace must have earned millions just by the entry fee alone. It took the stadium an hour to get completely packed with people. The atmosphere outside was like a beehive, but inside they didn't hear a word. The VIP rooms had special runes that filtered most of the undistinguishable chit-chatter to prove a serene environment for the VIPs. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed. Looking at the auction house, a sense of nostalgia hit Michael. It wasn't long ago when he visited the Phoenix Manor to attend an auction. At that time he wasn't even a core formation cultivator. He remembered how he bought a teleportation scroll to escape Lord Julius. But now that he thought about everything, he couldn't help smiling. In just 18 months he went from running away from an auction to getting VIP treatment from the biggest auction houses in the world. Outside the Aqua Palace, many nobles gathered outside in a long line to enter the auction house. As time went by, several luxurious airships appeared above the island. One of them was painted in crimson, red and black. If Michael was outside, he would compare the airship with the Zeppelin. But again he would be more furious than curious. Because the ship had the emblem of Kingdom Thusia. Several figures clad in fiery robes flew out of the Zeppelin and directly entered the palace from above. Just like Michael and his group, they followed the arrows to reach their VIP rooms. Without having an idea that his sworn enemies were sitting next to his room, Michael sat on the sofa, enjoying the orange juice offered by the Aqua Palace with Eve, Gaia, and Nightmare. At the moment, the stadium was completely packed with people, including the VIP rooms. The Aqua Palace's marketing caused the auction to be one of the biggest auctions in the last decade. Because Michael spent his time brewing potions and Gaia spent her time cultivating, they didn't know much about the items which were to appear in the auction. They would have bothered to care if they had enough coins to afford the items. But, as far as they were concerned, they would be lucky to buy something in the auction for the coins they had. After all, 20 million was pocket change for the nobles and VIPs in R. How much do you think we will make by auctioning the cure? Asked Nightmare, breaking the silence in the room. 0 coins, Gaia sighed. Although they traded the cure for promotion, she still felt terrible about losing all those coins. Okay, let me rephrase my question. How much do you think our cure will go for? Asked Nightmare. 5 million, simple. Gaia didn't even take a few seconds to think about it. She could bet on her life that the cure would go for at least 5 million gold coins. There was not a shred of doubt in her mind the nobles would buy the cure just to study it so they could mass produce it for themselves. 5 million? I think it would go for more. Especially now the molten plague has spread to the nearby kingdoms, said Eve. Eve still was in shock at what Filvander and his family had done to her. So unlike Jennifer, Eve couldn't care less about a few nobles in the nearby kingdoms succumbing to the plague. To be honest, Eve's mind was a boggle as she couldn't figure out her feelings. A part of her sought revenge on the elves, but the other wanted to forgive and forget. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed. Because of this, she occupied her mind with other things such as training, cultivating, and of course spending time with her new best friends. With Michael and Gaia's guidance, Eve had already begun to come up with ideas to lead the Voldegards better than her father. However, almost 60% of the remaining elders supported Jennifer, but fortunately she rejected the offer to lead the family without a single thought. Moreover, she named Eve as the better suited to lead the family, not her. Michael was glad Jennifer didn't turn out to be yet another cringe girl who would eventually end up as his enemy. Although Jennifer disliked the idea of waiting till the molten plague spread across the continent, she didn't question Michael or Gaia. On the contrary, despite everything, Jennifer felt grateful to them. If it wasn't for Ghost, she wouldn't be alive to complain. Good, Gaia grinned. I would be more glad if the Empress herself got sick with the plague, Gaia thought to herself but didn't dare to speak these words out loud. On the other hand, Michael wondered whether the Thusians would attend the auction or not. After all, they were at war with many kingdoms at once. To this moment he had no idea that several elders and a minister in Thusia were sitting just next door, having quite a chat with some elders. What's taking them so long? Nightmare couldn't help asking after looking at the crowded stadium. There wasn't a single seat left empty, but still they didn't start the auction. So Nightmare wondered what was keeping the Aqua Palace from starting the auction. He particularly looked at Eve for an answer, but she had none. But when she was about to say she didn't know the reason, they all had a thunderclap resonating throughout the arena. The entire stadium became death silent following the thunderclap. They all looked around to see what was happening. Some thought the auction was about to begin, but people like Eve who attended auctions before knew it wasn't the case. A few seconds later, a bright golden light appeared from the sky and landed right in the stadium's center. The bright golden light radiated a warmth that everyone in the stadium, including Michael, felt. Because of his X-ray vision, Michael was able to see a man standing in the golden light. To Michael's surprise, the man was also a fusion stage cultivator who was just one level away from reaching the half-immortal stage. Michael slightly moved forward, focusing on the man. Whoever it was, the man loved theatrics. He could have entered the place through the VIP channel, but he chose to enter through the open space above the stadium. The man loved heroic entrances. The golden light enveloped the man for another minute or two until it gradually faded away. Only then could everyone see the man who had just arrived. "It's the Golden Prince," someone from the crowd shouted without realizing the stadium had grown silent. Chapter 617. War Gods of Aur. The elf was armed to the teeth with golden metal plates except for his head. So Michael could see the striking golden hair fluttering in the wind, blue eyes and glowy skin. He simply waved his hand at the crowd before flying toward one of the VIP rooms. The elven prince left a golden light trail on his way to the VIP room. After the elf disappeared from his sight, Michael tilted his head to question Eve. "Who is he?" "The third prince of Gondolin," Eve said. Gondolin could be said as the capital of Aur because the Empress ruled the continent from there. Although the dwarves never recognized the Empress' authority, the dwarves avoided messing with the Empress. Why? Because the dwarves were afraid of the princes. The 6 princes of Aur were collectively called the War Gods for a reason. Each of the War Gods was powerful enough to topple any kingdom that threatens Gondolin to the ground single-handedly. A War God, Gaia rolled her eyes when she heard Eve. They didn't deserve the name War God. If someone did, it was Michael. The reason why the princes were so powerful was they all had not one but several legendary spells in their arsenal. In addition, their weapons also belonged to the legendary class, which was enhanced by powerful runes. Therefore, although they were at the fusion stage, they were several times more powerful than any fusion stage cultivator. In case Michael had everything they had, he would be unstoppable. "A war god? Fancy name," said Michael, making Eve quickly shut his mouth with her hand. When they heard Michael, the soul refiners' faces turned pale as a white sheet. Not a single one in Aur wasn't afraid of the war gods. Michael looked at everyone to realize he was a big deal in Aur. "Don't speak ill of them. In fact, don't speak about them at all," said Eve. "Why?" Michael asked, since he didn't know a thing about a war god. As far as he could guess, they were some kind of generals in the Empress army. He wasn't wrong though, but they were not simply generals, each of them was a one-man army who had been protecting Gondolin for centuries. "Because they could kill you and no one can do anything about it," Eve said with a grave tone which only made Michael more curious. "Interesting," Michael dragged his voice. Deep down, Michael wanted to know more about this war god. Forming an alliance with a powerful figure such as the elf might benefit him in the long run. After the war god settled into his room, the people began to murmur with each other. In a few minutes they became as loud as before. 10 minutes later, a deafening bell rang throughout the arena. The arena became deadly silent yet again as everyone saw an old man in gray robes slowly descend from the sky. The old man was a soul refining stage level 7. He had neatly combed hair with a black goatee. Under everyone's curious gazes, the old man landed in the arena's center. After the old man landed on the neatly pruned grass field, he coughed a few times, clearing his throat. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed, welcome to the annual prestigious Aqua Auction. I am the auctioneer Rixton Bash for today's auction. Many of you might know the rules of the auction, but I will go through the rules again for the newcomers. Michael took a long sip of the orange juice and put the empty glass on the table before him. Afterward, Michael rested his legs on the table as the old man began to recite the rules and regulations. Every item in the auction is examined and verified for its authenticity by the best people in Aqua Palace. So rest assured you won't be scammed, Rixton said, pausing for a moment. Only the bidding token holders and VIPs can bid for an item. Every bid must be made in gold coins. Other currencies such as silver coins, antique items, and ores won't be accepted. Aqua Palace also kindly requests the audience to enjoy the auction without making too much of a ruckus. It sounded more of a threat than a request in Michael's ears. After successfully winning the bid, you will be contacted by one of our employees. You can either choose to pay the price and take the item immediately or pay later at the end of the day. The auction will last for 3 days and battles are strictly forbidden on the Aqua Palace grounds. Rixton's grave voice reverberated through the arena. Knowing the Aqua Palace, none dared to break the rules. After all, the Aqua Palace was owned by the Arctic Hall and the Empress. Well, the rules have already been finished. I think everyone is very clear in mind. Michael was disappointed and surprised at the same time. He expected Rixton to inform them about giving the buyers some protection, but he said nothing about it. What if someone decided to steal the item after one leaves the island? If you don't have the power to hold onto your items, then you don't deserve it. That's an unwritten rule in Aqua Auctions, Gaia said nonchalantly. That's unfair, Nightmare sighed, feeling disappointed by the Aqua Palace. Even Michael was disappointed too. A prestigious auction like the Aqua Auction should provide the buyers some security until they reach their destination. Otherwise, the powerful people could just snatch away an item from the weak. Back on Elon and Azer, many auctions resulted in an all-out war between noble families or between some rogue cultivator and a noble family. Either way, the auctions always resulted in bloodshed. The importance of a teleporter seemed higher and higher in Michael's mind. The crowd remained silent, listening to Rixton without daring to utter a word until he finished going through the rules. Now that I went through the rules, it's time to finally start what you've been waiting for all this time. Let the annual Aqua Auction begin. The crowd erupted into cheers as soon as the crowd heard Rixton's thunderous shout. Only a small percentage possessed a bidding token to bid on items among the thousands of people. Still, they all cheered because not every day could they witness rare, ancient items with their own eyes. Plus, if they were lucky, they could see a nice battle outside the Aqua Island obviously. Soon, Rixton turned his palms as a black pillar emerged from the grass field near Rixton. A silver long sword rested upon the pillar, glistening in the light. Even from their rooms, Michael could hear the sword humming. The blade had a large, warped crossguard, which was to ensure the blade was both balanced and capable of protecting the owner's hands against any sliding sword. In addition, the crossguard had a gilded eye on each side, a clear sign this weapon belongs to a champion. A fairly small pommel was decorated with gilded linings, fancy decorations for a fancy sword. The blade itself was engraved. Ancient symbols were engraved on the blade, giving the blade a unique look. With a single look, Gaia could tell the sword belonged to the epic class. To be honest, she had never expected the Aqua Auction to begin with an epic class item right out of the bat. It seemed like this year's Aqua Auction would be a special one. Rixton pointed at the silver sword. This is an epic class weapon. As far as our experts tested the sword, it could give the wielder a speed boost as well as create a low-pitched vibration to void off mindless beasts. To Michael, the sword sounded okay, but the others were so excited as many drooled at the sword. However, Michael had no intention of buying the sword even though he was in need of a good pair of swords. The starting bid for this sword is 1 million gold coins, Rixton said. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed. Not even a second passed since Rixton spoke when someone from a VIP room bid for the sword. 1.5 million, another one bid for the sword from another VIP room. Because the VIP rooms were shielded by the black glass, no one could see who was inside another VIP room. That was why Michael didn't see the Thujans bidding for the sword. Michael noticed Rick's Tun had never mentioned a certain amount to increase for each bid like the auction he had attended. So the bid for the sword went from 1.5 million to 4 million in a few minutes. 7 million, suddenly a clear crisp voice echoed through the arena, drawing everyone's attention. Michael turned his head in the voice's direction, but the black glass covering each VIP room prevented him from locating the voice's owner. However, Michael had X-ray vision to see through the mirror. His thermal vision showed Michael a man's silhouette. If he was right, it was the Golden Prince who bid for the sword. The nobles in VIP rooms instantly recognized the prince's crisp steel-like voice. They wanted the sword for themselves, but it was not worth crossing the Golden Prince. As a result, they all stopped bidding for the sword. "It's bad for business," Nightmare said. "No shit," Gaia agreed with Nightmare. "If I had an auction house, I would mask everyone's voice and prevent anyone from revealing their background. That way everyone can bid without fearing the strong." Gaia was right as always. When it comes to anything related to making money, she was an unparalleled genius. At least, she was more intelligent than the Aqua Palace owners, who didn't think of masking the VIPs. Otherwise, the sword would have gone for more than 7 million. "Sold for VIP number 3, the Golden Prince." Rick's Tun shouted, revealing the man who just bid for the sword. Sitting on the sofa, Michael furrowed his brows. The old man had no need to reveal the Golden Prince's name. Instead, he could have simply said the VIP room number. Something rubbed Michael in the wrong way about this whole auction. Is he just showing off or actually needs that sword? Michael whispered to Eve, "Who knows?" Eve shrugged. At that moment, the crowd had murmured amongst themselves, looking between the Golden Prince's room that had a glowing number 3 floating outside in the air and the sword. Then, a while later, the pillar along with the sword slowly slid into the ground. "Let's take a look at the next item." Rick's Tun flicked his wrist as the pillar slowly emerged from the ground just like before. However, this time a crystal orb was atop the pillar. After the appearance of the sphere, the temperature of the entire auction site suddenly dropped, and many people felt a little cold, including Michael. A white mist slowly blanketed the arena until Rick's Tun clapped his hands together. His clap immediately produced a powerful shock wave that instantly blasted the white mist away. Afterward, he turned his gaze towards the crystal orb. Inside this crystal is the ancient ice dragon's heart. Those who didn't know, Ice Dragon was the last royal dragon who breathed ice instead of fire. Chapter 6:18. The Hunt Family and the Cure. As Rick's Tun mentioned, the heart inside the ice crystal belonged to an ice-breathing dragon that lived in the treacherous ocean. It was the last of his kind. After the war between beastmen and the dragons, as well as the dragon clan's sudden disappearance, only a few dragons lived in the treacherous ocean. The ice-breathing dragon was one of them. The dragon's coldness could shatter even a fusion-stage cultivator's body. Since it lived in a treacherous ocean, none dared to bother the dragon until a brave adventurer managed to collect a few body parts of the dragon. As soon as Michael heard Rick's Tun, he desired to get the heart for Nightmare. He could think of a few potions that could use the dragon's heart as an ingredient to give Nightmare a new ability. However, he doubted he could get his hands on the dragon's heart. "If I started to list out the things you can do with the ice dragon's heart, we will all have to be here the whole day. So, I would directly begin the bidding instead of wasting everyone's time. The starting price of this treasure is 10 million. People gasped for air in shock after hearing the outrageous price. 20 million. Right out of the bat, a noble doubled the bid by placing a 20 million bid. "That's my current net worth," Michael sighed, thinking how poor he is compared to the nobles in our. 25 million. Another man shouted from a VIP room. 50 million. Not even a couple of minutes passed since Rick's Tun started the bid, but they had already hit the 50 million mark. It was truly outstanding. Am I jealous of them? Michael questioned himself after seeing the real wealthy people showing how rich they are to the world. Michael was taken aback by surprise. Someone had increased the body by 25 million like it was nothing. Michael activated his thermal vision to locate the rich noble. His eyes scanned all the VIP rooms, but unfortunately, the one who bid was adjacent to their VIP room, which prevented Michael from looking at them. Unless Michael could get his head through the glass, he wouldn't be able to see the nobles. Michael had no idea these nobles who occupied the room next were Thujans. 55 million, a lady with a melodious voice bid for the heart next. 70 million, the Thujans raised the bid once again, and this time none bid against them. The ice dragon heart was a rare thing, but they didn't think it was worth 70 million. Who are these people? Nightmare asked, shocked by their wealth. They forked up 70 million like it was nothing. Although Gaia was a princess, she had never spent coins as lavishly as the other princesses because she knew how hard it was to earn them. Unfortunately, Salisi, Gaia's stepmother, didn't share her thoughts. Thus, she spent the coins on all kinds of expenses, driving the kingdom to near bankruptcy. Gaia knew the value of gold coins more than anyone. So naturally, she hated the nobles for giving away 70 million as there was no need to go that high. They could have increased the bid bit by bit and bought the dragon's heart for 60 million. Since it wasn't her coins, Gaia didn't bother to say anything. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed, sold to VIP number 2, the Thusians. The moment Rixton uttered the word Thusians, Eve felt the temperature in the room drop by several degrees. Nightmare and Gaia immediately glared at Michael to see his eyes reddening. Not only did the veins in his eyes pop, but also the veins on his face bulged. Even with Michael's control over anger, he failed to remain calm when he heard the word Thusians. Ghost. Eve noticed the changes on his face. She slowly placed her hand on his shoulder, asking worriedly, "Are you all right?" "Why wouldn't he be?" Gaia quickly answered Eve before Eve could make any connection between Michael and Kingdom Thusia. "I am fine." Michael took a deep breath. He could vividly see the images of his sanctuary burning, his elders drawing their last breath, the Thusian soldiers brutally murdering everyone he knew and beating him to death flashed. He would give anything to seek revenge against the Thusians. If it wasn't for the soul part that grew on Earth, Michael would have gone to the VIP room and started massacring them without a shred of mercy. Squeezing Michael's hand, Gaia wordlessly told him to remain calm. "I'm fine. Just remembered some things that I don't want to," Michael said, taking a few deep breaths. "The next thing we will show you is a last-minute addition to the auction items. I'm positive that all of you have heard about the Molten Plague. Kingdom Thera has been put on lockdown because of this plague. Although we haven't heard of anyone falling sick to the plague outside Thera, we cannot be sure. These are trying times. But if you have a loved one suffering from the Molten Plague or just want to be safe, worry not. The Aqua Palace acquired a cure for the plague." Upon hearing Rixton's words, the Golden Prince leaned forward on his sofa. "So the spies are right. Someone did come up with a cure." The Golden Prince rubbed his chin. Unlike the other VIPs, the Golden Prince didn't have any guards around him. He came here alone, seeking the truth behind the alleged cure. On the ground, Rixton flicked his wrist as a vial with glistening purple liquid emerged from the ground atop a pillar. "We have examined the potion and can say with utmost certainty that this potion not only cures the Molten Plague but prevents anyone from getting infected by the plague. This miraculous cure was brewed by the #1 alchemist in Elon, Master Ghost. As per the deal, Rixton promoted Michael on the grand stage." Ghost. The Golden Prince tilted his head, searching through his memories to see if he had heard such a name before. In fact, many nobles did the same, but only a few heard the name Ghost. These nobles had some connections to Azair and Elon, unlike the rest who failed to recognize Michael. But, of course, the handful of nobles who recognized Michael included the Thusians. After all, Michael was the Thusian Alchemy Guild's leader. So naturally they heard about Ghost even though they had never met him eye to eye. These Thusians even had the audacity to feel proud, except for a few who opposed Ghost for giving the cure to Aqua Palace instead of His Majesty Maxim Barnes. The starting bid for this potion that would change the fate of Ar is 5 million gold coins. 7 million? Michael heard a stoic voice for the first time. Michael didn't see the man, but his voice made Michael imagine a Viking with a full beard and muscular body. Because the voice was rough, thick and heavy. 10 million. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed despite the bids. Eve saw no happiness in either of their faces. Yet Eve chose not to question them as she heard about their deal with the Aqua Palace from Michael himself. No matter how much the nobles paid for the cure, Michael wouldn't get a single coin. Instead, all the coins would go to the Aqua Palace as a part of their deal. After putting the cure on the market, Gaia knew they couldn't put a 10 million price tag on the potion. Ultimately, only a small percentage in R could afford something priced at 10 million. So, to maximize their profits and sales, they had to come up with a lower price and wholesale the potions to each ruler in R. These kings and queens would then distribute the cures to their citizens. 12 million, a man raised the bid. 20 million, 22 million, Michael heard the nobles rapidly raising the price of his potion. However, he was surprised to see the Golden Prince remaining silent the entire time. He or the Thujans didn't bid because the Golden Prince knew the Aqua Palace would start distributing the potions for a much lower price, and the Thujans knew they could get the cure from the man who brewed the cure himself. So the two parties chose not to bid for the cure. The Hunt family bids 25 million, the rough voice resonated in the arena yet again. As soon as everyone heard the voice, the bidding war had just stopped. None dared to bid against the man afterward. Had many prominent noble families, and the Hunt family was the second most powerful family among them. This multiracial family was only second to the Gondolin royal family in terms of wealth and power. The Hunt family was known to produce prodigies, including the late Harriet Hunt. The latter shook the entire world with her heaven-defying cultivation. The Empress herself feared that Harriet might overtake her in cultivation with enough time. It was a pity that Harriet Hunt and her two sisters died in an unforeseen accident. Even after her death, many academies in taught their disciples about Harriet. Moreover, the Empress erected a statue of Harriet in Gondolin's capital as a sign of respect for Harriet Hunt. However, none of them had any idea that Harriet Hunt was very much alive and living as Diana Winston in Elon. The Hunts are here, huh? Now I have a feeling we might get some entertainment after the auction. Gaia grinned. She couldn't believe they were between the Thujans and the Hunts. After noticing the silence, Rixton looked at the VIP room next to Michael's. Sold for 25 million to the Hunts. Michael paid no mind to the Hunts. As far as he was concerned, they were just another one of the powerful families in Ignoring the Hunts, Michael focused more on figuring out the most brutal way to kill the Thujans next to him. Following the cure, Rixton brought 3 more treasures one after another. These 3 treasures were respectively obtained by the Hunt family, Thujans, and the Brugo family, which hailed from the Kingdom of Orcs. Many nobles, like the Golden Prince, didn't bother to bid for these items because they knew these items were just a warm-up. The real treasures would only appear later in the auction. The auction lasted for 2 hours with no items that interested Michael or Eve. Eventually, Rixton took a deep breath. The first day of the auction concludes now. Please return here tomorrow morning for the second day of Aqua Auction, Rixton said before ascending to the sky. Meanwhile, the crowd slowly began to disperse, including the VIPs. I hope you two don't mind staying in one room, Eve playfully winked at Gaia. All the rooms are booked. So I could only book 2. One for me and one for the 3 of you. Chapter 619. Marriage of Ghost and Victoria. The Voldegards booked a room in a luxurious tavern. The ground floor was an inn that had several people drinking and dancing. Michael, however, was not in the mood to mingle with the ground. Instead, he and Gaia followed Eve behind until they reached the wooden door. This is your room. If you need something, I am just a door away, Eve said as Michael twisted the metal knob, opening the door with a small creak. See you tomorrow, Michael nodded at Eve before walking into his room with Gaia. The room was clean, neat, and cozy. There was a white queen bed big enough for Michael and Gaia, a large window draped with an orange curtain, blocking the light, and a small round table with a couple of red chairs for them to dine in. Nightmare leaped onto the bed and bounced on it to see how bumpy the bed was. Thujans, huh? Gaia asked, closing the door behind her. The room fell silent as Michael just leaned on the wall watching the busy streets through the cracks between the curtains. If it makes you any better, we can go kill them. Gaia came to his side. She slowly hugged him from behind and rested her head on his shoulder. Immediately, Michael felt the light jasmine fragrance coming from her. Her hug was tight and warm. It had a certain magical effect to make him smile for a moment. Put simply, Michael was already planning on it. The best way to contain his anger was to blow off some steam. Otherwise, his mind wouldn't work at full capacity. As a result, he might make mistakes. Michael did not want to make any mistakes, especially now with the sea folks on his tail. Therefore, Michael decided to kill the Thujans. However, he had to wait till the night falls when his power would grow significantly. Meanwhile, Michael sent a couple of drones to follow the Thujans and ordered Azazel to watch the feed. Michael ordered Azazel to inform him as soon as possible in case something felt wrong. After Heinberg's death, Michael was thinking of something permanent to watch over the feeds coming from the spiders. Since Azazel was in physical form, he would be more useful to Michael outside the dark forest than inside. He wanted something else to take Azazel's place of watching the feed. Why don't we go into their room, make them weaker with the plague and kill them nice and slowly? Gaia slowly ran her fingers through Michael's chest. Her voice was extremely seductive. If it wasn't for his promise that he wouldn't take her before the marriage, he would have been on the bed right now. But even her seductive tone couldn't take his mind off of the Thujans. Every time he blinked, he could see nothing but dead bodies in the burning sanctuary. After merging with all the soul pieces, the feeling of betrayal became several times stronger. At that moment he would give anything to wipe out Wuxia from existence. "Hey Gaia," Michael turned around to look her in her eyes. "What do you say we go to Wuxia after coming out of Mazeroth?" asked Michael. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed. "I thought you'd never ask," Gaia headbutted Michael gently. Initially, Gaia thought her life was a tragedy. But her life seemed all rainbows and butterflies compared to Michael's. So Gaia wanted to help him destroy Wuxia before dealing with her own kingdom. To be honest, she felt no rush to visit Nagaland until at least she was at fusion stage. "It's time I pay them back for what they did to me." Michael and Gaia silently waited till nightfall. Today the sky was pitch black without a moon or any stars. When the previously busy steers became void of any crowd, Michael and Gaia flew through the window. Michael headed towards the tavern where the Thusians were staying. For some reason, the Thusians decided to stay in a tavern in the middle of a forest. Granted, Michael could see the crystal blue lake outside the tavern, giving the customers a nice view. Inside the tavern, one minister at soul refining stage and 3 elders at fusion stage sat before a fireplace, enjoying the hot coffee. The red-haired minister leaned back on his chair, gazing at the ice crystal in his hand. The Thusians could hardly see the triangular-shaped heart trapped within the ice crystal. "Give it to me, Rita. I want to take a look at it." Freddy, who was a dark-haired lean man, furrowed his gaze. The 4 of them were best friends long before Rita had become a minister. Thus, they called each by their name instead of any honorifics. "I bought it so I get to hold it," Rita chuckled. While the 4 friends were having a good time under the fireplace's warmth, they noticed a group of elves entering the hall through the wooden door. These elves seemed to be guarding the elven woman in the middle. Ignoring their gazes, the elves climbed the stairs to get to the 2nd floor. "I have seen her somewhere," Ryder rubbed his chin. He poked every corner of his brain to see where he met her. She seemed awfully familiar to Ryder. "Hey Dumbo, didn't you see the single silver leaf symbol on their chests? They are the Valran family." Freddy rolled his eyes. The Valrans were another powerful family in Ar, but they were not from Gondolin. Rather, the Valrans hailed from Sil Allery. Since the Valrans were relatives to Sil Allery's king Likler Allery, the Valrans held unprecedented power within Sil Allery. Coupled with the fact that one of the Valrans was an Alpha Guardian, none dared to cross the Valrans and Sil Allery. After hearing Freddy, Rita had a moment of realization. "She is Tanulia Valran. I knew I saw her somewhere. She visited Wuxia and met with Her Royal Highness, didn't she?" Rita recalled Tanulia meeting with Victoria a few months ago before the latter went to Mazeroth. They didn't know why they met, but the rumors have that Tanulia offered Victoria a position in the Guardian Guild. The rumor hadn't specified whether Victoria accepted it or not. But as far as Rita could tell, King Maxim Barnes didn't have a good thought about the Guardian Guild. So it was highly unlikely for the princess to join the Guardian Guild. "Did they bid for anything?" asked Freddy. "I don't think so," answered another one. "They must be saving their coins for something else." "I was pretty shocked that they didn't go for the molten plague cure," Rita said. "I am pretty shocked that ungrateful brat didn't give us the cure in the first place," Freddy snickered. Among the 4 friends, Freddy was the one who disliked Ghost for striking a deal with the Aqua Palace instead of giving the cure for free to them. He felt Ghost was obliged to do that since they hired him as their Alchemy Guild's leader. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net, if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed. You should vent all your anger while you still can, Freddy. You might not get a chance to do so in the future, Rita said. As a minister, he received insights into Maxim Barnes' decision more than his friends. One of those hot insights was Victoria's suitors. "What?" Freddy asked. "His Majesty is thinking of marrying Her Royal Highness to Ghost," said Rita calmly. The moment Freddy and the others heard him, their bodies went rigid. They were startled as Freddy creased his brows. "You're kidding?" "I kid you not. I heard this from one of Her Highness' friends." Rita took a long breath. "They've been thinking about this for some time. I think we will hear more about this once Her Royal Highness returns from Mazeroth," Rita explained. Unlike Michael, Victoria chose to stay in Mazeroth instead of leaving for the holidays. The sole reason for her visit to Mazeroth was to locate the primordial flames. The cold flames might have gone out of her reach, but she wanted to find the second flame she saw in the save, the mysterious black flames. She stayed behind to locate this flame no matter what. "What the hell? The last time I checked, he wasn't a noble by birth," Freddy protested. He was born and raised into a prominent noble family. As a result, Freddy treated the people who weren't nobles like dirt. In simple terms, he was a fascist. In fact, Freddy was one of the few who protested not to offer Ghost a position in their guild. True to his words, Freddy tried his best to block the offer. Nonetheless, Maxim Barnes overthrew their opinions and ordered Calvin to hire Ghost. If Freddy valued nobility, Maxim valued power. He wanted talented and powerful people to serve him instead of others. That way he could rule the entire world in the future. With the cosmic stream, his dream wasn't too far. Do you think His Majesty will give a shit about nobility in this case? He is a heaven-defying prodigy, 5-star alchemist, and now the king of Breedia. To be honest, he is no lesser than Her Royal Highness in any way. I am with Rita on this one. A bald-headed man named Sindre sided with Rita. I heard about Ghost. His achievements are quite shocking. With time and resources, he might hit the fusion stage within a few years from now on. Once he reaches the fusion stage, I won't be surprised if the Empress herself asked his hand in marriage for one of her daughters. So what if that happens, huh? Do you expect Her Royal Highness to be his secondary queen? Freddy asked with a tinge of fury in his eyes. That's for His Majesty to figure out. Just lay back and relax. We don't get paid to think about their family affairs, Sindre replied. Chadak. Suddenly, as they were talking, they heard thudding footsteps above them. Did you hear that? They all quickly spread their senses to see if there was someone outside. However, their senses picked up nothing. Might be a cat or something. Ryder refused to pay much mind to the footsteps. After all, he didn't need to worry about security as the place had runes and arrays to stop and neutralize any unauthorized visitors. Chapter 620. Enslaving a God. At that moment, 3 bright lights floated inside a lavish throne hall. The walls surrounding the 3 lights had high, stained glass windows of mesmerizing mosaics concealed by curtains adorned with intricate embroidery and jewels. The thousands of gems on the askew ceiling danced in the flickering light while the 3 lights looked down upon the marble floor of this grand hall. Their energy radiation was none like anyone the mortals have seen except Diana. 22 years ago, these 3 witnessed Wulfric and Andreas performing the forbidden spell on Diana. The 3 of them thought they had closed the chapter of Dark Lord forever until yesterday. He didn't only return to this universe but also had the power to rival them as a celestial being. Just the thought of the Dark Lord made these Skyhall elders shiver to the core. The 3 lights gradually lost their radiance, showing a silhouette inside each light. How could this be? We were there when the portal to the Void Realm opened. We saw Wulfric and Andreas sending the Dark Lord to Earth. How could this happen? How is he here? A white-haired woman clad in sky-blue armor stepped out of the light. She was tall, stern, and radiated an aura of a warrior. Although she didn't carry a weapon in hand, she seemed like an embodiment of the word warrior. Yet, even a fierce warrior like her stuttered when talking about the Dark Lord. What they witnessed yesterday sent shivers running through their spines. What shocked them further was the Dark Lord sensed their presence. Something must have gone wrong with the ritual. A cold voice resonated in the hall as a short burly figure with a pot belly, thick long bushy beard, and long hair walked out of the light. Even after reaching the celestial stage, the man couldn't stop excluding a drunken Viking vibe. Despite his status, the man only wore leather greaves and leather shoulder armor. We could ask Eladir, but oh wait, he's escaped from his imprisonment. This time, an elven man with haughtiness stepped out of the light. Sarcasm oozed out of his voice. The 3 bright lights faded away, revealing their figures clearly. The warrior lady was a human, the burly man was a dwarf, and finally, the sarcastic man was an elf. The archangels are scouring the Uculan realm as we speak, the lady said. That's what you said a month ago, growled the dwarf. There is no need for any quarrel. In case you 2 have forgotten, we still have trump cards waiting to be used, the elf grinned. True to his word, the elf waved his hand as 2 figures made of smoke appeared before them. Slowly, each smoky figure turned into a young woman. One figure wore armor set with a rounded helm and a face guard. Attached to the forehead area was a crafted leather ornament piece shaped like a lion's mouth. The shoulders were oval, short, and quite large, decorated with 3 big, curved wooden spikes on each side, lined up from back to front. She had a perfectly sculpted face, porcelain skin, and silky raven black hair. The figure floating beside the black-haired girl was a petite, golden-haired girl, dressed in purple robes. She looked a couple of years younger than the black-haired girl as she still had a tinge of childness on her face. Both these figures remained still with their eyes closed. Looking at the 2 figures, the human lady remained expressionless while the dwarf furrowed his busy brows. Yasmin Winston and Jennifer Voldegard, The elf hovered towards the figures he summoned. He grinned, looking at his handiwork. His hand went straight through their smoky figures when he moved his hand across their bodies. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com. To experience faster update speed, the God of Light only has 2 weaknesses. The elf raised 2 fingers, family and love. With them we can exploit his weaknesses, the elf smirked. Judging by the elf's look, the dwarf knew he had formed a long-time plan way before they actually agreed to clone 2 humans. Usually, the dwarf preferred to end the conflicts with his warhammer, but after taking a glance at the future, even he controlled his lust for battle and decided to be patient. The dwarf turned his head to see the lady remain calm as a lake. She didn't even bat an eye. This is how we beat the God of Light, Thorfinn Borgerson, the elf said, ridiculing the dwarf. Not by sending a bunch of shells to kill him, the elf chuckled again. Seeing the ridicule in the elf's voice, Thorfinn clenched his fist. At least I did something. What were you doing? Sitting on your ass, plotting to get your hands on the holy maiden, Thorfinn growled. Despite the dwarf's growl, the elf remained as playful as ever. What can I say? I like the thrill of the hunt. Shut up, both of you. We just saw the Dark Lord and you 2 are acting like nothing's happening. The lady raised her voice, shutting both of them. Then she hovered towards Yasmin Winston and Jennifer Voldegard. Like it or not, the Dark Lord is here. Which means we all failed to imprison him. Did you even bother to think about what's going to happen to our world? Asked the lady, looking at the dwarf and the elf. The images of the future they had seen flashed across their eyes. A universe without any light or happiness, a sky painted with red, and all races void of any will to do anything other than serving the Dark Lord. Those were just a few glimpses. As much as I hate to succumb to this, we have to go with Devdan's plan, the lady looked at the elf. Although Thorfinn firmly believed fighting the Dark Lord and killing him was the only way to permanently fix the problem, he couldn't protest against Devdan. After all, the elf didn't protest when he sent his men after Noah a few months ago. But unfortunately his men failed miserably. Thorfinn hadn't expected Noah to be that strong. Other than destroying a human restaurant, his men achieved nothing. But Devdan, we cannot kill Noah. Not after we have seen how powerful the Dark Lord is. He may be the only one who could stop him, just as the prophecy said. So what do you want me to do? Send my 2 perfect clones to him and pleasure him on his bed? The elf rolled his eyes, bothering not to tone down the sarcasm in his voice. No, ignoring Devad's sarcasm, the lady raised her brow like a sword. He is a god. Unlike us, his body and soul would go through metamorphoses while breaking through to the half-immortal stage. Lady Qingjiu called it stepping into godhood. Once he steps into godhood, the odds of us killing him will plummet. But reaching godhood comes with a price. During his breakthrough, he would be as powerless as a fish in a barrel. We have to take advantage of that time, the lady declared. Her goal was not to kill Noah nor to stop him from reaching godhood. The real goal was to ensure Noah would serve the Sky Hall as his sister. After living their lives as gods in this universe, none of the elders were willing to serve anyone else, including the God of Light or the Holy Maiden herself. I assume you have a plan including my clones? Devdan asked her. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com. To experience faster update speed. Do you remember the forbidden spell we used on Diana to alter her memories? She asked as the dwarf and elf slowly nodded their heads. Our rune masters had altered the spell to my preferences. Now we could use the spell on Noah during his ascension to godhood to alter his memories. Once we succeed, the God of Light will be our weapon and a slave. Finally, a grin emerged on her face. Just the thought of controlling a god gave a certain pleasure despite the situation. That still doesn't help us locate the Dark Lord. Besides, what if he already knows what we did to him and his family? Asked Thorfinn. If he did, we wouldn't be here talking to each other, Devdan said. No more trying to kill Noah from now on, Thorfinn. Instead, send him a few gifts to make him stronger. He would find the Dark Lord for us. We will end whoever hails victorious in the final battle. The Sky Hall doesn't need a god to serve. The lady turned around and walked away from Thorfinn and Devdan. We are the gods, she exclaimed before vanishing into thin air. After she left the place, Thorfinn turned his focus to the 2 human clones before him. So what the hell happened to the real Yasmin Winston and Jennifer Voldegard? Asked Thorfinn, although he had a good idea about their fate knowing Devdan. You cannot put 2 souls in one body, Thorfinn, said Devdan nonchalantly. Stop your bullshit. You killed them. Killing is a strong word. They sacrificed themselves for the greater good. Isn't that what we all want? Thorfinn felt like coughing up blood. He had lived for hundreds of years, yet he had never seen such a selfish person like Devdan in his life. So hearing the elf talking about sacrificing for the greater good sounded like bullshit to him. Devdan on the other hand just ignored the dwarf's glare. You heard the lady, no more trying to kill Noah, Thorfinn. Keep your dogs on leash. Devdan patted Thorfinn on the shoulder. He then just waved at the smoky figures as they slowly vanished into thin air. Sometimes Thorfinn wished he could just kill Devdan. Although they had reached the celestial stage and lived for thousands of years, their enmity ran deep. The only thing that kept them from killing each other was their common enemy, the Dark Lord. Otherwise each elder would have plotted to kill the other and succeeded a long time ago. Think about it, Devdan, I'm not a smartass like you, but even I could see if the spell failed to mess with Noah's head, you would end up paying for what you did to his cousin and his sweetheart. So pray to your elven gods for the spell to work. Otherwise you'd wish my ways had worked. With one last grin, Thorfinn disappeared from the room as well. After they had all left, Devdan waved his hand again. This time, a silhouette resembling Rowena appeared before him. When everything's over, you and I will rule this universe together, darling. You and me. Devdan grinned with eyes full of lust. He had never lusted over a girl in his entire life, let alone a human girl. But something about her made Devdan long for her like crazy. Soon I will get you. Chapter 621. Ambushing Tanulia Vauren. Back in the tavern on the outskirts of Alan Allery, one of the three dukedoms and where the Aqua Palace was located, Tanulia Vauren made her way to the carriage waiting outside. The soldiers followed her close despite her cultivation stage. To be honest, she didn't need any protection as she was the strongest among them. Her guards were only at the soul refining stage. The carriage waiting outside was hooked to horses rather than a Pegasus. Upon seeing the moonless sky, the darkness reminded Tanulia of the Dark Lord. Only then did she notice the horses hooked onto the carriage instead of Pegasus. Her furrowed brow made the old man shudder. As a human, the old man knew the elf's tendency to punch the humans. However, he was lucky that Tanulia wasn't in the mood to punish him. Moreover, she felt riding the carriage instead of flying may be a good way to calm her mind and soul. My lady, the Pegasi fell sick. Please forgive my incompetence. The old man quickly dropped to his knee. Rise. Tanulia waved her hand. Just drive the carriage to Thera, Tanulia said before opening the carriage door with a small clicking sound. Yes, my lady. The old man frantically nodded and hopped onto the driver's seat. The surrounding elves were displeased to ride the horses like humans, but they had no choice. After entering the carriage, Tanulia settled onto her seat. A small orb of light illuminated the interior. It was decorated with dark purple walls and cushions to make the journey as cozy as possible. The old man slapped the reins as the horses neighed. The horses then clip-clopped on the pavement built through the forest. Sitting inside the carriage, Tanulia hardly felt any bumps. Tanulia closed the curtains and flicked her wrist. Soon, a golden parchment appeared in her hand. After opening the parchment, she saw a few lines of a message written in a rush. She could hardly make out the words. The Dark Lord is in Thera. Tanulia mumbled the words written on the parchment. After escaping the Dark Lord's wrath and dreidel, the elders ordered her to stay as far as possible from the Dark Lord. They didn't want Tanulia to obstruct Mutrad's investigation. However, Tanulia sought revenge. She couldn't help it. After all, her decisions caused the lives of many loyal guardians, including Tiriana and Peyton. Lucifer, Tanulia clenched her fist. There was spite in her voice. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Tanulia coughed twice, closing her mouth. When she moved her hand away from the mouth, she noticed specks of blood on her palm. It had been a couple of days since she had been infected with the Molten Plague. She prepared to transfer her responsibilities to someone else in the Guardian Guild when she heard about the cure from one of Vauren family allies, the Hunts. According to them, they would have the cures in their hands by next week. For now, Tanulia and her family used the healing potions they stockpiled over the years. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed. Avenge me if he kills me, Tanulia heard Peyton's voice in her head. As an Alpha Guardian, Tanulia made countless difficult decisions in her life. However, none of them resulted in utter destruction except in the case of the Dark Lord. She thought sacrificing Tiriana to catch the Dark Lord would be worth it, but not only she couldn't catch the Dark Lord but she also lost Peyton. Moreover, Tanulia heard the elders were considering making Noah an Alpha Guardian once he reaches the fusion stage from the other Alpha Guardians. Although Tanulia had no objection to making Noah an Alpha Guardian, she didn't want Noah to catch the Dark Lord. Because if he did, Noah would prefer to put the Dark Lord in a special prison rather than end his life. Tanulia sought revenge. She wanted to slowly squeeze the life out of the Dark Lord. There was no way in hell Tanulia would let the Dark Lord live after what he did to her men and her ship. She slammed the cushion in anger. "Bastard," Tanulia growled. Blood slowly dripped through her nostrils as she clenched her fist tight. She began to feel weak. Hopefully she will get the cure soon. After wiping off the blood, she wondered when and how she got infected by the molten plague. She looked at the blood on her face and shoved her thoughts to the back of her mind. To everyone's surprise, the horses following the carriage behind neighed. Tanulia quickly put the scroll down and opened the curtains. She then put her head outside to get completely stunned by what she saw. The 5 guards who were following the carriage were nowhere to be seen. "Stop," Tanulia ordered the carriage driver. True to her orders, the old man pulled the reins back, slowly stopping the carriage. Before she could step outside the carriage, the old man opened the door for her. Tanulia looked at the shuddering old man. The old man carried a torch to look around. With the torch's dim light, the old man could see horses neighing behind the carriages. To his surprise, the soul refiners riding the horses were nowhere to be seen. "What?" The old man shuddered. By this time, Tanulia had stepped out of the carriage. She noticed the old man gazing behind the carriage. When she turned her head, she could only see the frightened horses but not her guards. Immediately, Tanulia conjured a ball of light that emanated a bright white light several times brighter than the torch. As she cautiously approached the horses, they neighed louder and louder as though they were frightened by something. She surveyed the sight continuously, careful not to miss the smallest detail. "My lady, where did they go?" the old man asked in a husky voice. There was dread and fear in his voice. One moment the 4 soul refiners were following him behind, and the next moment they disappeared without a trace. Judging by the frown on her face, the old man didn't think the soul refiners left their horses under her order. Suddenly, the old man heard a rustling sound as he quickly jerked his head in the direction where the sound came. Cough, cough, Tanulia coughed again. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Calm to experience faster update speed, she quickly flicked her wrist, taking out a sparkling blue healing potion from her space ring. Without wasting a second, she emptied the potion into her mouth. There was something eerie about this. The horses kept neighing until they suddenly ran off into the sea of trees, disappearing from her sight. Leaves rained down upon them as though it was autumn, and the ground was blanketed by dead leaves. Although Tanulia knew something was obviously wrong and eerie, she was unable to pinpoint it. Aside from the sound of hooves crunching the leaves and the old man's teeth cluttering in fear, the forest was silent. "Make them shut up," Tanulia ordered the old man. The sound of horses neighing annoyed her. "Nothing has happened to me. It's all right," the old man mumbled, shaking the worries from his mind. Once he arrived near the horses, he gently brushed the horse's man to calm it down. With gentle movement, he was able to make one calm, but when he was about to touch the second horse, he felt a strong gust of wind brush past him. The wind almost knocked him down to the ground. The old man couldn't remain calm any longer. His frail legs began to shiver. "Who is there?" snarled Tanulia. Just like the old man, she also felt the gust of wind. Unfortunately, the wind put out the torch as well as the orb of light floated beside Tanulia. As a result, darkness enveloped them. "My lady." Suddenly, Tanulia heard a wail of cry resonating from the woods. As though in a cue, several arrows shot out from all directions, penetrating the carriage and Tanulia's hand. "It's an ambush," shouted the old man. Unsheathing sound echoed through the forest as Tanulia drew the silver sword hanging on her waist. Due to the molten plague's effects, Tanulia lost most of her connection to the arch and celestial energy. She swung the sword, cutting some of the arrows in half. As an Alpha Guardian, she was trained to use all the weapons including swords. With precise swings, she was able to defend herself. Despite her weak state, she readied herself to cast a defense shield. But the barrage of arrows stopped. Several dozen arrows riddled the carriage, yet none of them harmed the old man or the 2 horses. The forest was once again quiet, with only the old man's cluttering teeth to cut the silence. Tanulia held the arrow sticking out of her left arm, trembling as blood flowed down. Although the Vauran family inquired with the Hunt family about the cure, they did not reveal Tanulia's condition. After all, if the rival families got any whiff of the Vauran family having a sick one and a protector at that, the rival families would attack them like a pack of hungry hyenas. When Tenulia thought about it, everything led her to believe this was either a mind-blowing coincidence or a perfectly planned ambush. Except for her parents, no one knew about her sickness, not even her personal guards. The possibility of her being attacked at the precise moment when she was weak and vulnerable was highly unlikely unless someone had planned everything perfectly. Still, the question remained. How did one learn about Tenulia's sickness? "My lady, are you there?" The old man could hardly raise his voice. He just crawled under the carriage and curled into a ball to make himself as small as possible. At the end of the day, he was just a carriage driver who had no obligation to die for the elves. Unlike her personal guards, he was just working for coins. So he would rather save himself than die for Tenulia. Besides, he was not a fighter. The most powerful thing he killed was a wild boar when he went hunting with his 5 friends. "Shut up," Tenulia growled with a tinge of pain and anger in her voice. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star." Suddenly, a woman's voice reverberated in the area. Tenulia's pain was slowly replaced by shock. She wanted to catch the ambusher, feed her to the dogs and personally hang her by the neck. "How I wonder what you are," the mysterious woman spoke slowly. "Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky." As soon as Tenulia heard this phrase, her body went rigid. She had heard these exact words before. To be exact, 25 years ago, when she met the heaven-defying prodigy of the Hunt family, Harriet Hunt. Chapter 622, Gaia vs. Harriet I. Tenulia gritted her teeth, moving her head to the side. Her pointy ears twitched as she heard a rustling sound from the dark woods. She pulled out the arrow from her hand. "Show yourself," Tenulia snarled. She snapped her finger as the torch on the ground lit up. Soon, Tenulia saw a figure walking out of the darkness in the torchlight. The figure wore a dark cloak. Under the cloak showing the glint of metal armor. With every step, a mild clanking sound echoed. However, the metal armor didn't resemble the ones the knights or royal guards wore. Rather, it seemed like the figure etched armor plates into flexible leather armor. Tenulia had fought soldiers wearing metal plate armor before. So she knew the drawbacks of cladding in full metal plate armor. In exchange for protection and defense, they forsake their movement and agility. "Who are you?" Tenulia asked the figure. Although the figure spoke the exact same words Harriet Hunt used to recite, Tenulia couldn't believe the figure might be the legendary Harriet Hunt. She died in an accident along with her 2 sisters. Besides, when Tenulia met Harriet 25 years ago, the latter was at the core strengthening stage. With Harriet's cultivation speed, she would have reached at least a fusion stage cultivator by now if she was alive. However, the figure who walked out of the shadows was only a soul refining stage cultivator. There was no way it was Harriet Hunt. To her surprise, the figure didn't attack Tenulia. Instead, the figure kept walking toward her. Tenulia grasped her sword tightly. She readied herself for the upcoming battle. Her instincts screamed at her to leap into the fray. But to his astonishment, the figure didn't even unsheath the 2 swords that formed an X behind her back. Instead, the figure snapped her finger as several objects hit the ground beside Tenulia without a heavy thudding sound. Tenulia turned her gaze towards the objects only to realize they were her personal guards. In the dim light, Tenulia saw the deep cuts across their necks. They died with their eyes open. Despite their cultivation level, the woman slit their throats without a problem. Tenulia slowly picked herself from the ground. "Answer me," snarled Tenulia. With no personal guards and energy, Tenulia knew it was going to be a battle of life or death. The odds were not in her favor. Tenulia Valran. "Next time you want to sacrifice someone else for your benefit, sacrifice yourself." Harriet slowly cracked her knuckles. Boom. Harriet raised her leg, sending a powerful kick to Tenulia's chest. The kick contained enough force to send Tenulia flying and colliding with the carriage. The horses neighed violently. Arg! Tenulia hit the ground with a small thud, a deep growl escaping her mouth. The old man on the other hand did not bulge from under the carriage. He just curled himself further, tightly closing his eyes. Through the small gap between the ground and the carriage, the old man saw Tenulia coughing up more blood. A few seconds after Tenulia hit the ground, Harriet dashed at Tenulia in a blink of an eye. The latter just grabbed Tenulia by her hair and picked her up. But this chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Com to experience faster update speed. Harriet slammed Tenulia's head against the carriage. Why? Thought. Harriet slammed Tenulia's head again. Can't. Yet again she slammed Tenulia's head. You, again, whore yourself. The carriage trembled each time Harriet slammed Tenulia against it. Cracks began to form in the carriage where Harriet kept slamming Tenulia's head against. Because Tenulia had lost her connection to the energies, her body wasn't strong enough to withstand the blows. As a result, the back of her head split open. To the vampires? Tenulia hit the ground again with a sharp pain in the back of her head. When Harriet picked up Tenulia, the latter mustered all the remaining strength in her body and stabbed Harriet. The pair of killing intent-filled eyes under the dark hood glared at Tenulia before grabbing her sword. Harriet yanked the sword out of Tenulia's hand. Ah! With a roar, Harriet punched Tenulia right in the abdomen. Tenulia managed to block the punch using her forearm. But to Tenulia's horror, the punch carried enough force to make her fly towards a nearby tree. She hit the trunk and splintered wood flew. She coughed as pain coursed through her entire body. Tenulia looked at her arm to see a white bone sticking out in the dim torch light. Even though Tenulia lost her ability to use energy, she could still gauge someone else's power level. The woman might be at the soul refining stage, but her punch carried the force of a fusion stage cultivator. Tenulia doubted she could fight the woman toe-to-toe with her full cultivation and win. The woman was a monster. Tenulia had no doubt in that matter. By the time Tenulia managed to pick herself up again, Harrier appeared in front of her in a flash. Tenulia could feel the murderous aura radiating from the woman's body. Tenulia had never felt such killing intent. It was as though the woman craved taking her life in the most brutal way possible. But no matter what, Tenulia wouldn't go without a fight or beg for mercy. Tenulia was coughing hard as her chest was rising and falling rapidly. But she was standing. Her entire body was riddled with cuts and bruises. Blood dripped from her wounds, covering the ground under her feet. Despite the injuries, the fighting spirit in Tenulia's eyes continued blazing. Tenulia wiped the blood coming from a cut on his lips. On the other hand, Harriet put a pause on hitting Tenulia. Instead, stabbed her black sword into the tree just a few inches above Tenulia. Coward! Tenulia spat on Harriet's face. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed. Ignoring the bloody saliva on her dark mask, Harriet took a step back. She slowly pushed back the cloak, revealing her long raven black hair. This mask I wear is not for me. It's to protect the people I care about. I put it down for some time, only to realize people like you will always try to harm them one way or another. Would you like to see me without my mask? Asked Harriet. Under Tenulia's gaze, Harriet slowly removed the black mask to reveal her face in the dim light. And the moment Tenulia laid her eyes on Harriet, she was stupefied. No, Tenulia mumbled. It was Harriet Hunt herself standing in front of her. Tenulia thought she died. Not only Tenulia but the entire R thought she had died. However, there was no doubt in Tenulia's mind, she was Harriet Hunt. The heaven-defying prodigy was too special of a person for Tenulia to forget. You. Words didn't come out of Tenulia's mouth. How did you? Harriet did not reply. She threw the mask onto the ground and cracked her fists. Without giving any time for Tenulia to react, Harriet began to punch her rapidly. The images of Sabrina getting tortured by the vampires flashed across Harriet's eyes. Her rage multiplied by several folds when she thought about Sabrina and Tenulia's involvement. For the first 20 to 30 punches, Tenulia tried to block. But as time went by, Harriet's punches became more violent and powerful. The light in Tenulia's eyes slowly started to fade away as her legs gave up. Still, Harriet grabbed her by her neck and kept punching Tenulia in the chest using the other bloody fist. Blood spurted out from Tenulia's chest as Harriet rained down violent punches. A few seconds later, Tenulia's chest caved in. When the light in Tenulia's eyes was completely dimmed, Harriet threw Tenulia's body into the air above like the elf weighed nothing. When Tenulia hit a certain height in the air, gravity pulled her down to the ground. Seeing Tenulia coming down, Harriet twisted the sword she stabbed in the tree. Just like she calculated, Tenulia's neck came into contact with the blade. Blood sprayed out as her head was severed from her body. It flew into the air and dropped and rolled onto the air. Harriet noticed there were tears in the corner of Tenulia's eyes. Was it rage, shock, or regret? Harriet did not know. To be honest, there was no need to find the answer. Tenulia sent Sabrina into a trap, knowing what the vampires would do to her. Harriet had to kill Tenulia before she could harm her family any more than she had already. Harriet felt no regret or remorse, not even a bit. If roles were changed and she hurt one of the Vaurans, Harriet doubted Tenulia would show her any mercy. A while later, the headless body hit the ground. Harriet turned her gaze to the body, noticing the glowing rune on Tenulia's chest. If Harriet had severed Tenulia's head herself, the rune would have transferred itself to her, and the Vaurans would have come seeking revenge. However, Tanulia died by falling from the air and cutting her head with the sword. So the rune had no living person to attach itself to. This was a small trick Harriet picked when she trained under Wulfric. Even after killing Tanulia, Harriet's anger didn't lose its flame. On the contrary, it blazed brighter and hotter. But for now, she took a deep breath and extended her arm towards the mask as it flew straight into her hand. Harriet wore the mask and pulled back the hood to cover her head. After taking several steps away from the head and Tanulia's body, Harriet looked at the sky. The moonless sky reminded Harriet of the night she had lost Dean. She may have failed to protect him once, but the gods have given her a second chance. She had waited for this moment. With Tanulia out of the way, her son Ghost would have an easier time hiding his other persona. "This is what you get for messing with House of Howrid," Harriet spoke, loud enough for the old man hiding under the carriage to hear. Having a conversation with Alicia about House of Howrid's involvement in Peyton's murder helped Harriet sow an enmity between Howrid and House Valoran. Simply put, Harriet got two birds with one stone. She couldn't wait to see the treacherous guardians go against the House of Howrid. Chapter 623, Gaia vs. Harriet 2. After killing Tanulia, Harriet ready to leave the area. Just as she was about to disappear into the woods, Harriet heard a rustling sound. Harriet paused on her steps, waiting for another one to walk out of the shadows. As Harriet expected, a figure clad in black armor from head to toe emerged from the woods. Just with a single look, Harriet could tell the figure was a woman due to the perfect hourglass structure and the way she walked toward her. Harriet stared at the crimson red glistening under the dark hood. "Would you answer me if I asked who you are?" Harriet heard the woman talk. There was a shock in her voice. Her glistening eyes looked around the place. They briefly paused at Tanulia's head. Harriet swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Her heartbeat rose. There was no way Harriet would fight the girl before her. It was not because Harriet feared her but because Harriet knew the girl's identity. Under all the armor and hood, Harriet knew it was Elia, her son Ghost's fiancée. Since Harriet knew the Dark Lord was Ghost, naturally his fiancée would be the Dark Queen. Unlike Noah, Ghost dedicated himself to one woman. So it wasn't hard for Harriet to see through Gaia's disguise. "I wish I could answer you," Harriet sighed. "The Dark Lord wants to see you, woman. So it would be wise to accept the invitation," Gaia said in her demonic voice. To Michael and Gaia's surprise, when Michael and Gaia arrived at the inn, they saw Tanulia Valoran. Initially they planned to murder the Thusians, but after seeing Tanulia, they changed their plans. Michael chose the Thusians, while Gaia decided to follow Tanulia with the weaponized plague to weaken Tanulia and her men. However, she was utterly stunned when she noticed someone else was following Tanulia. Moreover, Gaia saw the woman effortlessly taking out 4 soul refiners like they were nothing. Due to her curious nature, Gaia stood behind and watched everything. She was completely taken aback to see the woman brutally murder Tanulia. "I can't ask you to trust me, but step aside." "We don't have to do this," Harriet exclaimed. Gaia was surprised to hear the tinge of helplessness in the woman's voice. She was a soul refining stage level 5 cultivator. Thus, Gaia knew the woman had nothing to fear her. In fact, after seeing how she handled herself, Gaia was sure the woman could fight her toe to toe. Yet, the woman seemed to want to avoid the battle. "You're right. We don't have to. So come with me. I give you my word the Dark Lord won't harm you." Gaia had no intention of fighting the mysterious woman. As far as Gaia could tell, she shared the same hatred for the Guardians like Michael and her. So Gaia wanted to make the woman their subordinate. A powerful fighter such as her would make an excellent subordinate. Taking a deep breath, Harriet looked over her shoulder to see the old man, lying under the carriage without moving an inch. "He is not dead, just sleeping," Gaia said. Before Gaia approached Harriet, she knocked out the old man so the old man wouldn't listen to their conversation. "What about this? Let's have a friendly battle. Whoever lands the first blow wins," Harriet said. "If that's what you want, so be it. If I win, you come with me. If you win, I'll let you go," Gaia agreed. However, Gaia had already surrounded the forest with spiders and drones. Even if Gaia couldn't beat the woman, she could follow the mysterious woman using the spiders and drones. To be honest, Gaia wasn't completely confident she could defeat the mysterious woman. As a warrior, Gaia was able to tell the mysterious woman was someone who had experienced hundreds of battles. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed, I have to bring her to Michael, Gaia said to herself. She heard the mysterious woman recite a phrase similar to Michael's. Gaia wondered whether she could be connected to Michael somehow. Harriet on the other hand hated to fight her daughter-in-law. Elia was her family, but Harriet would rather fight Elia than her own son. She had a better chance of defeating Elia than Dean. Suppose Dean recognized her face, everything Harriet had done would go in vain. No matter what happened, she must protect her identity. Gaia slowly made her way to Harriet. To Gaia's surprise, Harriet didn't unsheath her swords. Instead, she just cracked her knuckles. Upon getting closer to Harriet, Gaia released the fear toxin from her suit of armor. However, Harriet noticed the change in the air. Fortunately, she was immune to all the poisons and illnesses thanks to her ancient god Aurora's blood coursing through her veins. When Gaia and Harriet met in the middle, Gaia threw her fist, aiming for Harriet's head. The latter managed to bend back and avoid the fist. As soon as Harriet dodged the fist, she raised her leg to kick Gaia in the abdomen, but the latter swayed her body to the side, avoiding the kick. Without giving Harriet a second to react, Gaia leaped into the air, attempting to land a kick on Harriet's head. Check, check, check. Harriet kept blocking the kicks using her hands as Gaia traveled in the air for a couple of minutes. Blocking her kicks, Harriet's hands started to numb, but she continued to do so. Finally, after blocking almost 60 kicks, Harriet grabbed Gaia's leg and threw her against a nearby tree. Yet, Gaia managed to kick the tree, stopping herself from colliding with the tree. Her kick had enough power to create cracks in the bark. Splinters flew in all directions as the leaves rained down due to the force. Before her feet could touch the ground, Gaia boosted herself using the tree and shot toward Harriet like an arrow. Her shock wave created by Gaia's boost obliterated the poor tree into pieces. Harriet was surprised to see Elia's speed and her battle awareness. The dormant warrior deep down Harriet woke up excitedly. When Gaia's fist was about to hit Harriet's face, Harriet spun around to kick Gaia in the face. Just as she surprised Harriet, the latter surprised Gaia. Luckily, Gaia managed to grab Harriet's leg as they both fell to the ground. They both quickly kicked up almost at the same time. "You are good," Gaia said, admiring the mysterious woman. "I can say the same to you," Harriet said. Her son's choice was spot on. Elia was a perfect match for him in every way. It was a pity Harriet had to fight her loving daughter-in-law. "You don't want to use those swords?" asked Gaia. She wanted to see if this woman possessed the same fighting style as Ghost. "You are an archer, not a swordsman," Harriet calmly said, surprising Gaia. Gaia couldn't help raising her brow behind her mask. How did she? Might be a lucky guess. Gaia shook off the doubts in her head. "I don't want to hurt you, but I don't want to hold back either. After all, the longer we stay here, the less safe we are," said Harriet. This chapter upload first at Novel Bin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. To experience faster update speed, Gaia and Harriet began to walk in a circle, keeping 5 meters distance from each other. They were poised to defend themselves from the other. "You could come with me," Gaia kidded as Harriet sighed. She almost wished she could go with Elia and tell her son everything. However, she did not want to put her son in more danger than he was already in. In case Skyhall was watching her, meeting her son would be like leading them straight to their target. So until she kills the Skyhall elders, she wouldn't meet Dean, although she wanted nothing more than to meet him and tell him she was his mother. "Let's finish our little duel," Harriet cracked her neck. As soon as she did this little movement, Gaia creased her brows. She had seen Michael do the same as the mysterious woman did. Coupled with the rhyme she recited, Gaia was almost sure this mysterious woman was somehow connected to Michael. But who she was to Michael remained the question. Besides her shock, Gaia wondered how she was still standing instead of trembling due to the fear toxin's effects. Yet, the woman didn't reveal a single sign of distress as Gaia expected. Whoosh! As Gaia was in doubt, Harriet dashed at her. This time, Harriet's speed was several times faster than before. Gaia could only see a blue, not her entire figure. Still, Gaia's battle instincts made her sway her body and bend down to evade Harriet's punch. Her evasion was short-lived as Harriet grabbed Gaia's hand in the blink of an eye and twisted it back. "Arg!" Gaia growled, running towards a nearby tree. Before Harriet could punch Gaia in the gut to land the first blow, Gaia ran onto the tree, twisted her body and jumped back, releasing her hand from Harriet's clutch. As soon as Harriet heard Gaia's feet hitting the ground behind her, she punched the tree in front of her. Her punch contained enough force to create a shock wave that put a hole in the tree and created a shock wave. The shock wave blasted both of them backward, knocking Gaia off balance. As a result, Gaia lost her chance to punch Harriet in the back. At this moment, Harriet's battle experience provided her an edge over Gaia. Harriet leaped up, going upside down directly above Gaia's head. Then she quickly grabbed Gaia by her shoulder and squeezed hard enough to make Gaia growl in pain. Gaia felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. She wanted to dash away, but her body refused to move. It felt as though her body was paralyzed. What did you? Gaia's voice trailed off. If God's permits, I will teach you this technique. Harriet landed behind Gaia, whispering into her ears. I win. Harriet gently punched Gaia in the shoulder instead of punching her like she punched Tanulia. Wait. Gaia tried to stop Harriet only to see her exhale deeply before flying into the sea of trees. Michael. Gaia sent a sliver of arch energy to the earpiece in her ear to connect to Michael. Gaia heard a click in her ears. Are you in danger? Then she heard Michael. There was spite in his voice. No, Gaia answered Michael. Good. Whatever it is, it can wait. I am busy murdering these Thusian pigs. That you're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.